All right. Hello and welcome back. We have managed to get on into the game, as only one word and TMT are going to be facing off against each other. I believe we had a little bit of a tech issue, but the pistol round is going live in front of your very, very eyes. As we look in towards Haven, we talked about the agent picks already. Not sure how much of it you guys caught on the stream, but we were just mentioning how, you've got a Jet, you've got Sova in play for each team, and Omen. It's fairly standard. I think and Cypher, obviously. The only thing that's kind of questionable here, the only debate really is around the Raze and then coming in as a breach. These are two very different approaches to the game, and especially what caught me off guard, Tom, is the fact that the team that's starting on attack is not the one that picked breach. That seems a little bit topsy-turvy to me.
Yeah, definitely interesting, but we'll see how it goes. Boombot already being used to clear the back lines of the site, and they are going to be getting an afterplant. Now, an afterplant on B, I would say, is almost guaranteed. Retaking the site, though, one of the easiest in the game, so we'll see if they manage to hold on to things. Josh in a pretty good position to deny, although he's not going to hit his initial shots, and going to have to go falling back. There's a lot of pressure coming in, but it's still PBD. Find himself a couple of kills. He has found one back, but getting in onto this plant now is going to be fairly integral. Already the shock darts coming through, doing a hell of a lot of damage, and he gets the spike halfway, but that will be all. It is going to be the pistol round going the way of Carl and his squad. TMT off to a good start.
They are indeed, as we said, we know only one word for the most part, but TMT, well, they're an unknown factor coming into this one. They've got something to prove. I don't know why their name is AA. That is confusing me. Maybe it's, I don't know.
Maybe they're only running at like a decent amount of power, and then if they get those extra small batteries, then they'll be AAA.
They can't be attack all around. That's not allowed. Like a reserve AAA.
Oh, we're gonna have AA versus AAA later. If they get through.
Yeah. Well, over towards the C site, you're seeing a little bit of pressure being applied, but that smoke comes on through from only one word. Darkus completely blocking this off, and wow, this is a stack, if ever I've seen one. 5 players on Haven over towards the C site. You don't see that all too often, but the thing is, TMT, they're still thinking about pushing into this. They might be running into their deaths here. They're certainly not going to make it easy for themselves. The nade going in over towards the spawn. Oh, there's the Boombot dealing some damage. Fault line goes through, or a flash actually, but it was inside the smoke, so it didn't actually catch anybody. I don't know if that was intentional by PBD. I doubt it was, but it worked perfectly to just completely negate the flash. And then as they pushed around to try and capitalize off of it, nobody was blind.
I don't know if it was just me, but when I was looking at the overlay, I think that Boombot did 0 damage.
Yeah, it did look like that, didn't it? But it exploded, so I failed. Unless he was he like just around the corner?
Just around, maybe. Looked a little bit weird, but I guess it didn't matter. They managed to slaughter absolutely everybody, but this is where the going gets a little bit tougher. Still going to have 3 rifles going into what is normally considered a bonus round, so TMT definitely not taking this one lightly. They did have a lot of pistols in the last round, so that's the risk you take. If you go in with just the pistols, then you could sort of have yourself in a position where it's not really too much of a worry going forward. Like, if you win that round, definitely going to be putting them in a good position. Already, I have to push going through. It seems like they like this B side. I said it's normally pretty good for afterplant positions, but we see a lot of teams having very successful retakes, mainly because of the pincer and the defensive positions being relatively tough. It normally involves you having to hold outside of the site.
This is the thing, right? B is very rarely taken. Here goes Josh straight on through the window, but attention is the one that catches him off guard. Now drop. They should know about the second player. They've heard the steps at this point. The suspicion is there. A Phantom to be retrieved by Carl as he looks for a long-range duel. PBD caught on the side flank, shot through the wood. You in with another, and this is looking good for only one word. Johan caught off guard. He swung on through, but there was a player so winging into him, and that's a defuse for only one word. Only losing one player. That's not too bad for a round like this.
Yeah, no, that's very good, in fact. Like I said, that's sort of the the problem with that B site is it can be very, very difficult to hold on to. So I'm going to be interested in the future to see how we actually get the attackers if they do continue in that direction, like holding onto that site. A lot of the time it involves a Sova ultimate, the Hunter's Fury, just basically try to deny anybody defusing the spike. But as we saw in the last map, that's not really a massively successful way to try and stop the defuse. This round, though, we are going to see the attackers now back with full rifles in play and a complete switch up of pace, it seems. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 going to be expended towards A long, and in fact, there's multiple players here. You already going to be picking off one, but his teammate in attention maybe has a lack of, as he's going to fall.
A lack of attention. I like it. A little bit distracted. That drone coming through, well, it's distracting the attackers into thinking that there's no player up close. Breach was the one to shoot it, but in the end, it doesn't matter. They're not pushing up on the back of it. This drone will make it all the way down. Does he check close left? He spotted him, but I don't know if he realizes. Because it was on the corner of his screen, though, it may have come up on the map, and so one of his teammates could hopefully have called that through. Either way, he knows there's one player outside, and so you'll be cautious of that position. I don't like that recon. Oh, it's actually spotted someone. I was going to say, because it's so low down, they have to actually be pushed all the way up to the door in order to be seen. But then someone walked right into it. Josh, he was in a daydream. And with his position given away, they're not going to push into him until the... Oh, no! He was blind. In his defense, he was blind for a lot of that fight. But that is devastating as Tin comes on through and gets the win. The spike dropped on the floor. They know where he is, but support is there. And this round is done and dusted. He's even pulled out his bicycle saddle as he rides on through to victory.
Spiky bicycle saddle. I'm not sure I'd like to sit on that one. I don't know about you, but...
Yeah, it depends what you're into.
Nonetheless, it is going to be a scoreline equalization, and unfortunately for TMT, this means they are going to be back to some pistols, SMG, not really too much invested into this one, so just basically saving, trying to do a little bit of extra damage along the way. These rounds, though, I feel like there's been real opportunities for them. Like, I came into this one expecting only one word to be the dominant force, but as of just yet, it's not really been the case.
Well, look, you have to expect them to be the dominant force. They're the team that have the history. They're the team that we know. But when it comes to TMT, well, there is no shortage of skill, evidently. But they've got to come through with a round win. And with the ultimate popped of Jet, they're going to make their way on. A dash straight through to the back of the site. They do not know that Jet's going to be here so quickly. In fact, planting it back there where it's nice and safe. Popping that cage, I'd imagine, right about now, just to keep them out of that smoke. They've not done so. There we go. It eventually goes up the dodge, but oh, he's caught. And that is the ultimate gone. That's a big weapon to just lose straight away. Oh, that could be huge. There were 3 players grouped up, but Josh only gets 1. Damage done. Ult popped, but it's not catching anybody. And this, that's the end of the round, really, isn't it? It's going to be a defuse inside the smoke. It's going to come down to a spam. This has to be a big play. And spotted by the recon. That is huge. Carl with the big play comes on out, spamming away. Can't get it done. Shock dart, but it's not going to kill him. And not in time doing the damage either way. That is the end of the round. A 1v1 lost out for TMT. Considering the fact they'd invested nothing really, that's an amazing round, but it's heartbreaking to lose it in that fashion.
Oh, anything but a stinger. Anything but a stinger. That's probably the worst gun he could have possibly had in that situation. And you mentioned it not being too costly. They still expended multiple ultimates in that position. So although like the investment in terms of their weaponry was very, very low, we saw Josh expend his Showstopper. We saw a Hunter's Fury. I believe we even saw a Blade Storm as well. So that's 3 ultimates in one round, and it still didn't come through for them.
Oh, the spray is good. Attention's out of there. He's even got support. This is the thing. That dash might have tempted to push through the smoke. And in fact, I think it did, a little bit delayed. But if that had have come through on time, you was there to take the fight. So it wouldn't have been a player caught off guard. In fact, it would have been a perfect bait. Now, this drone is clearing out short, and there is nobody here. They won't see anyone. And that is where... okay, the jump spot. He sees. Attention knows there's a player here. And at this point, you know, TMT's hand is kind of being... Oh, Attention's going out for it. This guy's feeling confident. He's got 3 kills, Tom. and he hasn't taken a lick of damage yet.
Yeah, these are the sort of plays that I guess I could say I was expecting a little bit more. That has gone completely wrong. Like, he just walked straight past. Oh, even gonna walk back in. It goes from bad to worse, and it leaves Johan, the only one remaining. They know exactly where he is. Attention, you're gonna end up with a 4K, and that was such an aggressive round. You mentioned it. He didn't take a point of damage while pushing all the way through A-Long. Those are the sort of rounds that he shouldn't be getting anything, let alone 4 kills. So a bit of a lapse in judgment, especially considering he has done that already. We saw almost the exact same push a couple of rounds ago where he did actually get caught out for it. I think he was alongside you, who managed to find a trade.
He wasn't beside me.
I knew that joke was going to come through at some point. I feel like this has happened before where it's like is it Rush Hour? Where there's a guy who's called me and a guy who's called you. He goes, who runs this place? No, who doesn't run this place? I run this place. Like, oh, for God's sake.
No more charges left.
Well, for TMT, they're 2 runs behind. That early lead slipping away slowly but surely. And in this round, that's an aggressive. Oh, hi. Come on, man. Yeah, it's crazy. You're versus Pistols. He's pushing through. He's getting in the corner, tucking away. Has support there to help him out. As the tension falls, low HP on Hyde. This could go terribly for as they lose another player. This is a disaster, Tom. This is a complete misread. I mean, those kind of plays are so unnecessary in a round like this to go aggressively through the double doors.
It seems like to be a big part of Only One Word's gameplay is to be very, very aggressive, and it seems like 𝗏𝗏SB might have fallen asleep. Crosshair almost perfectly on his opponent's head, but he gets absolutely nothing. Now this comes back into a 2v3 situation, but Carl is going to put this one to bed. One man standing. I have to try and bring this back. It's not me, it's you in this situation. He's going to try and clutch this out.
God damn it. Well, Yu's out of there. Yu is out of there as he's leaving. He's getting over towards the B site, far and well away from where that spike's going to be exploding. And a thrifty round for TMT, and a big misplay by 𝗏. As I really think, only one word, well, passive. If I had to choose one, that's how I would have approached that previous round. But instead, the word I'd have to select to describe it would be reckless. Just seems so unnecessary. A round like that to push on through. Yeah, he had a flash from Tin, but I disagree with the aggression in general. Your advantage is coming down to range, and so closing in that range is less than ideal.
Well, it looks like Attention is going to try and grab ours. As again, it looks like he wants to go for these aggressive plays in towards the A site, Cloud Burst, to at least gain themselves the ult orb. And they do have a few ultimates already built up. The one that I'm always going to keep an eye on is the Rolling Thunder, especially for retake scenarios. So be curious to see they're able to get too much done. Spike, as we can see, still sat back towards spawn, but there's plenty of time, and for the attackers, it's more just them sat waiting in their default position. They do slowly begin to take mid control, and in fact, that's something that really hasn't been battled for much in this game, but I guess mainly because the success of it has been minimal.
That nade, okay, it was heard by Darkus, but he continued to walk forward, making me very nervous. But in the end, they just completely concede C control, and it will be a retake that Only One Word are going to attempt. But look at the ultimates they've got to play with. Rolling Thunder, well, they're not going to pop it just yet. They'll save it for the full-on retake. If they can get to the site, Rolling Thunder down long with a smoke in play and Paranoia, this could be absolutely huge. But first, they've got... Oh, that step was heard. They know Josh is here, but he's got the perfect position. He catches one off guard. The spray through the smoke doesn't connect, and Josh is shutting them down. A 2 versus 3, even with the ultimate popped, and they see all these players are on long. They've lost their smokes. They've lost their jet, and with that, they've lost the round.
Yeah, good work from TMT, and this is something we see quite a lot of teams do, like especially when you look at, for example, TSM in North America. One of the things that always worries me with that back of site plant is just the ability to just smoke it off, but they almost just have a firing squad just ready and waiting to just spam bullets straight through, and unless somebody like wow to take down multiple players, chances are that is never going to happen. So 4-4, TMT definitely putting up a fairly decent fight. This is one of the maps, though, where you can see a fair few attacking rounds. And honestly, with what we saw in the last map, I'm not going to be really commenting on anything until we see the second half because, wow, it was so dominant. Attention, though. He's gone running straight into the blender. Finds a fair bit of damage, and Yu has caught a couple. But again, we're talking about these ultimates being utilized and not really much coming of it. That's 2 gone and basically nothing achieved.
That nade is going to force you for... Oh, okay. He actually manages to just stand there, take a little bit of a tickle on the ankles. That's not too bad. But with pistols in play and the complete rotate towards the A side, I think this is... It's not great. It's not... Oh, yeah. Oh, they managed to win that. Okay, quick little sheriff tap. Activity tap on the head to get 145 damage at that range, but it's enough when he was already tickled up a little bit earlier on. PBD makes it up into heaven, and he's going to secure that part of the map completely for his team. Cypher watching down below, smoked out at the moment, but really, this is all just about saving a weapon, it seems like, for only one word. Those players with pistols have to push, though. Remember, you only get 1,000 credits if you survive, so playing exits in a round like this is very risky.
Oh, PBD still watching, and Nazmi looks like he's about to have his stats padded at least a little bit. Remaining player, does he have a rifle? I assume that you must have a rifle, Mitch, because otherwise this would be a bit of an interesting save, as you mentioned. Like, this was something that we actually fell victim to when we went back to playing some matchmaking. Was we're like, we'll be so clever, we'll buy some shorties, we'll sort of sit back, look to try and just do some damage, and then we didn't get any bonus cash at the end of the round, and felt like fools. Yeah,
that one was on me. I was like, yeah, Tom, let's just play exits. Let's just wait here. They'll hunt us down. 3 of us survive with pistols, and then realize, oh, we're on that patch. We don't have money. That was great fun. Hey, you look at only one word, though. So you did manage to save over a Phantom, while the rest of the team have bought up. Now, I like the use of these smokes early in the round to block out control. You can see nobody on TMT is actually looking to move towards the A site, but the thing is, this now means that you cannot commit just the jet towards holding this angle. They are doing that, which is a massive risk, but you shouldn't, because those players could have already crossed, and at that point, they could be up A short and coming onto the site behind jet at this very moment. So it creates a little bit of paranoia without having to use the ability. But evidently, only one word, they don't care. They're like, nah, they're not on short. Don't worry about it. And so they do just fall back into a double split on B. They've got one player either side, which gives heavy support for the C side if it does get pushed down. It's a very passive position being played on by the Cypher, and his camera was destroyed as well, which is a really important factor to consider here, because he actually cannot end up in a position... Wait, no, is that his camera in garage? Oh, okay. So he has to spot that manually on C long. I don't like that hold. I presume that was actually the TMT Cypher, but it's not.
30 seconds left.
Once again, it seems to be the play towards that B site. We've already seen one successful afterplant position, and in the other case, a successful retake. So we'll have to wait and see. Good start, though, for a Tin and Heave, already finding a couple of kills. They look to wrap back around, corner checked, and the trades come in. It's left all onto one man, and a Cypher in this situation shouldn't really stand much of a chance. Nazmi does manage to at least find 2. But ultimately, again, it's the same problem. Like, I think that's always going to be the case with this B site. I feel like people are going to have to do something fairly special to get good afterplant spots here. In fact, I'd much rather actually see them take some map control, be it like go towards that A connector side and plant in that direction. Just because at the moment you can have that split, you can have the wraparound, and it seems like teams are just very, very good at retaking the site.
in general, teams are going to be solid at retaking B. You think about how it goes down, the fact that you have to push very aggressively if you take that map, that part of the map, because otherwise you're going to be defending into a choke point if you're holding down on bottom mid. And see, again, here's that smoke. The difference is here, they're not going to go for that passive play because they've heard that that boom bot coming in. Now, I think this is something that TMT might read into later on, the fact that if they just put that smoke down and sneak someone through to short, that could be an opportunity. But they haven't got that read from the previous round, despite the fact that Sova was there so early on. You've only got one more round to kind of make that read, so I doubt it's going to come into play. For only one word, that drone, invaluable on Sova, because it confirms that these players are still outside of the A site. And, oh, you're seeing one outside. So that ultimate from only one word from 𝗏𝗏𝗏, it kind of wrecks them a little bit because they're thinking it's going to be a full A commitment, but they've only seen one player, remember, plus Raze earlier, I suppose. But now they've seen someone outside of C as well, so you're kind of scratching your head. But the player they spotted was the lurker, but they have no way to know that.
Already. 35 seconds left. They're going to have to try and make this push work on the C site. Ready. There's going to be a rotation coming in this direction. The problem is it might be too little too late. The Cypher going to have an awful lot to do. PBD ready, looking onto the side, and his teammates have done a fantastic job. It's looking like a sixth is almost guaranteed, as they pretty much have all of their ultimates ready and raring to go, while the defense have absolutely nothing. The peek from Carl, though, could be a bit more of a problem. Is still a 3v4 situation, but all the players now confined into the site is going to make this retake a fair bit easier for the remaining defenders to try and get back in. A decent flash will leave Johan blind, and the peak already coming back. Attention's managed to find one more. The time is ticking. He shoots through the box, but unfortunately it isn't going to be enough. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 will close with a triple. Johan to finalize the round, and it is going to be a 6 in the end to this defensive side. Oh, sorry, offensive side.
You know what, Tom, at this point, I think TMT have done everything they needed to garner our respect as a team. Obviously, we didn't know a lot about them coming into this stage, but I'm liking what I'm seeing. Although the mistakes have been there from only one word, there is no doubt about that. And in this early game, again, this control towards A, but there's no smoke here. It gives it away that it's not going to be presence towards that side of the site. Something is up, and they realize now it's a full C hit. Everybody is on C, but they realize it too late. The site's already overtaken. The plant comes down. And again, this comes back to what I was saying, Tom, about how passive the Cypher utility has been over towards this site. It feels like they're just not getting the information early enough, and that camera in itself shows that. That's what you normally play when you have a player anchoring the site, not when you're going to completely abandon C.
Ready. Seems like it's going from bad to worse. The ultimate of the Rolling Thunder didn't really get much done for them to try and clear out the back of the site, and it's left again onto just attention. And well, TMT, they've taken the half 7-5. A strong showing from them. Their C site defense just didn't really look too good. And I think it's what you mentioned. I think they were quite reliant on Heeb to basically just go ham.
Well, see, the thing is, this is a few times now that I've seen this potential issue with the C long hold. Now, obviously, it won't be an issue anymore that they swap sides, but it just feels like their setup over there is very, it's not very well thought through. And TMT have realized that they exploit it then 2 rounds in a row, getting up there, overtaking the site, and leaving themselves into a position where they just have to hold versus a retake. On a 7-5 scoreline, TMT win out the half, and only one word on their attack have got a lot to do. The spams down long, dealing damage to Omen and Breach. That forces Johan back immediately. He's bailed out of the site. The control is all for only one word. They'll get a spike plant, and not a great trade, really. You know, as I said, there was a little bit of damage done, but that's not worthwhile when you don't get a kill and you lose the site. Oh, the double shock darts, baby! Let's go, Carl! As you gets completely shut down. That's what I love to see.
Yeah, those are some fairly standard shock darts. Normally used to try and deny after, or deny plants, in fact. The spam through actually is being blocked. 𝗠𝗏𝒽 gets in the way, and the defenders are going to get everything done because of it. I love that. I don't know if that was intentional, but he basically blocked the perfect pre-fire angle to deny it. So he takes the hit, his teammates get the defusal, and it's going to be a further lead taken from TMT. And I'll be honest, well, we went into this looking at only one word to be the favorite. Thus far, they've not been great.
That was a pretty intense round, Tom, I have to say, from TMT. They give up the site, they get back in there, double shock darts, body blocks for defuses, everything. Ooh, handled so well in that nade early on. This is what I was talking about, right? Raze on the defensive side is where I expect to see the most impact. Obviously, still very useful on the attack, and I'm going to take that away, but on the defense, I love it. Now, this setup as well on A, they've now got Sova rotated in to watch long from heaven. Jett up close, holding that angle in tight while Raze baits for her, giving away Raze's position. Oh, it's an Ares as well. Carl, the man after my own heart. And there it is. Easy kill, spike drop. They get the notification as well, right? They know that's the spike carrier, and dropping down with a classic in hand. Carl, that's very aggressive. It's a 1v3. But his teammate comes in to help out as well, so I guess they would have had the trade either way. I don't like it though, Tom. It always gets me nervous when a player with a rifle takes a classic out and pushes in a 1v3 situation.
I don't know. You keep comparing, like, you're saying, oh, this is my guy, all of this stuff. I could see you doing that, so, you know.
Oh, 100%. I would do that, but you know what? I would hate to cast me. That's the thing. That's why I'm casting you instead.
Unfortunately, there are people who have had to cast you, so it's a shame. But
well, you know what? One of the players I played against after making it to a major final, he has retired recently, and what I've heard around the streets was that it was the disgrace of losing 2 1v1s and a game to me. Now, well,
isn't he just taking a break? I don't know about retired.
You know what? The man's heart's broken after that game, and I think I understand. I really do.
Oh,
I do it again.
9-5. We need to start seeing a real resurgence coming out from the guys. The attacking side at this point. I bear in mind when we did see them over in the previous tournament, they did end up losing a match previously, and that was to Fives, who ended up topping the group, and then they still managed to come back through in the playoffs. So I'm not going to count too much, of course. If they make it through, that's all that really matters, but only one word. But it would definitely throw this group into an interesting prospect with maybe some new squads rising that we don't really know too much about. The attackers this round, they're going to make a play through. Look at the defense! There's no one on A.
Left.
They don't even have any 𝗠𝘂 utility there. Are they just playing a gamble round?
I guess
assume
so.
they must be.
Yeah, is it necessary on a round like this? I don't think so.
Is it their bonus round though? So maybe that's the reason.
And possibly, yeah. This is cool. I like the idea of blast backing down. I do. It's good intentions. You don't save on a round like this, right? You go in for it. A little bit of shock dart tickles going down. And those wall bangs aren't going to happen for you, unfortunately. And I think at this point, time's ticking. Oh, good shock darts up. But the return is there as he went to put, I think, a second one out. PBD gets one. Cloudburst down. Drop out of heaven. Josh is good for one. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's falling apart, Tom. Not like this. Attention gets a triple. And it's down to the 1v1. The defuse not being stuck. The round is over. It's over and done with. And he's just going to try to bait this player into dying to the spike. There was no way he won that. And I think he didn't succeed. Hyde gets out of there in time as well. That retake, though. Oh, man, it almost worked out.
Yeah, they left it very late, getting all the players into position. And the problem is, the problem I have with that is it wasn't really that much of a bonus round. Like, sure, you had the Ares, but you also invested into an operator. So I think at the stage where like at least where you know that you haven't won the round, the operator just needs to get out of there. And then the response is now that they don't actually have a proper investment into this round. So maybe a bit of poor economy management coming in from the defenders, from TMT in this case, but they are still in the lead. However, I don't want to see them let this one slip away. They've definitely been the better of the side so far. A really nice attempted retake, and you do have to wonder if maybe Carl in that case, rather than an Ares, had a nice little rifle, or even an Odin, whatever. He probably would have got a multi-frag there, and it could have very easily gone the other way.
I like the intention here from PBD of popping the ultimate. I think these are the kind of rounds where you try to pull back whatever advantage you can. That's massive. Almost. But Josh, well, he gets shut down with the showstopper in hand. PBD, the other player who'd popped his ultimate, got destroyed. What has just happened?
He died to
a no! Gargus! He shadow stepped into the double shot darts. I've never seen that before. This is ridiculous. Oh man, if those ultimates did anything, Tom, can you imagine?
Yeah, well, I'm still just wondering how someone died to an aftershock. That's
how
just
a Jet
rare.
With an ultimate died to an aftershock.
Yeah, exactly. Like it just doesn't happen very often because, whoa, there's a giant yellow warning area that basically just goes, yeah, dude, probably don't stand in this. It's actually quite impressive for someone to die to it, but I don't know, maybe just ran around the corner a little bit too fast or tried to get out of some of the spray. But it does mean that, yeah, another round on the board.
Cage trigger.
The one word, and realistically, they're bringing this one back. And this is one of the maps where, at least historically, we've seen teams been pretty good at getting rounds on the attacking side. So definitely some potential for them here. Lots of information being gathered up by the Sova. Because of that, they're actually going to go rotating off. Now, we saw this earlier. A very aggressive push coming in from Jet. This could give them a perfect flank, especially if you look at where the trip wires currently sit. Going to be able to do too much when it comes to stopping him on that flank.
Oh, man. This is the position where, you know, you're being spammed down like crazy, but not actually being tagged. You're feeling free as can be, especially with a Phantom in hand. Carl dropping Darkest. That's 2 rounds in a row now. He's taking him down with utility. It was his ultimate this time that dispatched his foe in attention. He's got that angle. He swings and an easy kill to Johan. Teammate coming through for a little bit more, and they are just 1-2 unifluing them out of the game. 9-8. As only one word, pick up another. Their attack just about to close in the gap that was initially far in the favor of TMT. And it feels like, you know, you make that one little mistake in stacking up when they were on that mixed buy, and all of a sudden, it's disappearing. Your lead is gone.
I'm really impressed with what we're seeing from Attention, because that's now 2 rounds where I feel like he has almost solely won it for them and just made sure that they managed to drag it through. And that's what I want to be seeing from a Jet on the attacking side, because we talk about the operator Jet being a mainly defensive sided thing. Like, it can be very, very difficult on the attack to get those same level of picks. So that's where you normally see a lot of players switch over to the rifle. And the fact that he's been so impactful with his aggressive pushes, with his almost entry fragging, that gets me excited for their attacking side. And I think he's going to be someone that they're really going to struggle to deal with. Now, this round, again, unfortunately for TMT, is just going to be some SMGs, a few pistols. So realistically, we can't expect too much. And there we go again. Attention runs straight through. They don't quite check the angle properly, but luckily for them, Johan doesn't really capitalize.
Spike planted.
And the site overrun, and TMT again left in this position to try and find something, anything to work with. And again, we have to mention, you know, you don't save in this game. In the current meta, you do not do it when you're on these weaker buys. So you just got to fully commit to it. Looks like we're going to attempt somewhat of a body block. Actually, just a bait strategy with the swing out, the defuse. He's being killed. But yeah, exactly. He got it to the halfway mark. Oh my god, he shuts it down. A 4K in this round. The Hunter's Fury shredding them all. And, I mean, again, it came very, very close, but close is no cigar.
And in this case, you could say, you shall pass with flying colors.
But why would you?
Because I know it causes you pain.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you.
No, thank you. There's too many of these jokes. It's just a name that shouldn't be allowed. I'm sorry. If there's a player called me out there... Oh, there you go. You've got Carl on the board. This is what... That's the thing. It just seems to be the unanimous decision that if you ever use the Odin, you have to place over. Like, that's the law. Well, it's going to be a good start for Carl. This is something we see quite a lot from Sinatra. Obviously, one of the real players pushing forward the Odin with those double door spam when it comes to Haven. Of course, I know that you're focusing on the Fearoth. Actually, that one orb has made a pretty big difference. That's going to be the Rolling Thunder picked up for Tin. A good chance to get them this A site, although it has been pretty much negated again. This is something that's seemingly quite common at the moment for TMT, is they're just playing retake. Now, I'm excited to see Carl, because he's lining up his shock darts once again. So far, they've been almost perfect. Lands right on top of one of the players, but unfortunately this time, it's not quite going to net him a kill.
Yeah, it did land where the spike was being planted, but just that little bit too late. We end up with a TP coming through. Now, only one word, trying to make up for the man disadvantages that they've got with a big flank by Omen and Darkus. Well, he's good for two. HIVE in with another, and all of a sudden, that advantage swings firmly in favor of the attackers. Now in the post plans, but not able to get it done as PVD in with huge operator plays, closes the round, and finally puts a round on the board for TMT. It feels like we've been waiting quite a while for this. They hit double digits ahead of their opponents, but only ahead by one.
And this almost seems identical to the last map, where it was a string of rounds, then one comes up, and then the other team just closes out the game. So I'm hoping that won't be the case, and we'll see a little bit more from TMT here. The weird thing about PBD, and this is something that's actually starting to really sort of almost wreck my brain, in his defensive angles, where this weapon is normally really overpowered, he's almost got no kills. In retakes, where he's jumping out the window, he's had multi-frags. Like, it's almost like he's the anti-operator player. Like, it doesn't make any sense the way he's using this gun, but somehow he's making it work very successfully.
Tom, I'm scratching my head. I really am. What does this A hold? 2 players C, 1 garage,
playing retake A,
1 B, and a Cypher playing at the bottom of heaven. Bottom of heaven stairs. This is the craziest setup I think I've ever seen. Even the double shock darts are going to come in, but way too late. I mean, Silva's only now in position, so they're going to come through on what should be an empty bomb site, as those players are setting up their post plants. There you go. It's a few years too late. I'm scratching my head. I really am. I don't like this setup, and I think it's caused them way more pain than it has found any success, and yet they seem to just commit to it.
Well, let's put it this way, Mitch. The first time to retake this site, they failed just. The second time, they succeeded massively, and now we're going to see how the third time goes. It's a 3-on-3. Carl's already going to give them the advantage once again. The retake coming through, and attention! It's the same as the first time. He's going to get a multi-frag to close out the round. The spike ticking fast. I don't even know if they would have been able to get a defusal anyway. And it is going to be the equalization. This man is on fire. You and attention, well, they just seem to go together, Mitch.
I am an attention, Tom. That's for sure. I think only one word. They have realized the weakness, right? They are a shark in the water sniffing away. The sharks sniff. Is it called sniffing? And they can sense blood up to a large distance away. But do they sniff? You sniff water? Or is that inhaling? You know what I mean? These are the questions that we have.
No
to
one
ask.
needs on.
Well, whether they're sniffing in the water or in the air, they have definitely sensed where the weakness is in the last few rounds. This time, though, it seems like their senses are not quite in tune with Spidey, because they're moving into the C site where there is a 3-man stack with 1 in garage. and a potential flank coming down through middle. This could be dangerous. Only one word. As they go right on into those pistols. Attention good for the opening at least, and stepping right on into that ultimate afterwards.
Cage triggered.
It's a race against time as everybody's going to be rushing their way towards the A site. Seems like the defenders have realized as well likely where this push is going to be going in. He actually just runs in on his own. He's so confident that there's no one here that he's just going to go straight for the spike plant. And actually, he's been denied. That blast pack slowed him down. That's actually really clever. I didn't expect that to be as successful as it was. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to matter too much. PBD will get one, but at this stage, there's only one man standing, Josh, to try and save them. It isn't going to happen. And only one word, they've now taken themselves the lead. And it is something you mentioned earlier that you don't like the setup. And I sort of want to add to that a little bit. The main reason I'm not a fan of this setup is because, what? Let's put it this way. In my eyes, the B site of this map is the most retakeable site, maybe even in the whole game. I think we see so many successful retakes on it. The C site, also, if you have a decent retake, can work, because a lot of the time your opponents will abandon the site. The A site of this map, I don't know, I would say it's one of the toughest sites in the game to retake. A lot of real close, tight angles. If you have a 5-on-5 after plant, I would bank on the attackers winning it 9 times out of 10. And so far, they have been.
That's an unfortunate start for you. You see him go towards long, pop out the recon dart, and realize instantly that there's a player staring right at him. Now, they do not like aggressive holds on A. I feel like they're playing the floor as lava down here. Did Omen just TP? That was below, right? That was down into hell. Yeah, it was. Okay. I was very confused for a second. And Darkus is actually being dropped. See, this is what happens when you've got players ready to fight as they push into the site, and you don't give it to them for free. But PBD, that was probably the ballsiest, shall we say. And for those of you that don't know, you know, words like brave, ballsy, it means stupid, but we're trying to be, say it in a nice way, right? He just dashed out of heaven with an operator to behind a player who was no longer fighting. Had already killed his teammate. That was... all you were going to do was get shot there. There was no way that worked out in any other way, but his teammates managed to... I wouldn't say trade. They got the kill afterwards a little bit, so they won the round, but... again, it's one of those small plays I'm not a big fan of, because he gets that operator, he gets the first kill, now it's a 1v2, and then things can spiral out of control, you know?
Oh, for the first time, one of the first times, we saw some major aggression in the last round. It's what started things off for the defenders, and it seems like they've gone to a more default setup. You have your 𝗧cie utility on the C site holding it down, B site open, and then the aggressive play coming in onto A in the form of PPD. I definitely prefer this more. I like the fact that they're switching things up as well. Make things harder to read, and for the first time, it's an attempt from only one word to take this A site for free, as they have done in the past, and they've been met with some resistance. Josh is going to be here as well. Boombot expended, which will actually give them information that there's still going to be players here. Over the top goes the dart, but realistically it's found nothing other than that main operator kill. Attention again. As said, he's been a highlight for this squad. Another entry for him, but the problem is they're not going to be able to get the spike down easily, especially with those shot darts being there, but again, they're a little bit late. Not quite going to do any damage at all, Mitch.
Well, Attention's not doing any damage either. He's just being shut down alongside Hyven. And that operator from PBD in heaven, it just seems to have an unreasonable amount of impact. Like, he just keeps every single retake. He's coming in and getting 2 or 3 kills. At what point do you start actively smoking that angle? Do you stop peeking into it and wait under heaven for that drop in to come into effect? It just feels like they're goldfish. You know, they're going back round to the front of the bowl every single time. They forget, oh, there's an op in heaven. Next round. Oh, there's an op in heaven. Next round. I might peek out. Oh, there's an op in heaven. Like, guys, I'm going to tell you something right now. If you get the A site in this round,
surely,
it's going to be an op in heaven.
Why did they not? Okay, so I understand the whole, like, you don't invest into a round because you have your Blade Storm. It's the last round.
Yeah.
They could have given him a Bulldog at least. Like, they had, I'm pretty sure there was a player with like 2100 available So if he doesn't make his Blade Storm work, he's going to have nothing for the last round of the match. That is a misplay in my eyes. Josh, what? How aggressive has he gone? He just got pushing all the way through. Unfortunately, the showstopper's going to do nothing. He's going to die. He's getting flanked from CT, or from T, even. And yeah, maybe a little bit of an overface. I think after you don't manage to get anything more after your first kill, that's where you fall back. That's where you play things more passively, especially in such a crucial round. Now they know that likelihood is there's going to be some limitations, and look at the gamble from the defense. Because of how many takes there have been into this A site, they've almost rotated fully. They've left your man on the operator in towards the spawn, and other than that, they're all stacked up on A. However, for the offense, they're yet to make a decision.
30 seconds left.
That early aggression by TMT that we saw, it's left them completely out of the C and B site. They're stacked up on A like I've never seen before. This team, I mean, keep them away from casinos, for the love of God, because they love to gamble. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem to pay off for them all that often, but they seem to have somehow the ability to buy themselves back into the games. Rounds again. This guy's unbelievable. He just updrafted with an operator into the site with no teammates close by. He's dashed over the other side. They're smoked off. He's cloud bursting on it. He's gonna go. He's gonna tap it. He's gonna stick it actually from the corner. The blind comes through. They're not watching Garage. Open your eyes, Darkest. He takes one, and then in the end he goes down. This is gonna be tough. So 1v2, he's done spraying the smoke, and he's not managed to get it. Oh, what a disaster. What a way to lose for only one word. They got more sites for free than I've ever seen in my lifetime. I genuinely do not think I've ever seen that many sites given for free, successfully taken, and then lost, or like come down to a 1v1 when it was man advantage for the players in the post plant. PBD, I mean, this guy is just blowing my mind, Tom.
Yeah, I kind of want to go back to your almost gambling analogy. It's like that guy who every single time like puts a bet on with you, you win it, and then they go double or nothing, and then you go, oh yeah, go on, then go on, and they always win every time because that's what's happened. They would always go like, okay, we're gonna gamble stack. Well, not A, I guess we could say, for the majority of the rounds. They got it wrong every single time, and then I think they failed the retake twice because Attention just sprayed down triple kills, which basically means in all of those scenarios they should have won the round. Like, if he's having to get a multi-kill for them to not win, that means they should have won all those retakes, which makes no sense. Then you have the C site at the end as well. Perfect after plant position. You manage to get the openers, and PBD just jumps up on the top and just wrecks someone with the operator. Like, it doesn't make much sense how they managed to win that one. But I think we're seeing some real individual talent. I think that's the way we have to look at it is, okay, maybe in terms of like the reads that they're making, they're not necessarily all correct. But in terms of their individual skill, there's a hell of a lot of it. The thing that's weird about it is the two top players in the server both play for the losing team.
Yeah, that is something you don't see all too often, Tom. 22 and 21 kills on Attention and you. Carl, though, this guy, he had shock dart lineups. He had an Odin, which of course means he's my favorite player on the server. And in reality, you know, he played really well from start to finish of this game. Yeah. What I have to say, though, is for only one word, their heart's got to be broken, man. I mean, they know that was their game to lose with how many opportunities they got with the, I don't want to call it reads, but the positions that they ended up in again and again. For them to lose all of those post plants, it's terrible. It really,
it's the
really
theme
is.
of the day, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's the theme of the day. Like the teams have been able to get openers, successful aggression on defensive side, retaking has been superb. But the main problem that we've witnessed so far is the fact that teams are just unable to hold on to after plant positions. And that's where I think we have to look at the mistakes. And this is the weird thing. So Attention, I mentioned it at the beginning of the game. He does look shocked, mainly because he's currently the man of the match, even though they didn't win, which is very, very interesting. And the other thing as well you have to mention is he's also the newest man in this team. Like he wasn't there the last time we actually watched this squad play. The fact that they've added him in, he's looked fantastic and they've still lost, maybe shows some issues elsewhere. Of course, we always have to bear in mind that this is the sort of the randomizer. Like maybe this is a map that they don't particularly want to be playing. And it was something we witnessed when they played in the group stage last time, is that Haven was not necessarily one of their better maps. In fact, that's what they lost to AHQ when they got eliminated from the tournament, and also what they lost versus SMG when they played the third and fourth match. So I think that they got a little bit unlucky with the draw. In fact, if you look through all of their matches in the previous tournaments, every single time they played Haven, they lost.
Yeah, that's not exactly a good sign, is it? What I find quite interesting here is that the entry fragger is you. And when we look at how the first bloods have been going down, generally, in the majority of games, it's going to go to the Jet Oppers if they're on the server.
Yeah.
Now, what I will say is PBD had probably the most opening kills for his team, and I think far more than 5. The problem was they weren't opening of the round. They were opening of the retake because of the gamble stacks that we had. PBD in heaven with that operator, at least 4 rounds I can think of straight away that he not only found the first kill, but he found 2 or 3 to pull his team right back into a round. The guy was insane. And I think he deserves a lot of credit because in that second half, he was pivotal. If it wasn't for him, they would have gotten smashed.
Yeah, I think also we have to talk about what's happening next, because this is going to be the interesting thing, is that only one word after a loss now goes straight back into another match, because this is just best of one. One of the teams had to play again because they can't play each other or play the other game again. So it's going to be them versus overtime. So we could realistically be seeing them going straight out, and we are going to bring up the standings to almost prove that right now, as they are currently down the bottom of the board. The fact is, if you lose 2 games, you're not out, but it's very likely, because you're sort of looking at that going, okay, now we need almost either a tiebreaker situation or a round difference to just be good enough that it gets us through. The other thing that's interesting to me as well is, realistically, based on how the format works with randomized maps, if they get another Haven, does that just mean we see one of the teams that finished 3rd last time around, it is just straight out of the tournament? Because that would be brutal. Obviously, that's what happens sometimes, and you could say that for other teams in the tournament, maybe if they don't get some of the stronger maps that they have in the pool. But I'm hoping we get something a little bit more interesting, like maybe throw a split into the mix. The last time, as said, when we saw them play, they definitely had much stronger maps than what would be a Haven, for example. It seemed like they had a decent bind, a decent ascent as well. So if that comes up next, I'm not really too worried for only one word. But if we get another Haven, who knows? Maybe overtime could be sending them home a little bit early.
Well, absolutely. I think it's a serious issue for only one word and Super Domineering at the moment, being down towards the bottom. We said the opening games are very important, because if you lose them, you end up in this position where you have to win your final 2 games. As you said, 2 losses is pretty much you out. Like, you're not guaranteed to go out, but then you have to rely on other teams, the team that you beat losing their matches.
Never rely on others.
Exactly. You never want to rely on other people. Be your own person. You can't trust anyone. So this is the thing. You need to win your next 2 games. There's a lot of pressure on it. For only one word, this is a team that also has the pressure of being a team we expect to make it out of groups. So for them to then come through and not be able to deliver, it's a little bit scary. But Tom, we're going to have another game, I believe, featuring TMT coming up in just a minute. It will be, it's actually only one word versus
literally said it a minute ago.
Yeah, I missed it.
Don't listen to me.
Overtime versus only one word coming up in just a minute. For now, though, we're going to throw things to a break, and we'll be back real soon with game number 3 of the day.
One enemy remaining.
Spelled the dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
And welcome back, folks. We are ready to roll with the next game of the day. That is Overtime Esports versus Only One Word, who we just saw fall to TMT in a tragic series, 13-11. It was so close, but they couldn't get it done in the end. Now, Tom, what are we expecting in this? Because we've already seen Overtime, and we know, okay, their first half wasn't fantastic, but they got it done in the end. And with their win under their belts, I mean, they are just one win away from securing themselves a spot in the playoffs, more than likely.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing here. It's like we came into this sort of expecting like Only One Word to be the favorites. Of course, the last time we saw them in this tournament, it also wasn't a clean sort of run through the group. So it is potential that maybe just Haven is their one true weakness and the other maps sort of like play a little bit better to them. At the same time, that's not something that makes me feel comfortable, especially if you're playing against teams that you should be able to beat even just on an individual level. And well, for some of the players, that seemed to be the case. Like, Attention was able to do so much in positions where it seemed like there was very, very little available to him. So I do worry a little bit as well. Like, you have to consider the start that came in for the guys at Overtime Esports. Like, they were 9-3 down and just managed to basically win every single round except one in the second half. And I think if you play versus Only One Word on, for example, a map like Bind, I don't think you'll be that lucky. I don't think they're have that much of a slip up. I think they've got the players individually, at least, that will be able to bring them through some of these rounds. So I'm hoping we see a bit of a step up. Of course, there were also some quieter performers where we're talking about the highlight players when it came to that roster. But you had Heeb and I think it was 𝗏𝗏𝗏 who had pretty poor match overall. In fact, I think there was a point where 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was something like 3 and like 10 or 15. So if he has a better game, if they overall step up a little bit, I still think this could be another situation where we see them go 1-1.
Yeah, 100%. The possibilities are there for them to jump back in. We know that they're a solid team, or that they were at least a little while before. So I'm hoping that we see something more from Only One Word. But overtime, of course, they have garnered our respect to a team that I said I'd seen some of the players before, being 𝗠𝘀𝗖𝗠 and 𝗠𝘀𝗀𝗠. But at this point, I'm starting to get a little bit excited about these guys. I think they've got a lot to bring to the table, and it's time to take a look at this match, of course, in particular, as we'll be jumping into the game in just a little bit. Now, we've already had, as we said, the 13-10 victory for Overtime Esports and a 13-11 loss for Only One Word. Now that they face each other, I think, transitive property-wise, it seems, although there's no transitive feature between them, but I feel like, considering the win under the belt, you kind of have to favor Overtime, because Super Domineering were the other team in this group that I think we said, they stand a pretty good chance of making it through. And with them already being overthrown by Overtime, there could be some new big dogs in the house.
The really interesting thing about the way that this group is going to go is that we could basically have 2 teams on 2-0 and 2 teams on 0-2. But by the time that we get to match number 5, so it's a weird scenario to be in, where we could realistically see Only One Word out and Super Domineering out as well, and then it would really just be a decider match to see who gets top of the group. So a bit of a weird one. It would also mean that realistically the last game of the day would be completely worthless, but let's not look at that as a possibility, because we will be seeing how things actually go down. But yeah, I'm hoping that that's not quite the case. Of course, we do have the rosters. I think from game number 1, it was 𝗧scary who probably impressed me the most. I think he had an incredible match when it came to like clutch situations, and he was one of the only person doing anything on their attacking side. So if it wasn't for him bringing through a couple of rounds, I genuinely think things could have gone a lot worse.
I'm inclined to agree with you there, Tom. I think 100% 𝗧scary was the one doing a lot of the heavy lifting. 𝗠𝘀𝗀𝗠 as well, though. This guy, he came through with a lot of opening duels. That defensive side operator was something to be scared of. Now, obviously, something that's going to have a little bit of impact in terms of what we see these guys pick is going to be, well, 2 things. First of all, the map. Obviously, that's important. But we also have the fact that, remember, 𝗧scary was forced onto an Omen in the last game. Now Brimstone isn't banned. Maybe we see the Brimstone come through from him, depending on what map it is. There's certainly potential. Well, yeah, his Omen was pretty sick, so you can't really complain all too much about it. But you don't know where things are going to go. I think when I look at this matchup, I have to side with Overtime. I feel like they just showed a better, well-rounded, certainly in the second half, performance. But Only One Word have got that potential. I think we're in for another close game, man. And this is surprising. Group stage of these kind of tournaments, when you go down to the Asian region, 16 teams. Matter of fact, never mind Asian region. When you go to 16 teams in any region, group stage matchups are one-sided to start us out. And we've had 13-10, 13-11, and now what's shaping up to be a pretty close game as well.
I have a conspiracy for you.
What's that?
So why is 𝗧scary's circle the other way around? Like, his circle and arrow was pointing the other way.
Oh.
Does that mean he took it in the mirror? And if that's the case, how did he do that with his arms crossed?
Oh. Maybe he got his mom to, like, stand behind him.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, that's what I was thinking of as well. There's a video online which makes me laugh so much. It's like a guy going, "Guys, I've worked out how to use my camera without using my hands. You have to be a boy, though."
Oh, God. Well, we're looking at Overtime versus Only One Word, battling it out on the randomly picked Haven. And that's a little bit scary, right? When you're Only One Word coming into this, they looked a little bit weak. There were problems there for them, and that was versus a team that gave them every opportunity. Now you're versus Overtime, a team that has already shown themselves to be pretty capable on at least one half of Bind. I'm guessing we'll see, hopefully, a good performance from them here on Haven. There's not a lot to really guess at, though, because it is a different map. Sure, it has seemed to be a little bit of a weakness for Only One Word, but maybe it's an even bigger weakness for Overtime. You never know.
Yeah, that is the thing that's really interesting. So going back just to highlight what I said, just in case people weren't here earlier, in the playoff stage of the last event we watched, at least, which was the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open, with similar teams in play. We saw only one word lose Haven every time they played it in the playoffs. So that was versus Team SMG, who they beat, versus AHQ, who are the tournament champions. You can kind of forgive that one. And even versus 𝗠RPA Esports, where they, again, won the series. In the group stage, they won it twice, but that was against Super Domineering, who went out 0-3, and against TAFs, who went out 2-1, the one victory. I think that was against Super Domineering. So, again, like, this is not a particularly good map from them. In fact, out of all the maps in the pool, I would say it's probably going to be the one of their weakest ones. So, it definitely gives a good opportunity here. And as said, they're one of the teams that we're really looking at within this group, especially considering overtime, like, we haven't seen much from them. In fact, we know that Pinocchio's was in a different team previously. He was actually in TAPS, funnily enough. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. We do have our agent picks coming through. It looks like there hasn't really been too much of a change. In fact, I think you mentioned whether or not we would get to see a Brimstone. I'm not surprised it's not going to be happening, especially on a map like Haven, where we know that an Omen is almost a staple pick at this point.
Yeah, this is something I have to say. I imagine we're seeing Omens, we're seeing Jets. The breach on Pinocchio's, I'm not against 100%. 𝗠RPA is definitely going to go for the Cypher. It's what he's been playing for forever, pretty much. I guess there's nothing too strange here, with the exception of the fact that Yu is going on to an Omen and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 has selected Sova. So normally 𝗏𝗏𝗏 would be on the Omen himself. A little bit of a change around in terms of agent selection for the defenders if they do lock it in. But there's still time for them to mix it around a little bit.
Select your agent.
Oh,
listen to
the game
guys.
disagrees.
I would select your agent. Let's go. Let's go. Was someone tabbed out, get a cup of coffee? Tin, what are you doing? Well, Tin's not selected an agent, so that's great. That's good. That's fantastic. What's gonna happen there?
I don't know.
Maybe
We just kicked them back.
So should kick them in the lobby.
No.
Yeah. Well done, Tin. Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations, Tin. You didn't pick an agent. Well,
the beautiful thing about that graphic as well is it's so toxic because it literally tells everybody who did it as well. So it's like, you know who to blame, guys. You know who it was. So, yeah, Tin's kind of wrecked us there. It is interesting, though, as you mentioned, though, that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 deciding to switch off of his agent. So I'm going to be interested to see if that's just because of how things went in the last map, but it's something we've sort of had spoken about in an awful lot of matches where you kind of go, okay, like people like Angel saying that people need to be able to play multiple agents. And realistically, I'm sort of looking forward to seeing if this is going to be the case that they can actually switch this up into this match.
Well, Tom, I have to say, I'm surprised. This is the first time I've ever seen somebody not select an agent in a professional game. So fair play to Tin. I presume he was away. Toilet emergency is what I'm going to go with. He had to run, otherwise his chair would have been a different color. So hopefully he'll be back very soon, and we'll be ready to go and jump on into the game. I guess so that they won't see it because obviously when you're selecting an agent, just in case anybody doesn't know this, you will still only see your team. You're not going to see the enemy teams. Only we.
You
get
will
that
only
graphic.
see it, but everybody else can see everything, right?
What?
Because his name's you. It's another you joke. I know you enjoy them
damn it.
so much.
God damn it. So yeah, the thing is, from an observer perspective, we can see that the other team hasn't seen what they were selecting, so there can still be a little bit of a change up. But
unless they open the stream, of course, in which case,
I believe there's a delay. It depends how long.
Yeah,
Tin
but
takes,
how long's the
really.
delay? And there's also a delay because Tin decided not to pick an agent, so he can keep
true.
up as a ruse. He's actually going to be picking a Killjoy, and they're going to run a Killjoy Cypher setup.
That'll be interesting. Interesting in this day and age. I mean, that was a thing, right? That when Killjoy first came through, everybody was rocking for a week or so. Thought, double the two of those coming in would have been the lockdown that you needed. Get it? But unfortunately, swarming on in wasn't the correct play. In fact, it's turned into a bit of a bot play. So no one does it anymore. It's sad because you can get a lot done with them, but you pick one. You go down for your 4 duelists around it. Shout out Liquid, what's up? I'm excited though to get this game underway. I really think this is going to be close between these two teams. It's a shame. I want it to get going.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, it just got spicy, Mitch. It got spicy. So because they didn't ready up in time, they now get one of their agents banned by their opposition, and it's going to be Jet. They've taken the Jet out of there. This is that would have been the play that I would have said earlier. Is that everybody seems to want to play a Jet. I feel like your Jet player in most cases, in most teams, is kind of a one-trick pony. Like, you don't have too many Jet players who then play multiple other agents. They just play Jet. So, like, obviously you've got players like 𝗔𝗀𝗖 who have actually had to try and elevate their game a little bit, where they picked up arrays, picked up other agents to basically make themselves a little bit less predictable. But the fact is, a lot of players don't have that under their belt, so this is going to be interesting to see what they bring in instead.
Well, I'm telling you one thing right here and now. Somebody is going to be very, very angry with Tin for going to the toilet. So, we have the Reyna in play for attention, as you said. Now, I can see it, right? If you're opping, you're still going to get that ability to disengage. It requires a little bit more.
He wasn't really using the operator, though, was he? I have the two in the last match. He was mainly playing rifle, so if anything, this is going to sound weird. I actually think there's more of a chance of them winning this game now. Because I think it'll suit him.
You know, the thing is, when you look down towards swapping between those different agents, though, Reyna, in theory, could suit that rifling very, very well. The problem is, mechanically, it is very specific and demanding, so you have to be very familiar with it. Like, of the Reyna players within Europe that I've seen, I think Scream is probably the only one that stands out to me as the one I'm happy to see no matter what map it is. I'm happy to see a Reyna come in.
Go watch Sean from North America. He's the best. He's the best Reyna in the world. I don't care. The guy is ridiculous on that agent, and yeah, he makes Gen.G very, very exciting to watch. Got to see him during the North American close qualifier of First Strike, and the dude's a beast.
What I will say though is, you know, Scream. I just saw a stat today at 20-30 minutes ago. You saw that he's retired from Counter-Strike, obviously. And yet he has the highest headshot percentage and most headshots per round of all time versus top 30 teams.
Then again, though, that's not going to have changed from when he was playing.
No, obviously,
he's not played any more rounds.
Well, of course. Those stats are preserved now. But that's unbelievable to be in that position. 65.8% headshot percentage. Not too shabby.
See if he can keep it up in Valorant. Either way, after plant position, Juju and Scary are going to be holding on to this one. The aggression from Zeus is going to meet his shocking end. Actually, things are starting to slip a little bit now. The paranoia comes through, gives them a little bit of space, and he's just going to try and get this to halfway. He needs his teammate to defend him, and in fact, now he's completely surrounded. No chance whatsoever. Overtime are going to have themselves the pistol round. Interestingly, was it overtime? Overtime were the ones who got their agent banned last time, and now their opponents have had one banned this time.
Yeah, I was just thinking that actually. So it's like what goes around comes around, I suppose. Oh man, it's an interesting time. You know, I think they're going to be certainly happy about the situation they found themselves in with no Jet in play. As overtime pick up that opening round, you have to be a little bit cautious, a little bit scared now. All right, there's pistols in play. They can deal damage. Remember, a ghost double headshot, easy kill, headshot into body, and you're dead a lot of the time as well. Especially 125 armor, that's going to be you taken down. So Scary, he's in a little bit of a dangerous position, but he's managed to scare those players back up long as they've made presence down C long and smoked it off. I think this is the position where, only in one word, want to sell that fake info, but oh, it's not going to work. Look, there's players spotted, easy as can be. They know there's one up close, and versus pistols, yeah, I wouldn't be pushing that Zeus. I would stay well and truly back.
After spotting 2 players aggressive in the sewers, they're going to make the decision that likelihood is there can't be a stack on the C site. Take those longer range battles. Instant dick hit, and actually you has managed to spot one out. Juju, though, will close it down. Even the paranoia couldn't do absolutely anything there. Will be a 5v4 after plant. Chances are for the defense, they're just going to run into the blender and try and do a little bit of extra damage here, because as we know, saving in this game, unless you have rifles, really isn't worth it anymore.
Well, Tom, my little puppy has found his way in, and he's very excited about this game. He's excited to see Tin picking up a kill when he was in the bathroom, and now he's coming out and he's trying to deal some damage, make it up to his team. But they don't have a jet, but he can't do it. He can't get it done. And so overtime, they take that 2-0. Still good damage. I think, you know, only one word can be pretty happy with what they've managed to achieve in those, in that round. There's going to be significant reinvestment from Overtime Esports. In the end, though, look, it only leaves Juju's in a position where he's low on money. Having to rebuy. Oh, okay, we're mixing it around. They're still going to play a light buy on this one. They had fully bought up rifles, but leaning in more towards the weaker weapons now. The Spectres, the Marshall, grabbing themselves even a pistol on Pinocchio. Is a frenzy in a round like
this. They're playing it as
that
a
is
bonus.
brave.
They're playing this
I
as a
know they are,
bonus,
but
yeah.
that is a frenzy of all things. I mean, a sheriff, sure, a ghost even, but a frenzy? Okay. I guess he's just going to play to pick up a weapon.
I think it's also the thing, if you get in their face and just spam, that's where that gun really can be very dangerous. And I feel like with the ghost, you're almost hoping for a few quick taps. Quick, clean execution, however. You and Tim going to combine to get the first round on the board for only one word. Of course, we need to see them pick up this victory here if they are going to be likely to continue on within this tournament, as it would leave them 0-2 and in a pretty terrifying spot if this one is to go wrong. Of course, we've already seen it go wrong slightly, as attention has been forced onto an agent that he doesn't particularly want to be playing. Interestingly, it looks like we're still going to have a bit of a bonus here. They've got the Blade Storm onto Juju, so he's actually just going to be playing with the trusty old Bucky and then try and let the knives do the talking.
It makes sense, right? Try to get those knives up in your opponent's faces, quite literally, you know? And the fact that it refreshes when you get a kill, it's just so beautiful. The shorty as well, you know, you dash up close, you right-click, you're damaging them, shorty comes out, boom, boom, they're dead. You've got a weapon to be picked up. It's reasonable. This is where Jet can make huge impact on these weak rounds, weak buys. We'll see what they're able to... Look at this. This is a stack. Oh, there is a huge stack, because they pushed all the way up C long. They're gambling on it not being B with the Cypher utility they've got in place. And now... the shredding of the defensive side. They'd stacked up and they're losing it. Tin having to pull it back with a 4K and he can't get the fourth. 1v2. How has this happened, Tom? This was a perfect round for overtime. Now that ultimate's gone through. They have spotted the Omen and the reactions.
Oh, that's a nice read.
So smart. He instantly moves, but he's being spotted. He's being spotted. That is a shame. The plan on back B, it's a 1v2, so it's reasonable. The problem here is you're playing up against an Omen who has smokes to play off of. Now, if he smokes out your Cypher, smokes himself into sight even, but there's an angle. There's an angle that he can see from. There's the blind. Look to your right, for God's sake, inside the smoke. Oh, no. He left the smoke unchecked that he had thrown down, giving his opponent some cover. That was so perfect, Tom. But in the end, fell apart.
Yeah, although we don't actually see much come out in this round. Actually, no, I suppose Lava did get a few kills. The main thing is that cam. Like, he had the neural theft as well, which gave the information of where the remaining player is. But leaving that cam back in mid just basically meant that he could catch off any rotations and find out so much information for the squad. That was the one way that I really saw them losing that round, was if somehow... you see him go unchecked. Very aggressive push in this round coming through, though. Breach trying to use the fault line. In fact, even going to throw in the Rolling Thunder. Some counter utility being expended to try and save one of their players. Pinocchio's will at least find the trade onto Tin. And in fact, the rest of the team could just try and retrieve the spike and push elsewhere. But it's more of just a gamble push from a couple of players. There are still a couple waiting over towards the C site.
there's the swing lava, able to grab himself the opening. Overtime, they've got the site secured at this point. You would imagine 𝗧cary was still being cautious of you towards the back site, taking the kill. And the problem here for only one word, if you watch this one back, they're going in for these fights one at a time. Now attention, he does the same. He's able to heal up for the most part. Oh, okay. Now he's the final one alive. They know where he was. They know where he is. But they've got to win the fights. He's being spotted out. Now 𝗧cary swinging through. Classic comes out. And he can't get the bullets out in time. Attention wins the round with a 3K. Phenomenal use there. You know, a lot of players are going to be tempted to go for the heal when they find that opening duel in that 1v2. But he goes in, puts the dismiss down so he's invulnerable as he swings around the corner, gets the info on where his opponent is, and then slaps him in that fight. Huge play.
It seems like whether he's on Jet or on Reyna, this man can still clutch in ridiculous fashion. And I think that's sort of what I mentioned at the beginning of the game, is like, I almost feel like this could play into his hands, not being forced onto the Jet anymore. Like, sure, it definitely his comfort pick, and if he does end up on an operator, I think that there's going to be some serious issues. Obviously, you can only really fade away after you get a kill, rather than with the Jet where you can do it no matter what the scenario ends. Even still, though, a 3-2 scoreline still in favor of overtime. Now, the issues that we saw from only one word have continued to show on this map. They've needed some pretty big clutches already to get them the first couple of rounds, but we are going to see the attempted plant onto the B side, but a great ultimate used by 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is going to deny anything of the sort. You can see the remaining attackers just trying to stop anybody rotating back in. The Paranoia are actually going to leave Tin completely blind, and 𝗧cary, he's now looking for another clutch of his own, and it's not going to be happening. Scoreline equalized. Of course, that was just a few pistols, I believe, bought up by overtime, and now they're going to come in with a proper buy.
Yeah, the full investment on its way, Tom. And I mean, you know, that 3-3 scoreline, only one word, they bought themselves back into the game. At this point, Hype is going to stick with a Spectre. You know, I feel like, yeah, it can have some impact, especially if it's used correctly with Cypher utility, right? If you're coming in, you're able to cage someone off, spot them through it.
Well,
Spectre works perfect.
Don't know if Mitch is here. He's muted to me, at least.
Oh, I was muted to you, Tom. I'm very sorry. I must have hit off that button, but I wasn't muted to the stream.
I'm sure you said something brilliant.
I did, Tom. I didn't mention your bald head. Don't worry.
Okay.
No,
well, that would have been mentioning something brilliant.
The brain underneath. But, you know, I was just mentioning how this is taken as a Cypher down onto that weaker weapon of the Spectre is pretty reasonable. I think you can get a lot done with it if you're able to spot players through and pop your cage. Especially as he's just going to be playing for the info. I like the fact... Because remember, nowadays, Cypher should not be getting involved in early fights. Because you don't want to lose your utility. It becomes visible. You can't use your cam, obviously, but even your tripwires become visible, so it's pointless if you die.
Well, interestingly, on the attacking side, they don't necessarily agree with you, because they've already managed to find the opener, and it was off the back of the Cypher getting that initial pick. Either way, we're seeing a lot of counter utility. The shock dart will do a little bit of extra damage, and Zeus, I believe that might even be his first kill. We saw him have an impressive first match for Overtime Esports, but realistically, he hasn't had the same start to this game. We're going to have the cages pretty much just being put down to try and deny any vision whatsoever, but it's left on to just 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in this retake. It has not gone well at all, and a change of pace, a faster play towards this A site has given Overtime Esports their initial round and lead back.
Yeah, I don't mind the Cypher playing for entries when it comes to the attacking side. I think often you'll actually want to trade him out, but on defense more so is what I'm talking about. Like over towards the C side, if you're Hype in that round, you're playing with a weaker weapon, or one of you has to play with a weaker weapon, I think it makes sense the defensive side Cypher is the one to do that. Obviously, it's very situational as well. For example, the current setup that they have, you would not want your Cypher to have a Spectre. Like, look where Hybe is. He's on C by himself. Closest player was A side of B. So he has no support whatsoever. Now, again, something I've said for only one word in the past, and something I'll say once more, I really don't like their C setups. This is so passive. Look at where the closest player to rotate to him is now. Breach is on his way. But prior to that, had there have been a push on the site, the closest player was on A. So when you spot them with that cam, they're already coming out. They just destroy one piece of utility. Nobody's there to fight them. Cypher can maybe take a 1vx fight, but you're screwed. You lose the C site 100% of the time. Even now, there's the flash, there's the util. They have 2 players here, but they're completely locked out of C, and it's cost the attackers nothing. They put a smoke down, they used a flash, a dash, that's it. This is not a hold that I can get behind whatsoever. I don't mind the utility where it is if there's a player on site, but to play one window for A, that's not the setup to do it with.
Well, we've seen many a retake, and normally the C site is one that can be easily challenged. However, it is not going well. The first 2 picks, they're reliant on attention again, and this time he gets nothing. It's 𝗔𝗢 with a final double to give them a 5-3 lead. The attackers once again looking strong, and unfortunately, for only one word, it's the same story once again. The Haven just does not look impressive whatsoever.
Sorry, Tom, I was chewing a sandwich. I'll be honest. Having a little bit of my breakfast. But I wasn't expecting your throw, Tom, but I also wasn't expecting the throw in that round from only one word. And I suppose it should be, based on the previous time we saw them play this. I really dislike that setup. Now, I think they're trying to mix it up on the pistol round. Not going to work. Just being tapped through, but it's fine. Like, these things happen. You got to try to make those aggressive plays. What I would like to see is a cam that's in a position that can see all the way down long. It's not used for the first 30 seconds of the round. Then you pop it, see if they're there. At that point, you can call for the rotate to come over and possibly set yourself up. You think about what that cam, the purpose that it was serving in the previous round, it's null and void. It is doing nothing for you. Because even if you spot them and activate the cage, which is what happened, right? You can't shoot them. You're in window. Your teammate's nowhere nearby to swing out. There's no one on site. So, you're just doing it for no reason. The camera doesn't exist in that setup. Although it does, it might as well not. It works the exact same, because when they trip that wire, you realize when they flash, when they smoke, you realize they're coming. Camera serves no purpose. And that's why I hate that setup, and we've seen them do it so many times. And I feel like this is something that if you just take a step back and think about your previous game, think about how you're approaching it and the purpose of your utility that you're setting up, you'll realize that it is useless and you need to change it up. Even the fact that they've been exploited there many times. And HYBE is a good player. We saw him in the previous tournament that we were casting within Asia. And I remember him as being a solid guy. I had no issues with him back then. I think just this setup is insane. And I don't know how Scary has gotten away with that. Full blind spray. Alright. We'll take it.
Sometimes a little bit of luck can go a long way, and they're now going to try and use this to barrel their way through. In fact, they've gone into the A connector, and this is the adaptation I wanted to see in the last map of Haven. I'm loving the fact that this is coming in more and more for Overtime Esports. I'll be honest, after the first map, I was a little bit skeptical, because we didn't really see much on their attacking side. It was mainly their defense, which was really strong. But they're making those small adaptations, which I sort of mentioned in the last match, where I was like, okay, I don't like the fact that whenever anybody takes the B side, they always just plant for the window and try and play that same after plant, because every single team who's ever practiced even once will have prepared for that. It's so obvious that that's the case, whereas if you take more control, you cut off one part of that retake, and they played that perfectly. They didn't even really need to fight versus it in that last round, but they did very well to make sure nobody even got close. And I'm starting to worry a bit now for only one word, because in the last map where we saw them have relative success on their defense, it was based off aggression. Like, it was based off them being able to take some control. We saw, for example, Attention having multiple pushes through A, where he would get a multi-frag. Now, that's not been happening anymore. That's completely fallen flat, and we're sort of looking at this team and going, okay, what can they now do? And so far, it is still just individuals trying to get aggressive rather than playing as a team. Like, you look at the push that's just currently coming from Omen on the other side, making his way in towards the sewers. Doesn't really have much information about whether or not these players are here. And you can see how patient the attackers are currently being, because I think they know as well as we do, there has to now be some sort of reaction. They can't just hold for retakes, because their retakes have failed miserably.
Mm-hmm. No, 100%. This is not a position that they can afford to simply hunker down and say, well, let's try it again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. But then maybe the fifth time, don't, you know, give up at that point. Try something else. There's a little... Whoa, what are you doing? Literally, you. What is you doing? That was interesting to say the least. He's used his ultimate to go down below heaven and get wrecked on the push out, and I think this is a well-deserved... sorry, what? They're pulling back into this round. They're doing some damage. Tin, he has been a big player for this team in a number of rounds, but he's going to have to be God tier to come back from the dead to win this one, because it's over and done, surely. Look at the HP as well in play, like it's so low. There's no way this works out. A right click from a jet, one knife has to connect.
Yeah, I don't see a way back into this, and it seems like he doesn't either, so just going to look to try and save a weapon in this scenario. But the problem now is we're looking at 8 rounds on the attacking side, and although this is a map where I think if we see a 7-5 in favor of the attack, I'm actually not too worried for the defensive team. Like, it's definitely workable on the attacking side. I think you see a lot more plants go down on this map than any other, because it is very difficult to split your defense evenly throughout the site so that you can hold everything at once. The problem I have with that is this is now starting to get into the realms of, well, basically unwinnable. They have, best case, got 4 rounds on their defense and would have to have a pretty impressive attacking side, and from what we saw earlier, they don't have that. That was in the last map. Their opponents literally gave up the sites for them and let them walk in, and they still lost most of those rounds. So I'm not feeling confident in their attacking, well, yeah, in their attacking side at all.
No, neither am I have to say. Although we've seen it half to half flip-flop at times, it just doesn't seem likely. I gotta say, Tom, you know, for only one word, I'm really trying to think, and I don't think I've ever seen cams that I've disliked as much, but this setup right here on C, it's better. The difference is you've got a player on site to react to 2 cages. The idea here again being, you see those players come up, they get tagged by the tripwire or your camera. You pop your cages and you spray them through the cage. This is good. Problem is, now that they've finally figured out a good C defense, they're going A, and only one word, honestly, don't ever let these guys in a casino. Why are they stacking C, Tom? What info do they have that I don't? That they've gone for a 3-man C stack with 1 C side of B. Their only defense on A is Heaven, which is clearly going to be smoked out. This is ludicrous.
Spike planted.
I'll be honest, this looks like a desperation play.
Well, I guess. But you have to remember as well, there's no opportunity to save. It's the final round, so they knew they would have to retake A if they pushed it. These guys are gamblers. What? Juju's, why are you standing inside of that? What?
Oh, he wants to give his teammates a clutch situation. It's going to be a 1 versus 3 for Zeus. Looking to be the god of the clutch. In this case, what? How's he managed to get that kill? That comes way too close for comfort. Luckily, there's plenty of time for the defuse, but holy cow, that round was a mess.
So, I'll give Juju's the credit that I don't think he saw the aftershock. I think he stepped back into it. Still, man, you gotta hear it.
Yeah, it's pretty loud.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that?
Let me just move backwards without looking. Real quick. Oh my god. 8-4. Well, I don't know how only one word got that 4th round.
Well, yeah. Let's just say, you know, it's a silver lining. It's something for them to go off. A pistol win going into their attacking side could at least give them something.
Watch them falter.
The problem they had was afterplants. In afterplant positions, they really weren't very good whatsoever when we saw them play in the last map, so I'll be interested to see if they can get anything done in this case.
Well, I said coming into this overtime, we're my favorite team to take this, and it's looking like that might be the case. 8-4. They've still got a couple rounds to build up to get there, and it starts with this pistol, and you can see that they've gotten an aggressive stance on Jet straight down towards the bottom of middle. Over on A, excuse me, a very passive hold, but that camera very nicely positioned, so they can have a Cypher ready to rotate to B quickly, but constantly checking that cam, making sure nobody crosses over. As the C side is under threat, there are 3 players here. Cypher on his way, now going to be rotating quickly, and a flank from Jet. They delay with the flashes. They're running out of time, though. These players now up close, spotted through the boxes. The right clicks of the Classic coming through for damage, but not for kills. Smoked out here by his teammate Smoke. Juju's, that's about to fade. There should only be a second left, and there it is. 1, 2, but that's all he's gonna get. Now, Lava's gotta do it all, and that could have been it. You know, the other player was so low, but Tin's able to get it done with the Classic in hand, building up to 5 rounds, and making this one that little bit closer.
Yeah, I do sort of wonder if maybe there was a little bit of miscommunication there, because if you look at Juju's position, and then you look at where Lava was, I feel like he could have done so much more. Like, at that moment, every single player on the attacking side looks straight towards Juju because he's just managed to kill off 2 of the teammates, and it takes you another, like, 3 or 4 seconds before you actually peek in again. Like, if there's another player there, I think they actually managed to win that clutch, which would have pretty much ended this match. Instead, now a real chance for at least a slight comeback in the start of this one. Only one word, obviously, with a huge advantage in this round. There's not going to be much of an investment at all for overtime, as they will be waiting to get the rifles into the next round. They have that extra little bit of loss bonus. Of course, but now you can see that the information's already there. That's a couple of players that they've spotted only using classics. Unless somehow they've managed to invest all of their money into one operator on some player, which, by the way, is impossible. There really isn't going to be much for them to face off against, or maybe there is. Zeus is still going to be able to get a kill. The paranoia is pretty decent as well. Will slow them right down. The flank is very far away. Scary has now found one as well with a frenzy, but thankfully, 𝗔𝗢𝗖 is available to basically put this round to bed. Even still, though, this doesn't even look like that much of a bonus round. If you look at the weaponry that's currently on the board for the offense, okay, sure, you got a Spectre or 2, but I at least spotted a few rifles in there.
Wow, this is where I need overtime to step it up, to get it done. You know, it's all well and good coming into these kind of positions with a lead of 4 rounds, but that can slip away so quickly. It's something that we've talked about for decades. You know, teams and closing out games. A lot of teams, especially amateur teams, will get in their own head about, oh, we're ahead by this much, easy, it's already ours. Happened to me at Atlanta versus the best team in the country. We were 15-11 up, Dust 2.
The best team in the country. Can we just like point out that you're from Ireland, and that means absolutely nothing?
3 professionals, full-time players on that lineup. So, you know,
out of how many? Out of 5?
Out of 5.
So that means that they had 2 players on their team that weren't professionals.
Yeah, I mean it's Irish Lions, of course, but it was the most heartbreaking thing ever. It was just a kid. We were so hyped, you know. It was the team that wins every LAN. We were like, oh, we've got this. 15-11, easy. I was late to long. We lost that round, and then it just spiraled out of control because we stopped taking it seriously. And it happens to so many teams that we see, even at a professional level. Man, it's sad. It really is, to throw away games, and this is where we need overtime to continue on building and not allow back on into the game. There's only one word. Well, they're at a man disadvantage. They're trying to gain something. Their attacking side has been weak in the past, but getting to bomb sites, as you said, Tom, was never really the issue. It was the post plans. They're moving in towards the A side at this point, as Sova, tucked in up close on short, is the only defense that they currently have. But only one word. Well, they changed focus. They're going to just rush down the B site. This is a dangerous last-second call. Let's see if it works out for them.
Oh dear, oh dear. Already, we're going to see a spam shot come through the smoke, do a decent amount of damage. Scary's very low on HP, so making a play through this might not be the right call at this moment in time, especially with the flank battle currently coming in. Now, that's going to be going on in towards the window. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 actually wins that fight. The peak comes in as well, and things are all falling apart. It's only one word. And in this case, it might be comeback, as 8-7 is now the scoreline. Again, the finances of Overtime Esports are going to be vulnerable. And while, realistically, they can't invest much into this at all.
Did you hear that, Tom? It's the sound of their hearts breaking. Over in the overtime side this week, as you said, not a lot to invest. It's definitely going to cost them in the long run, in the short run, and all runs. I don't go on runs, Tom. I can't run physically. It's a condition. I have to say, for only one word. Oh, the Sheriff up close, 63 HP. Yeah, you is still able to tank a shot to the body. 55 damage will be done by that. He's being a little bit cautious, just in case. He doesn't want to get tickled to death. Of course, there are worse ways to go.
Still very cagey. I think at this point, only one word have realized that could be pretty much out of the tournament already. That is a fantastic paranoia, but attention, even better. Now, he's a man that if he comes alive on this attacking side, I definitely think that things could get scary. Aggressive push from him, though, and that could actually be a weapon. Zeus coming in from behind with the Bucky, though. He's managed to get two. Things have started to fall apart for the guys at 𝗏. And while we're going to see some extra weaponry retrieved as well for overtime, they've got themselves a very good chance in this afterplant position. As mentioned, that's the one thing that only one word had real problems with in the last. However, that aftershock will buy them a little bit of time. That's the plan, at least. Try and delay as long as possible. Don't allow them onto the site, but it's looking like the beginning of the end. It's left all onto 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and they're going to take it home. Some Bucky magic and some crazy shots off the pistols, and that's a 9th round on the board for overtime.
Well, a step in the right direction. Overtime building themselves up. They've got their economy in check for now, but you take a look over towards only one word, they've got all their ultimates online. 5 to play with. That is a lot of damage that they can pull out. Now, when I see a Phantom, okay, there we go. I was waiting to see what the others were buying. I presume Hive's even going to get dropped over. A Bulldog, at least?
Cover going out.
Now he goes for a Spectre, okay. When I see a Phantom in the hands of a Reyna anyways, I expect that we're going to see that ultimate popped. And the spray, so easy to control. So many bullets coming on out of it. That was a nice shock dart. That, unfortunately, they were able to dodge it. There's only one word, creep up. They're going to be spotted by that drone. Now there's information to play with. Shock dart just carelessly thrown on through as Zeus is going to fall back. That's really good. So he destroyed... Oh, no. He destroyed the drone, so they don't know about his teammate took to close. That's potential then for a big play, but he gets spotted out and Pinocchio's is deleted. A 2 versus 3 and a retake for overtime. This is where only one word have struggled in the past.
Spike planted.
See if they're able to do it.
The Empress popped and a lot of utility thrown into this round. Scary is going to at least spot one of his opponents, but the fact is, getting out of this window, getting past that Empress is going to be difficult, although it's possible. Yeah, it's faded. It's gone. They ran out of time on it. That's the one thing with that ultimate that becomes a real issue. Attention goes down, but it doesn't matter, as it will be an 8th round. They bounce back. The one thing I will say, though, that's 3 ultimates thrown into 1 round. So we see the Rolling Thunder, the Empress, and the Hunter's Fury. All 3 of them utilized here. Does leave them with a couple, but if you look on the other side, you pretty much have the full belt. It's only Juju that's a little bit further behind. The problem is, they have a different problem, and that is money.
Well, it must be funny in a rich man's world. You know that one, Tom?
Yes, I do. Surprisingly.
Good lad. It was one of my favorites as a kid.
Yeah, you had an interesting music collection, that's for sure. Entries, though, in this one, from only one word, almost perfect. Running through and find themselves the easy picks. This time, it doesn't look like they're going to fall victim to what was a pretty much rifleless buy. I think they had just the one, which is going to be making its way through. No chance for Juju. Too busy trying to clear the box. Doesn't expect the tensions peak. And it is almost definitely going to be 9-9. Pinocchio's will at least be able to fuck. What? He just got 2 with 1 bullet, Mitch. That's not allowed. You can't do that. They're going to go pushing in towards the site. And now only 2 players remaining. Somehow this has come back to a possible position. The shock darts expended. Getting on towards it's going to be nigh on impossible. But then comes the Hunter's Fury to kill off another. It's down to just 1 man left. And the P comes out. Darkest gets the kill. And he will win them the round. But Jesus Christ, that almost fell apart.
That was close. About as close as it gets, Tom, but in the end, only one word. Well, they grabbed that. I've never seen that before. A double kill with 1 shot of a bookie. Sometimes the universe just has a plan for you. Everything lined up. 9-9. Only 1 word. They're doing better on the attack than I thought they would. And I have to say, when I look at overtime, this is their chance. If they lose this round, they're onto an eco, and we're looking at 11 rounds for their opponents. That is scary. I like the smoke on top of C long. This is going to completely block out the operator from play. And only one word are approaching this one quite slowly. Overtime, I guess in the same boat. It looked for a second like we were going to see a long aggression, but it's actually quite a passive play. The drone swinging on up, spotting that nobody's outside of it, but only one word. Well, they group up. I don't think they needed to shoot that drone. I think they could have even just waited and allowed it to disable itself, and then they could have pushed up together with the defenders having no idea that they were there. It seems a little bit odd that they swung wide to shoot it when they would have heard it on its way up. Opportunity lost.
Well, not the greatest of starts either, as it is going to be attention again. As said, on this attacking side, he was an absolute menace and was rifling the majority of the time anyway, so he's not really being hindered by the fact that his jet has gone amiss. Well, this round already looks like it's in turmoil. I will wait bated breath a little bit, just because they almost just lost a 2v4 versus a Bucky. So I'm gonna wait a moment and see if somehow overtime managed to get back into this round.
Well, I don't know. I don't think they will. And especially with the money that they had and an operator in play on Juju's, they want to just get out of there and save. And you get 1K for saving. Of course, you got to remember, and attention, well, he's out here hunting. Probably serves him best to not hunt until the spike has exploded so that they get their 1K and lose their weapon. He's on his way around. This timing could be absolutely godlike for him. If he gets this kill to Omen, that will devastate the defenders. And he's got it. Scary shutdown. No money, no weapon. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Financially now, it is a bit of an awkward spot. Zeus is going to pick up a Bucky. I honestly think that he has more kills with a Bucky than any other gun so far this map. He got a double kill earlier. There was the round where he flanked and managed to get kills from behind. So I think he's got at least 4 Bucky kills. And I don't think he's had 4 kills with a rifle.
That's a good point. You may well be right, Tom.
He needs to get the Odin in again. I was banging it with the Odin earlier, but it doesn't seem to be picking it up.
Now you're starting to speak my language. Now we're talking.
Gaelic?
Sha? Tommy 𝗔𝗢𝗖 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍𝗔. Oh, it's taught attention. 𝗔𝗢𝗖𝗠 on double doors.
You could just be making this up, and no one would ever know.
Kupla Duris. That would be it, I suppose.
There's like 6 people in the world who would be able to tell if you were just making it up.
Oh, that was an opportunity. That was a chance. And it's gone. It has disappeared. 10-9, only one word. A team that struggled in the past. We didn't expect much on their attacking side, and yet it seems like they've woken up. On us with the comebacks in this tournament so far. Group A. Well, they have not been a fan of one-sided games. One-sided halves. Oh, yes, they'll eat them up, but seems like everybody falls asleep after a
30
good
seconds
first...
left.
Excuse me, good first half.
Hey! Well, pass. They have. How does that manage to happen? There's players within this site. It can't happen again. That's another Bucky kill that's come up. 𝗧use just being able to make this gun work. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 picked up an operator, and now there's only 10 seconds left for him to try and get this in. Already going to be blasting out with the Blade Storm in hand. Looking to try and win the round, and he may have even done it just off time, but it's not going to be enough. A few seconds left for Tin to get the kill, and even some victory crouches thrown in there. 11-9. This game is ridiculous.
That was unbelievable, Tommy. Down to the wire. All he had to do was survive, but in the end, it goes over towards only one word. Again, a team that found a grand total of 4 rounds in the first half, the last of which was gifted to them on a golden platter. They never should have had a chance. And here we are. The lead in their favor. They've got 2 rounds ahead of their opponents, and they are not slowing down. Overtime esports. They're feeling the pressure. They must be at this point. And I mean, what do you do? The defense spread out into defaults yet again. They are mixing it up somewhat with Jett playing A long this time. It's more conventional. We've seen Sova there in the past. But they're still committing. Despite the info they've got, they still have 2 players towards the A side. You either push or you rotate to B now. But the drone's heard. They've realized it's coming. Both players spotted towards the A side. I doubt only one word push this at this point. You could do with a smoke going down on A long, just to block out vision. I don't quite understand what the hell Tin was thinking. Why did he just push top mid? You know there's 2A, but even if they've rotated off B, the guys from C are going to be coming in. That was odd. Oh my god, this is ridiculous.
Okay. That was some nice shots from Lava, but at the same time, the trades still come back thick and fast, and we know what attention could do in clutches, but he's going to be caught out. His teammate almost just left him for dead. And 𝗧use, well, I think my stat of more Bucky kills than anything else might have just gone amiss, because he's going to get a multi-frag with the rifle in this round. And having a real comeback, he had an awful start to this game. I know he was at least 0-5, but it wasn't a good first half from him at all, but having a real resurgence on the defensive side. Obviously, we've had a few players fall off in response, but 11-10, it's not over just yet. If you look at the fragging department, it's almost dead even across the 2 teams. I know Mitch is a mathematician, so he's quickly going to add up all of the frags of both teams for us, and he'll get back to you.
42.
Is that the meaning of life?
Sure.
Have you seen Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Because if not, that joke doesn't make any sense.
I just sat here going, what the hell is he? What's wrong with Tom today? We're looking at a spot where I don't know what to expect round on round. There seems to be no consistency to what you can expect from a team. Only one word. Previously, the defense was where they thrived a little bit better. Now it's where they can't get a damn thing done. But their attacking side has improved tenfold. They have the lead, losing the previous overtime, 1 behind, looking to rotate in towards the C site. This read is very much incorrect. It couldn't be worse. But they're leaving Jett in position. So it's still going to be a 2-man hold. That early information that they lost could cost them the round. He's going to come out of this spot. Eventually, he's going to take that sidestep. The question is, do only one word move first? Here we go. Oh, the flash. Why would you flash there? He's gotten away with a kill, but they were about to come through that doorway, so that was a reckless time to put your weapon away. Still, it works out. Oh, and 𝗔𝗢𝗖 and 𝗧use able to pick up kills. Down below now. Spike is dropped. Why was the spike there, Tom? Why did they bring it all the way over when they had control of long and short? I don't know. They're blocking each other.
He's got it.
He's going to get it just about, but he's being targeted. We don't know that he's planting in that position. And so they've gotten away with it at 2 versus 1, though. Now to be one out of Sova, sat down below. They don't know where he is. The information is not to play with just yet. He could have crossed, but as he comes out to try and get away, he's caught by Zeus. What a ridiculous round. And what a ridiculous play by only one word. Why was the spike brought under heaven when they had control of long and short? I will never understand that.
Yeah, there seemed to be a lot of like panic decisions in that round, like the attempt to flash as a Lear came through. Don't know how he gets away with the kill, but yeah, there are a lot of scenarios like the spike being taken under. Almost seems like the player didn't know he even had the spike, and it just ended up completely falling apart for them. 11-11. Bear in mind, overtime esports, they win this one. They are almost guaranteed a spot through. It would depend on what would happen in the other match. There's still potential of 3 teams going 2-1. Unlikely as it is, but you never know. And of course, if only one word lose this, more importantly, they're 0-2, and likelihood is they're going to be out. So it's a pretty crucial time in what is a very close map. A map, as mentioned, one that only one word haven't looked particularly good on in the past. Overtime. Well, they might have just brought this back at the perfect moment. 3 men waiting outside of the garage. In fact, a 4th even lurking around that angle. A position we haven't seen pressured too much, mainly because of the choke point. And with a paranoia in hand, it could work out perfectly. The peek comes back through. Does he know the second player's there? Though he doesn't. And Ting gets an easy trade. This paves a path towards this C site. However, they're not actually going to capitalize off it. The spike has gone back in the other direction.
It's legging it. Running for the hills, or for the A site more specifically. Pinocchios is in position. He's waiting to see what he can get done. A flash still in hand. Pops it out. They're all blind, but he can't get a kill. Doesn't get anything done despite damage. And now the plant in the 3v3 retake. This is a hard one to call. It's 11-11. Going for this could cripple your economy for the next round. It could definitely cost you the likes of your operator. But conceding it means you're fighting for an overtime at best. The push forward, nobody here to support the player underneath. That's an easy 2v1 fight that they win. Now spotting them out with the ultimate. There you go. And they realize Hunter's Fury's in play. You have to tap that as soon as possible. Bait it out into the open. He's going to delay it, but eventually he's going to just pop it away. Now it's going to be tapped completely. There's the shot, and down goes one. It's all onto you. He's spraying. He's not finding the diffuser with a knife out. Oh, a pistol would have been enough. But Juju's takes him down. 12-11 on the board, and overtime esports. They're looking to bring it all the way. My God, Tom, my heart can't take any more of this.
Yeah, the frustrating thing is as well, is I don't really feel like only one word did too much wrong. In that after plant position, they had the Hunter's Fury set up. They had a player on short just in case that didn't work. And it just seemed like the stars aligned. Like, one tag of that Hunter's Fury would have killed off the player on site, and then it was done. Also, a missed shot from Juju could have been everything, but instead he lands the perfect shot, and then they just can't find the players through the smoke. So it's going to be 12 in their favor now. Overtime just one away from sending only one word into a position of almost no return. They would need every other team to go 1-2, and then somebody to basically win flawlessly. Well, I guess it would have to be overtime. They'd need overtime to go flawlessly, and they'd need the other game to go in their favor. Basically, they'd have no control over their own fate, except for this round. If they can win this one, take it to overtime, maybe they have a chance. Zeus, he's left. Close-sighted, but he's going to still get the kill. As I said, he's had a fantastic resurgence. Another who's been great has been Lava, but he might not even be needed. Scary's going to put a second man into the grave and leave just 3 left. Now, they know that Lava likes to play around this spot. Darkest might have just stepped up huge. A couple of tasty Vandal taps. There's not much they can do about it. The peeking from Juju's risky, and it just leads to a trade. It's one man left to try and save them, and guess who it is, Mitch? It's attention once again, and all eyes are on him, but he can't quite get away with it. He tries to steal some health, and in fact, his opponents have stolen the victory. A 13-11 in favor of overtime esports. They have scraped themselves a win.
Just about getting it done, Tom. I have to say, I'm impressed that they get it in the end. That finish line was looking to be a little bit far away at a certain point. But it just builds on the fact that we were saying, you know, coming into this group, it was up in the air, right? Group A, there's no team that should walk away winning every single game. There's no one we say, oh, they will top the group 100%. Whereas when you look at Group B, AHQ should be. Group C, Myth Attitude. Group D, Attack All Round. Group A is the one that you don't really know how it's going to go down. So I'm happy. We're seeing 13-10, 13-11, 13-11. That is a pretty damn fun set of games. So we're not getting anything one-sided. Now, I have to wonder, though, at this point, you know, overtime, they're sitting pretty towards the top of the scoreboard. Is this the end of only one word? Are they gone at this stage? I mean, they're 0 for 2. So if my math is correct, they'll have to beat Super Domineering, and Super Domineering will have to beat TMT. It looks very unlikely.
Yeah, basically this next map decides the group. Like, that's it. That's it done. Like, we will have 2 teams 2-0, the other 2 teams 0-2. So if we know who's going through, at least. Obviously, it doesn't decide who goes through top, who goes through with the second seed, and yada yada. But and who doesn't get a single win all the way through, which you never want to be that team. Again, though, Scary has been someone we've highlighted from the previous match, who was very impressive on the Omen, even if it wasn't his choice to play Omen. And yeah, he's done it again. Sat at the top of the board. Juju, impactful. Lava, I think, was impressive towards the end of the game. Attention still did pretty well, even though he was forced to play an agent that he didn't necessarily want to. And interestingly, the highest man is actually the man who forced him to play that agent by going to the toilet during the pick phase. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. Mistakes were definitely made, and I'm sure there's going to be frustrations in the camp of only one word. But really, all they have to do now is focus on their final match and probably just chill, sit around and watch the next one to see if they actually have a chance of getting through anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? There is unfortunately no prize for participation. You have to be taking the crown, or at least taking the top 4 spots, not in the group, because that would be pretty easy, but in the overall tournament of 16 teams. That means making it to playoffs and then to semifinals, top 4. So that's going to be pretty tough for these guys. They have to rely on some of the other teams, as we said. And for a name that we recognize so much, only one word, it is strange to see them in this position. But it only speaks to in the favor of Overtime Esports and how solid they've been. Here you go. The MVP is the entry fragger. It is Scary. This guy played phenomenally now in 2 maps. And I have to say, I am thoroughly enjoying watching him because I don't think we got to see him before. At least it doesn't ring any bells for me.
No.
But I'm glad we're seeing him now.
Well, I think the other thing as well is there's always something so enjoyable about, like, a talented Omen. I think something I've been witnessing quite a bit, like when we saw Kriya in the past, like when he was on that Omen, it was fantastic. And then more recently, Sub-Rosa switching over to an Omen has been phenomenal. Like, I think one of the most impressive things about Sub-Rosa is his counter utility. So the way he uses his dark cover to actually counter certain utility. For example, anything that Killjoy puts down, if you put a dark cover over it, it's basically useless. And he was doing that quite regularly. Scary, on the other hand, a lot of the time he ends up being more of a clutch player. And I think he does that very well. So this game, it seems like he picked up the most entry frags as well, which, again, I don't necessarily put down to an Omen player. I think he's just performing very well. So I'm definitely interested to see how he does going forward into the tournament. Obviously, at this stage, the only way that they don't get out of the groups is based off, like, every other team managing to win 2 matches. So that would involve, obviously, only one word actually going 0-3, which that would be pretty impressive, to say the least. But we'll have to wait and see what happens there. And nonetheless, I'm looking forward to seeing how they'll do in the future matches. But more importantly, Mitch, I'm getting ready for what could be a match that sends 2 of our teams home.
Well, exactly, right? The next match up, Super Domineering versus TMT. If TMT win that, there is no hope for Only One Word or Super Domineering. They will both be going home. Unfortunately, we would have decided then Overtime versus TMT taking the top spot. It would essentially negate the final game of the day, the Super Domineering versus Only One Word, because those guys would obviously both be going out no matter what. There's no consolation prizes, but it all has to be played out, of course. There we are, though. The standings. 2-0 for Overtime Esports, confirming their spot not as the top of the group, but confirming their spot in the playoffs at least. TMT up next versus Only One Word versus Super Domineering, excuse me, will be the team that decide whether they'll be going through or whether they'll have to fight some more a little bit later on. It's exciting times, Tom. I mean, there is no easy road to the playoffs for these bottom two teams, but this next map, as we said, will decide it all. And if you're Only One Word and you're sat there as a team that came in as the most recognizable out of the bunch, the one that we had seen the most of within the Asian region out of these four teams, and you're going to be in a spot where you have to rely on a best of one in a tournament that so far has seen 13-10 and 13-11s, I would not feel too confident, Tom.
You know, I think it's the logo change. I think that's what it is. They used to have some nice, cute little like Fortnite unicorn things, and now they've gone for a crosshair that says "owl" afterwards. Like, it only brings pain. They need to go back to the happy-go-lucky piñatas that they had before. So maybe that will make the change. I'm not so sure, but realistically, right now, I think they could use something sweet in their life, because it seems like they're probably quite bitter after the last two matches.
Yeah, things are definitely feeling sour right now for Only One Word. But up next is TMT versus Super Domineering. One of these teams has a chance to go on through, and if TMT win the game, they will confirm their spot in the playoffs. So stay tuned. That will be coming up in just a couple of minutes. For now, though, we're going to throw things to a break.
One enemy remaining.
I know exactly where.
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
Welcome back, folks, to the AOC Masters Tournament. We are ready to roll with game number 4 of the day, the most important one so far. In this game, we will have TMT versus the beautiful Super Domineering, who haven't had the best of starts to this tournament. And if TMT win, that will be the group decided. Overtime and TMT moving through to the next stage. My name is Mitch, and with me to bring you this wonderful Asian Valorant action is, of course, the wonderful, the shiny TomBiz. Now, Tom, it's been fun. We have had nothing but close games. That's a disturbing image, Tom. You gotta stop that. I feel like I'm looking at the sun. I've been blinded. That's actually these lights. The way I look a lot.
You're shinier than me.
Yeah, half of that is my lights, which would be perfect by itself. But then the other is Tom's shiny head coming through my monitor. It's just illuminating the room. So yeah, listen, I think this is going to be another game that maybe this is going to be the one that's somewhat one-sided. I like TMT. I really liked their game in the previous. I did not like their Haven, but I'm presuming that was a little bit of a hiccup, that they don't like that map all too much. At least I'm hoping that's the case, because their defensive side wasn't fantastic there. We're ready to take a look at the games that are coming up and the ones that we've seen already, Tom. And, I mean, look, it's so damn close. You rarely ever get to see this in a group stage of a 16-team tournament.
Well, yeah, this sort of the interesting thing. So touching on what we saw previously from Super Domineering when they were in the last tournament we watched, every single match they lost, but it was always close, like a 13-11, a 13-9, and a 13-8. So they always made it competitive in every single one. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same once again. It's just sort of getting over the line that always seems to be the issue for them. And I think in terms of firepower, they're not necessarily matching up to some of the other teams that we've seen, especially with how good the start was they had earlier. Like, they had a 9-3 lead before eventually things seemed to slip away from them. So hopefully they'll be able to show a little bit better from TMT and maybe make this group a little bit more interesting, because that's obviously the problem. If they lose this game, we're just playing for who's going to finish top in the group. And for TMT, they're a relative unknown. They've come into this tournament without us really knowing too much about them whatsoever. And realistically, we kind of want to see more. So if anything, if they do win this one, obviously we get to have them play that sort of like top of the group match to see who goes through with the #1 seed. And then we get to see them come back for the playoffs all the way in December. So they'll get some time to practice, maybe watch back some of their demos. They've still definitely got a few things to improve on, but it'd be a very, very good start to a team that hasn't made it to this sort of tournament before.
You know what, Tom? It's kind of interesting to me as well, though, because I have to say, when I take a look at these guys, TMT, as you said, were an unknown category, right? Coming into this, we didn't really know what to expect. The one thing I will say that I'm 100% certain about them now is that PBD is not human. He's actually an android. Because the only way he has reactions as quick as he does is that he's connected his brain to the PC via a USB 3.0 port, not even a normal USB port. Matter of fact, he might have invented USB 4.0, and he's hooked up into it. Because it's been unbelievable watching that guy play when it came down to operator gameplay. And speaking of which, Jet operator gameplay, let's talk about Ascent. And this is where I expect to see none other than the Odin taking place from pretty much every team when it comes down to this map. And I'm smiling cheek to cheek just thinking about that, especially knowing my boy Carl is on the server. Now, he's going to be playing over towards that B side, and I expect a lot of wall bangs to come through from Carl, as well as double shock dart lineups. I'm excited.
There's a small part of me that really has this sort of like just sick mentality of wanting them to play completely different to anybody ever played Ascent and just have him on the A site for no reason at all, just to cause you pain. But chances are you are going to be correct. Like, you never know. We do see teams switch things up quite rapidly when it comes to different maps, but I don't think we've seen too many like spicy picks. I guess the Rays coming in on Haven was a little bit of a different one, but other than that, I know it looks fairly standard. I guess again, like the Rays a little bit different to what we see some teams run on this map, but other than that, like as said, you've got your Omens, you've got your Jets, you've got your Sovas. Like Killjoy versus Cypher is going to be something we talk about until the end of time. That's just like, it comes down to preference. I do always think that I would personally rather see a Breach, especially with how we've seen a lot of these players play defensively with the Breach so far, which I've been fairly impressed by. So I don't know. Josh, it seems like he is just a Rays main by the looks of things. I think if we've seen him play now on Ascent, of course, and on Haven, I would be very surprised if we don't see him play it if they go to a bind or a split.
I like the pick of Arrays as well. I think it's something that we've typically seen from the likes of Artis, who's just made this a really good combination to have alongside a Sova towards the B site. Now, I want to just quickly see where these agents
Isn't
go
Artis the Sova, though, on this map?
No. Unless they changed that recently.
I thought he's always been their Sova.
I'm looking it up real quick.
He's got 61 games of Sova. I think you've just made something up, Mitch.
2 seconds.
unless they switched it, because he's always played Sova.
I'm making it up in my head, apparently. This is what the hell? Oh, it's
he
split.
plays Rays
It's
on Split. But
right.
you confused me earlier because
it.
you said it when we were playing Haven. I was like, I don't think that's true. And then we got to Ascent. I was like, okay, now I know. I'm not crazy.
I'm mixing it up. It's half the maps, right? So it would be Split. There's another one as well.
It's only Split.
And they've started on Bind, no?
No.
Oh, no, Mixwell took it there. That was it. Oh yeah, that was when he mixed it up. Yeah. So, anyways. Point being, we've seen Rays played, maybe not by artists, but by some teams when it comes down to this map. And I think the combination of a Sova and Rays play over towards the B side can be really powerful at times. I do like the 3-man stack towards B early on. Omen there, just to allow that paranoia to come in if they've got the space to do so. But it doesn't look like they've got that room. because there's nobody here. Super Domineering have played a very, very slow side. They make a little bit of a land grab in the early game, and then they group up for a B push, hoping at this stage the players have rotated, but that is not the case. In fact, it's the opposite. And that door being closed, that tells me there's one guy on B, that they've rotated and he's closing mid because they've conceded control. But in fact, there's 4 here. This is going to be tough for Carl, but he was not ready.
Oh, Josh has managed to find a trade, but thus far it has not gone well, and eventually there's going to be Bia hoping to close out this round. It doesn't look like there's going to be much of a response, although 𝗠𝑆me has had his moments in the matches we saw earlier. This would have to be one of the best ones.
Well, 𝗠𝑆me's not finding anything really except a couple bullets dipping on into his skin. Time to run away from this one. But of course, you'd only get 1K. And that's where the new game kind of comes in. He swings around. That was a collat. 1 player left. Oh my, that came so close. Repositioning. And it paid off. Jeez. That was a collat, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, they're definitely a collat. That's unfortunate. I guess he didn't expect anybody to be on the close box with both players standing behind the other box, so it would have been it was a bit of a weird setup, but I guess they didn't really expect anybody to push them in a 1v3 situation. This round, unfortunately, is not going to be massive amounts invested, but Super Domineering, they've got off to a strong start here, and we sort of have to look at this and go, okay, sure, they didn't do well at the last tournament, but they've still come straight back through unqualified for the next one, so I don't think we can just sit here and count them out. Clearly, work has been put in, and this is going to be a very fast take, especially considering they're the ones with the weaponry. To go this quickly in is probably going to be a surprise, but also a risk. 2 quick kills coming up for the defensive side off the back of some small investment into pistols. 𝑦ohan, in fact, has even found himself a stinger and made it a 2 versus 4 situation. A pistol win might be short-lived now, but there is going to be a trade. In fact, 2 coming back for float, giving them at least an opportunity here. I don't know if they'll expect anybody to be in that close corner, however. After clearing out the site, I think it'll be a bit of a surprise to them that somebody's still just going to be sat up here waiting. The door's been closed, and this is all going to come down to timing, and I don't think he was spotted. Float hasn't seen anything. His teammate's going to be pressured on the site. He's not covering him off, and now it's left onto Float to try and clutch this out. 2 kills already for him in this round. Looking for a little bit more. The 3rd comes up, and the last player's so low. 1 HP, however. And 𝗠𝗀 is going to steal it. A ridiculously close round once again, but this time it's TMT to take the victory.
Just about in the end, clutching that one out. TMT, well, they got away with murder on that one. 𝗠𝗀, 10 HP in the end. It was a 10 HP versus 1 HP fight. That's never something you want to be engaged in. I gotta say, so I realized as well, Tom, I was mixing up the 𝗔𝗢𝗖 combination on B with 𝗏𝗏, and I had no one else in my head. It was just like, 𝗏𝗏, he's the Raze. He's Raze on Split. And that's something Banks
he's a banging Raze on Split, to be fair.
Banks has poisoned my brain with 𝗏𝗏 and Raze. There's even a game where 𝗏𝗏 had clearly picked Sova, and Banks went, oh, and 𝗏𝗏 is on the Raze. I was like, no. He was so excited. He just really wanted to see it so much.
To be fair, in my eyes at least, I would say 𝗔𝗢𝗖 is probably the best Raze in the world. Like, I think, obviously there's arguments for him even being the best player, but
yeah,
at a minimum, I would say he's the best Raze.
You know what? It's something to do with Zed. 𝗏𝗏, 𝗔𝗢𝗖, like, it's... I'm changing my name. 𝗔𝗔man. There we go. I'm announcing my pro career. I figured out what was holding me back all these years.
Or you could be one of those people that instead of like XX at the beginning of your name, it can be like Big Z, Little Z, Mitchman, ZZ.
But
then it just sounds like you're sleeping, which is, it's more like your gameplay, to be fair.
That's because I put people to sleep, just like PBD does. Oh my! And these guys, well, they're never waking up. It's eternal in their books. You know, considering the spot they're at now, 1-1. Winning out this round for TMT, losing the pistol and getting a 2-1 lead is massive. If they can get it done. Remind me, PPBDJ.
Let's just go PP.
Yeah.
Let's go P.
Well, Tom, cheering for PP. It's a regular Saturday evening, and we're looking towards this 4 versus 1 crossfire. Smoke down. There's 2 players. There's nothing you can do. So as he walks through, there's a player either side. They're 2 overrun short. He's dead. 100% of the time there. Actually, 99%. The other 1% he has a spin bot.
Here.
Well, he doesn't.
Well,
And it
that's
is gonna be-
activated it. Let's not...
Could you just imagine that? Like, not even just like to the level of using some like secret one, just like gets to like a lab finals. To be fair, that would be the best way if you just wanted to retire. Just go into like a match and just be like, yeah, I was cheating the whole time, just on a spin button. I'd rate it. You'd be infamous, and that's the thing, you'd be remembered forever.
It's true.
Think about Forsaken. He never even got to a top LAN, and is still remembered better than some professionals.
I mean, you're not wrong, Tom. You're not wrong. I don't think it's the kind of memory most people want, but you're not wrong.
I don't know,
That'd be
there's
great,
something great about infamy, but maybe I'm just a little bit sadistic.
Remember the 5th of December when Mixwell spin botted in for a strike. That's going to be the new...
Mixwell as well, why would it be him?
Just to permanently cement himself.
It's actually just Fearoth gets sick of being called Irish, so he just decides like enough is enough. Odin Spinbot.
He's going to say, I am Irish and this is what we do, and he's spin bots.
Right here.
Anyways, enough about spin botting.
30
Let's
seconds
talk about the actual gameplay we're seeing. At Super Domineering, well, they're looking for mid control. It's been given up completely. But with the wall still to break, there's going to be instant rotates coming through. There's only one player in position to stop them. He's tucked in the corner. He's stunned, and they're going to get the site. They're going to get the plants. There's nothing that 𝗠𝘕 can really do about this. And look at this sneaky play
10
in the
seconds
corner.
left.
Smoke is down. PBD on his way, but he didn't clear it, and that ultimately
Spike
cost him his
planted.
life. Now they know that they've got multiple angles to deal with. They've dealt with Amenhola, so it's just the site that they now look towards. But there's 4 players there, and time ain't exactly on their side. The ultimates aren't either. This is a hard one to make happen. The spams through the wall. Although they're on a player, there's a second wall protecting him. And a sneaky little play into the... Oh, hold on! There's a couple spots. 𝗠𝘕
One enemy
we get a
remaining.
little bit done, but unfortunately, they all fall right after. And I also believe he just sprayed at his teammate, which is it's great.
Yeah, luckily in this game that doesn't really cost you too much, but well, other than just wasting your own time. Either way, it is going to be a second on the board. I don't necessarily mind the late take, but there was a lot of risks thrown in there from Super Domineering. They went in for that mid take with 25 seconds left, and that's before they've broken the shutters as well. So if there's a player at the back of the site, damn, if there could have been 2 at the back of the site, that's actually quite a common setup to have 2 players all the way back in the boathouse into the late round. So realistically, it's a risk that pays off for them. I don't know if that will be something that will be too successful going into the future. And now things are going to change as a dynamic completely, because one thing we noted, especially when it came down to retakes, weirdly, was that we needed PBD to have his trusty operator in hand, and this is the first time we're going to see it. Oh, he didn't check.
The flash out, the peak right after, nobody spotted, but B makes a little bit of noise, and the reason for that being the rotate is on its way towards the B site. And so B, the player, wanted to keep them in position. Oh, he's being spotted. This is terrible for Float. He's trying to run away, but 𝗠𝘕 catches him, easily destroys
the ult
that
there.
ultimate. And that is just heartbreaking, man. The timing on that, as he pushed through, it was the second that he pushed. 𝗠𝘕 caught the killjoy going back in the corner. Oh, man. They've still lost the site, though. The plant is down, and Super Domineering just have to hold on. Being spotted, but... Oh, well. I was going to say surviving, but he didn't quite duck down in time. The angle was still found, and a 2v4... It's going to be difficult. Like, they don't know where Mao is, but look, there's only one place it can really be, having not been spotted by that. Recon and... Yeah, 11 HP. Good luck. And farewell.
That was really well played from 𝗠𝘕 in both scenarios. So not only he gets the timing, okay, that's a little bit of luck. He then removes the lockdown, which would have caused them problems with an early retake. But not only that, he puts out his cam and shoots a dart, I think, through the smoke, which then catches a player he then headshots through the wall. So he got not only a multi-frag in the opener, but also in the retake as well. So superb round from him, great B defense, and I assume that's what he was hoping a little bit more of the last time he attempted to defend it. Now Mitch's face lights up with glee as he witnesses his favorite gun enter the server for the first time. But to be honest, in a round like this, there's really not much there at all for the offense other than a few ultimates.
Well, you know what, Tom? I've been playing a lot of the new Assassin's Creed game, and all I'll say is the Odin is now with us. And that makes me very, very happy. Josh, able to get that one tap. And Tom, although you assumed, I'd be overjoyed with the Odin in play, he's not really going to get to do much. That's the sad thing about it. He's on the other side of the map as we see Super Domineering move in towards the A site. Now look at this. The turret was just in play. As 𝗠𝘀𝘁 exits range, she pulls the turret back and already has it ready to go. That's the updated 𝗠𝘀𝘁, which of course changes the redeploy times of the turret as well as the, alarm bot, allowing you to reposition it very easily on rotates. That is unfortunate. He's gotten a collateral. 2 players down. Goes out for a third.
Oh, I thought he got another one for a second. I thought he got another collab, but
no, just the 3. But even
I
still,
saw
Tom,
the double come up again.
It's respectable. PVD's a beast. This guy's so good with an op. The timing as well was so terrible. And I can respect the position that Carl's in, so it's very easy. Happens to me all the time in matchmaking, to laugh at a Sova with 1 kill on the board, right? You're like, you're noob, you're not doing anything. He's spamming, which often just gives damage, but also then he's playing the info game for his teammate who's in trouble. Get out of there. Oh, I don't like going around that corner when you've got an op, even if you're a jet. Oh, this is dangerous. Look at this. Drop down with the judge. What is that by B? He doesn't get the kill, but he got the damage, so Mao could finish him with 1 hit of the Hunter's Fury. That's insane! He just updrafted over the wall, dashed through, and dropped on that guy with the judge. Oh, man, now he's upgraded to the best weapon in the game. That is a nice start to the round.
The spike.
Oh, there's a gap. There's a gap.
Oh, is he going to make the cross? Really? I'm so surprised they managed to get away with that. They had the spike still in towards B main, and the rest of the team had already taken the B site, so definitely a mistake. I'm not sure what that attempt was from PP. That's one of the boldest players I've ever seen, but luckily his teammates found a couple of kills straight back. It may not matter. Maybe he was the sacrificial lamb to make them stronger, but somehow in this 2v2, it's looking more than viable. The last man standing, Odin in hand, looking for the clutch as the peak looks to come back through, and he's going to win it out as well. The Odin trades hands for a moment, and that's enough for 𝗑𝒏𝒄 to close the round. 4-3. Another one up for Super Domineering. Definitely not clean, and while it was a 4v2 that they had to win to get it over the line. But the defense, money, actually not an issue at all. So they're still going to be purchasing into this one and even have an ult or 2 ready.
Odin is with us. Sorry, did Super Domineering get rid of their... Did they get rid of their Odin?
Yeah. You're so disappointed.
Why would you do that?
Did you not watch him drop it at the end of the round? He dropped it and picked up a normal rifle.
I didn't catch that. I think my brain just blocked that. I don't believe that that's possible, that a player does that.
I think he also sprayed like an Ireland flag onto the floor and then started tactical crouching on it, but I don't know, maybe I just made that bit up.
I think that was just in your head, Tom. I think that was just in your head. But yeah, there's a little bit of a technical issue with the players, so they will be taking a small pause and then we'll be back on into the game. But I have to say, I am firmly against the attackers at this point. You do not get rid of an Odin. I don't care about whether you're talking about attack side, defense side, doesn't matter. It's the best gun in the game.
But you don't even buy it on attack side.
Yes, I do. What are you talking about, Tom? What is this?
I don't think I've ever seen you buy on the attack.
I always buy it. The problem is we're usually down like 11-2 11-1 when we swap over. So we don't actually have the money to buy an Odin before we lose the game. That's the problem, Tom.
Sure.
Yesterday
let's
was
go with that.
terrible. What did we lose? 5 games? 4 games in a row? God,
Yeah, I
it's
think
so
even in
fun.
the last one, I think I got 27 kills and we still lost.
You did as Phoenix, which hurt my soul, but
Yeah.
it's fine. Fine the pug, it's acceptable. But Tom, look, so far what we've seen has been again another flip-flop game. I think that between these 4 teams, we made a very good call saying that this was the hardest group to call by far.
Yeah.
In fact, we didn't even attempt to call it because all of these teams seem to have a chance to make it through. And in fact, if I was to say the 2 that I would presume, it would have been only one word and super domineering. And those are the 2 that it's looking like will be sent home. So it's, in a way, it just speaks massively towards speaks a really good towards how good this region is. How many teams you can mix around some players and be able to still field a team that can deliver damage against a team that's been around for a while and already proven themselves within the region.
Yeah, especially on this map in general, though, I'm really interested to see like where the numbers actually lie, because especially in Europe, a lot of the times if you see a very one-sided ascent, it comes down to like the defensive side. Like that's what we look at least. So I'm really interested to see if we will see more attacking rounds or if it is just going to be a sort of 50-50 map.
Out of just sheer interest, I just clicked. I noticed that Bren had a page, right? So I just clicked on it just to see their page, right? See what kind of stats are being offered here and whatever. And I just quickly, Bren Esports, the South Asian professional esports organization based in the Philippines. Okay. Interestingly, they're called Bren because their founder is called Bernard Bren Chong. There you go.
Okay.
But it has competitive teams in, and then there's a game I've never heard of in my life.
Bang Bang.
I love it. Mobile Bang Bang. Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Who made that name? Bang Bang. It's just such a weird...
I don't know. I want to have a look.
It just made me chuckle.
I'm gonna Google it.
You're gonna
Mobile
Google
Legends
the
Bang
game.
Bang.
This is gonna be our new thing. We're gonna switch off of Valorant encounters. So leave it all behind. We've got Bang
Really
Bang.
looks like it's got similar weight.
Yeah, it looks like another Riot game, shall we say? But
Yeah. I would. Well, I don't care. It looks like they've ripped off League of Legends.
oh yeah, 100% does.
Like,
it
what?
definitely does look like that. But you know what? Speaking of Riot games, actually, as we're on we're on Valorant, right? This is made by Riot. They actually just announced Wild Rift, which is pretty cool. I think it's, as far as I understand, just mobile League of Legends, which is pretty awesome. Bring a whole new platform to it, a whole new region as well within it, because I know that reaches
Mobile
more.
Bang Bang might be in trouble.
But I think they might. You know what? I think they just might. I don't know how well it'll fare. But here we are. 4-3 is the scoreline as TMT Esports have the lead, but they are struggling to hold on to it. Super Domineering look for mid-control yet again. Now, they've gotten this very successfully in the past. Oh, I love this. So the camera's there. These players are going to swing out to try and
Have
deal
they
with
missed,
the camera.
though?
Probably not. No, they caught it. It was taken out immediately. You probably don't expect PVD to be there with an operator, but he misses the
No, I
shot.
mean the Omen.
Takes a lot of
Have they
damage.
missed the Omen, who's already got past?
Possibly. They spotted the jet. I suppose they didn't see him. He could have took to close right.
Yeah. So I'm a little bit worried if that cam almost gives them a false positive if he's past the angle of which it will be seen. They do still have players waiting, so I guess now that they've fallen back, they're going to expect that this angle could still be taken. But in the meantime, the attackers have opted
30
to try
seconds
and
left.
take some control of short. But again, it looks like they're going to go back for the same play that we saw previously. The difference being, though, and this is something I mentioned, we now have a player firmly in the back of the site. So this take doesn't become anywhere near as easy as it was before. You've got Carl with the Odin waiting patiently. This is such a tough spot to clear. And
10
they were
seconds
expecting
left.
it to be open. You can tell. They were like, do you remember last time when we just walked into this site and there was nobody here? Well, this time there is the full force of TMT. An easy hold, some Odin kills, so Mitch is very excited.
Yes.
And it is going to be Super Domineering falling completely flat. And they tried an almost identical play. It was about 20, I think they had 30 seconds this time. So a few extra seconds, but they did not expect Carl to just be waiting for them.
It's TMT. The dynamite. You like a bit of AC/DC, Tom?
I wouldn't say I like go out of my way to listen to AC/DC. I like it. It just if it's playing, I'll listen.
Shame on you.
Oh come on! You're like the biggest Miley Cyrus fan I think I've ever met. So
that is
you can't
true.
judge my music tastes.
I like all music. You know, some people say, well, that's not true. I said that, and then a good buddy of mine, Rebirth, used to play professional COD 2, COD 4. One of those two. I never remember. All the battalion guys played one of those two, and I never remember which one it is. Didn't play either of them. But, so, he, one day, I asked, what kind of music you into? And he went, you wouldn't like it. I was like, try me. Let's go. I can only describe what he showed me as somebody scratching chalkboards and screaming at the same time. That was roughly what it was.
It was like heavy metal screamer or something.
But it wasn't though. That was the thing. It was so different, but so weird. And it was on his Spotify. It was there on the top. Like it was genuinely what he listens to. It was so odd. He said he's never met anyone else that likes it.
How is this working?
This is Sheriff and _𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and somehow we're into a 3 versus 2, being shredded completely. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's even deploying an ultimate. I mean, Super Domineering are getting everything off of TMT. Weapons, utility, ultimates as well. Luckily ending up in just this 1 versus 3 that really should never work out for the Killjoy, although 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is given the opportunities by playing up this close. A classic right click can do a lot of damage, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 does a little bit more. The Phantom more than enough to close this one out and put 6-3 on the board. TMT, well, has a little bit of an explosive retake, that's for sure. Dynamite.
I think 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 has probably been the player to impress me most when it comes to this map, at least. Like he's been very good in retake scenarios.
Don't do my boy Carl like that. Come on.
Here.
He's 3 and 4. He's definitely not been the best player so far.
Show of support, all right.
He's playing an Odin and spamming a wall. I don't think that's much of a supportive element to it.
Covering fire.
Yeah, literally. It's sort of like I would. Oh, this is gonna be harsh, but I don't care. I compare him to when you play like a video game in the story mode, and you have all those guys like, "I've got your back," and it's like they've not actually shot anybody the entire game. You just have to kill them all.
Cover going out.
Yeah. I guess that's accurate.
Covering fire. She's like, you're not shooting anything.
You've killed one player since we
one.
started this game.
10 hours ago. You're driving a tank, and I'm walking, and I've killed 75 people, and you've killed no one. It doesn't make sense.
Nobody's covering you. That's the important part. That's all that matters. A PBD. He's getting this kill. I know he is. You know why? Because he's PBD.
He's not on a retake, though, and he's not jumping through the air.
That's true, actually. Yeah, he misses this 100% of the time.
Oh no, he's oh no, now I get it, because he has to go through a smoke. Like that's what he needed it to be more challenging. This seems to happen quite a lot though. Beard pushing into the site on his own, the rest of the team a little bit further behind, but it looks like the defense again have just decided to set up for a retake scenario. Now, there's a lot of utility available at the moment. In fact, there's still a Hunter's Fury for both sides. And also, you have the Rolling Thunder, which it could be so valuable for them pushing back into the site, especially if it goes towards that heaven position. Here, however, comes an ultimate on the other side, the showstopper, and actually, the defense have decided to basically use nothing in this scenario. They're just trying to fight tooth and nail, and it's not going too badly. The problem is the defuse already coming in. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, in fact, lets go of it, and that might just give a little bit of an inkling over to Float, who gets a tasty shot, but unfortunately didn't realize that the man was defusing already. And it's going to be a quick cleanup for him, but at the same time, the defense with 7 rounds on the board, looking pretty decent. But as said, like when we see some of the teams within Europe especially, like we can see 10-2 halves, just based off momentum when it comes to this map. So I'm not going to like count them out just yet, because we did see a very good defense when it was on bind from Super Domineering as well. So it's possible that they bring this back at least a bit.
Possible, for sure. Yeah, you really can't count teams out. I think attacking side of Ascent, yeah, if you're getting 8 forward, it is tough to get back in, but you never know. With these teams map to map, round to round, or half to half, more specifically, That's where the changes come. The super domineering, they're looking for the mid control and they're getting it for free. The drone just being followed. What was that crispy little shot? That was gorgeous.
Call that one a floater.
You should
Well,
run.
that joke sank. But it looks like we're into a 5 versus 3 as TMT. Well, they're not having the best of times here, are they? I guarantee you, Tom. I don't know if you felt this. I'm sure you've used one from somebody. The Reaver Vandal, I'm pretty sure it's easier to spray with. Like, I don't think it actually is, but it feels easier. I think it's because it's, like, chunkier.
Wasn't that what people said about the dragon one as well?
Yes.
And that's why it's not allowed in tournaments.
No. It's because there's a bug where if you drop the dragon Vandal and then pick it back up, your steps can go silent.
No, that's just what they tell you. It's because it's easier.
It's because it's easier to spray.
It's pay to win.
My
That's
bad.
just what I knew all along. That's why James always gets good kills with the Vandal. It's because he's bought the Dragon Vandal. It's not because he has any level of skill whatsoever. I think we can definitely both agree on that.
I reckon it's because you're playing unrated, actually.
That's also true.
what I reckon.
That's also
I remember
true.
on the last broadcast we did, he was like, well, Mitch, I don't know if you've... Because I insulted him for being old. And he was like, well,
Last round
actually, if you go on my
before the
Twitch, you'll see my ace I had. And I was like, what rank was that at, James? Was that Immortal, was it? No. Oh, unrated. Oh, okay. It was an unrated ace. All right, okay, cool. Just to be clear.
Goes there.
I will, however, make the disclaimer that if he ever challenges me to either a fight in real life or any fighting game, that I will admit he will probably beat me at.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Double operator on the attack. Oh, a single operator on the attack. That didn't last long at all. I didn't even see where he died from. That shot was so fast. And you can see on the other side of things, it's going to be a repeat. This is what we love to see from PBD. Getting very, very aggressive with this op. And as I said, I sort of said it the first time he picked it up. I was like, this is where the dynamic of the game completely changes.
Man, that was a start of the round jump peak on top of the boxes, and PBD just flicked up and took him down. That's stupidly good. And then they, like, somehow, Super Domineering's decision was, I'll peek him. Like, no, you're gonna die.
It's the
Luckily,
big PP play. That's what it was.
hey, here we go. Okay, Recon going through, so they'll have at least a little bit of info. 1 tag, 2 tags. They're seeing the players. Can't really do anything because they're stunned, but here we go. Swinging wide, swinging hard, and taking the trades. Here comes PBD to finish it off in fitting fashion, finding his 3rd kill of the round, wasting his ultimate, because of course,
Switching
it is the
sides.
end of the half. 8-4 as we finish things over here, and TMT, they are looking damn good coming onto their attack.
Yeah, I'm still not going to count out Super Domineering, though. As I said, earlier in the day, their offense was awful. And that was on a map like Bind, where I would say that there's actually quite a lot of attacking opportunities, especially when you have, for example, like teams with a breach available to them. I think that might be why some of the times they seem to struggle, is because they need players like Josh, for example, to basically frag out. Actually, wait, I'm looking at the wrong side. I'm a moron. On the other side, I mean. Like, so if you're looking at their defense, we saw Amen, Holler, and of course Float combined very nicely on the defense. When it came to their offense, even on this map, we've seen Amen really struggle. And I think that's the thing. Like, he is almost setting people up, and it doesn't seem like a lot of the time anybody's finding those opening kills. Josh, however, is going to be looking for those peaks, and him combining with PBD make a pretty decent combo in terms of just pure individual skill. I think that's how they managed to get through the first game, at least, as we saw some tasty entries from either side. Now, though, an afterplant position with the whole B site under their control. There hasn't been much resistance whatsoever, just a little bit of damage done onto Josh.
Wait out at this point. You know, if you're Super Domineering, you've thrown down your smokes. It's time to start going. And going they are. My god, 2 quick kills coming through as a 3 versus 5 turns into a 3v4. Johan, good for 1. The push into boat. Oh, it's not working at all. The ghosts, they're making ghosts of their enemies, sending them to the afterlife. Johan, oh, he gets wrecked. And it's all down to the 1v1. Both players low HP. The right click gonna be enough. Oh, 10 HP. PBD somehow survives the right click. And it's all
so confused.
over. This is madness. They both die to the spike. And that is 9-4 for TMT. That's blown my mind. That's blown my heart.
I love how PPD at the end's just like, oh, I managed to confuse him so much, he's run all the way back around. It's like, nope, he's not even here anymore. It's like a cat chasing his own tail. Oh, but he does win the round, and that's the most important thing. A pistol on the board now for the side of TMT. As we mentioned, they win this one, they've got a spot in the playoffs. Sure, whether they go through first or second in the group will be decided actually in the match right after this. That is not the greatest paint shell I've ever seen. Bounced it off the top of the wall and managed to hit his own teammate. And, well, we know it was his because he's the only raise in the server. Except maybe Ardis, who might be in there somewhere.
God damn it. We all make mistakes, and for TMT, their mistake might be pushing into this A side. There's Killjoy utility on the floor, and there are players everywhere. They've spotted it. They've seen at least one up close, and even that shorty alone should convince you to just maybe go away. Go somewhere else. And it looks like that's the case. Double shock darts into the smoke as they start to back over towards middle. But Josh hasn't gotten the memo, and he's pushed up right through mid on the short. Boombot in his hand as he gets peeked, and that's a free kill. Doesn't even register on him. Somehow managed to duck away. That weapon will be retrieved eventually, but for now they've managed to deny the early retrieval, making it much slower to go back out on mid because there could be a player close. The spike will be planted over towards the B site, and a 4v3 with a Spectre to save. You're probably still going to go for this because you'll have money in the next round, right? And 10-4 down, that's not really where you start playing bonus rounds.
Yeah, the keeping a Spectre here would be a serious oversight if they were going to do that. It would almost be like 2 guys sitting in mid of this very map with some shorties and saving them into the next round. You'd consider that incredibly stupid. But instead, they're going to go running into the blender and pad some stats for PPD. And yeah, 10-4. This is looking pretty much done. Of course, we haven't seen a rifle round yet. And we already know the Super Domineering managed to get 9 rounds when it came to the last map on the defensive side. But I'll be honest, like there's only really been 1 or 2 members of this team actually show up so far. Like Float's been playing pretty well, but other than that, it's been pretty quiet.
Super Domineering, man. They're living up to their name. In reverse. They're being super domineered. I have to say, you know, we've seen the turnaround in performances, and that this is more conventional, I suppose. You have a really bad first half, and, you know, 9 times out of 10, you lose that game. But so far in this tournament, it's been a 100% win rate, or at least close games for the teams that have been massively behind.
Here.
Man, that dragon skin, I don't know how people play with it. I really don't. Like, it's distracting me right now. I'm just looking at it. It's breathing. It's slithering.
Caution here.
Well, in a lot of tournaments, they're not allowed to play with it, so there you go. Either way,
right, Cam?
They're pushing in towards the majority of the players of the defense. The problem is they managed to clear them, and Carl, great positioning of his Hunter's Fury. He's even going to tag up an extra player here as well. Done a lot of damage. Omen now desperately low, and just look at Nazmi. This is more of a bonus round. He's going to play around his own cages. Just try and get in. Every single player's on the other side, however, and the trades come back thick and fast. However, they have managed to get themselves at least a 3v3 scenario. This is a bonus round currently being played by TMT, so they can't afford to lose this. And for Super Domineering, this might be the end if they don't manage to take this one home. They are slowly losing players one by one. It's left all onto the Omen, who is tagged early on by Carl, looking to try and finish his dinner, and finally spots the man on the spike, and he will be there for a triple with the Ares. 11-4, this is looking like it's done, as the bonus round victory leaves the defense with pistols going into what will be likely a 12-4 scoreline.
Oh, man. You know what? TMT look like they're playing the just recently announced video game, which is the new James Bond. You heard about this, Tom? You see about this? You hear about this? You know about this?
No.
It's being made by IO Interactive. Now, Tom, do you know who IO Interactive are?
No.
Neither did I till I read the comments. They're the people that made Hitman, and they're making a James Bond game. Let's go.
Could be cool.
That's gonna be awesome, dude. You played the recent Hitman? They're sick.
I think
Really,
I played.
really good.
Is it 2? That's not the most recent one, is it?
No, I think the most recent one's just called Hitman.
Oh.
Either way, they're really good. Really good single-player games. I love them. So I think that's going to be really cool.
I
What I'm
actually
saying
based
is...
my look off him, although I don't have the tattoo.
the barcode on the back. Yeah,
Very easy
for
Halloween
TMT,
outfit, though.
True. Chuck on a suit. TMT are looking, in that sense, like they're the protagonist in the new IO Interactive game because they're looking so damn clean. They're looking like they're spies infiltrating bomb sites, getting in there without anybody knowing, and anyone that gets in their way, they get tippity tapped on the forehead. I think for Super Domineering, there's a lot of work to be done, and we estimated that after the first game. This is only proving it even further.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the time is ticking, and Killjoy has some work to do. Try and deny them getting into the site, and actually the Nanoswarm is going to slow down PBD. Push already coming in though, and while unfortunately the pistols are not going to be doing enough, Johan has also cut off
10
the
seconds
rotations
left.
as well, and
Spike planted.
the remaining 2 players, they might as well just go ahead and try and do an extra bit of damage. There's no rifles to be had as all their opponents are still alive, although only just 3 of them actually relatively low. Still being denied by all the extra utility that has been kept, and in fact Carl looking to try and sneak his way through, knowing that there might be a plan to try and hold his teammates in, and eventually he falls, but that will be all. 12-4, this is dominant from TMT, and as said, for a team that at least you and I didn't know too much about going into this tournament, they have definitely impressed.
They most definitely have, Tom. I think for TMT, I didn't expect this level of performance from a team that I knew nothing about. You know, none of these players were on my radar. For some reason, I feel like I've seen PBD before, but I'm almost certain I haven't. It's like a deja vu. But the reality is, maybe it's deja vu of PTC, the East Asian Counter-Strike players. But for me, anyways, TMT have these huge. Whoa, you're dead. No, he's not. 50 HP. They have changed those nanoswarms, and I'm still getting used to it. But look at this, PBD's already up in spawn. He grabs himself a kill. Here's the boost by Josh. I love that so much, but he's going to be caught. Luckily, he can tuck into the corner, and his teammate's now covering for any push. This is where you don't want to get greedy and just rush on in to try and get that kill, because you would just be sprayed down by the 3 players over towards the wine cellar. Luckily, though, while they're sat over there having their spaghetti, it's going to be a little bit of an opportunity for Super Domineering to regain control over this site. And also, Tom, I still can't believe you thought this was in London. This is quite.
What do you mean? I always knew it was in Venice.
Oh yeah, okay. You definitely didn't say to me yesterday this was based in London because we were playing on a London server.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not even in London, so why would I get a London server? That doesn't make any sense, Mitchell. Stop making up rumors.
I was so confused.
I always get my gelato in London anyway. But either way, it is going to be Armen Holler looking to try and hold. He's got 3 teammates alongside him. The fault line might deny at least a little bit, but the plant is still going to be going down.
10 seconds
Aftershock tries to push it back, and in fact, they have slowed the plant. keeping it going for now. The spam through does a little bit of damage, but Johan in the meantime gets rid of Float. The flank is perfect from Beer, and now it's left all onto your man Carl, and this time there's no owning clutch to be had. It will be a 12-5 scoreline. Slow grind back from Super Domineering, but they have got a long, long road ahead of them.
That they do, Tom Bizzle. That they do. Tom Busy Biz, the tech whiz. That's what they call you.
They definitely don't. I'm pretty sure I fixed my tech issues earlier by unplugging and plugging back in a camera that had no relation to the program I was using. So
exactly. So you are a tech whiz. I don't even know how that works, but you did. You knew to do it. That's what I'm talking about. Call the Tom Busy Biz Tech Whiz support line.
Oh yeah, 0800 001066. There you go.
There we go. This is looking a little bit scary. I think this is... yeah, please don't. I think this one's looking done and dusted. Peeking in towards Arrays, who has ult up. I like the confidence, and it's working out. 1 versus 3. And I'm eating my words. Low HP as well in this chat, and I think the round should be over. Crossing over to the site versus a Killjoy who's a little bit distracted. Caught out of position.
Oh, he's dead to the turret. No! Oh, died to the turret.
Well, when you're that low HP, I suppose it's bound to happen.
Yeah, Float's actually been playing pretty well, though. That was his aggression that basically turned the round on its head, and even his turret there to close the deal. 16-14 for him. The rest of the team, well, backing quite far behind at this stage. Still, as said, like, you can definitely see these big defensive halves, and we've already been proven from the earlier match that Super Domineering can get these streaks going. I guess at this point as well, they don't have too much to lose, but this is ridiculously aggressive coming out from Beer. He's surely screwed here. The smokes are going to fade, but luckily his teammate in the form of PP has been able to find a pick elsewhere. And with their aggression coming through initially onto A, we try and see a response from the side of TMT, and it involves a quick push in. The Rays available. Johan goes wide swinging, and one by one they seem to be falling. It's left onto 2 players, plenty of time, but the resources aren't quite there.
"50 seconds on the clock. The time is ticking, but they've made the right read. Moving in towards the A site, it's completely open. No utility in sight, and so a plant goes down. And the round just might swing into their favor over on TMT. And if that happens, then this will be the final round of the game. PBD goes out. If he does, it'll be a shame. The timing's going to be all that matters on this one. He gets one, but the dash not good enough to get away. The wall bang comes into play. Carl got it all to do. He's not got 1 or 2. It's 3 to take on down. They have no idea where he is. He misses the flick up, though. And so we do go 12-7.
Yeah, there was a small moment there where I see him getting a quick double, but realistically, it was a well-played round once again coming out from Super Domineering, and it really involved aggression. That seems to be their response. If we can't play things on the defensive side of it, just get aggressive, take fights, that go pushing, try and utilize some of the ultimates that they've had. Once again, just look at the side of TMT, though. Hunter's Fury, From the Shadows, Blade Storm, a Neural Theft. The only thing missing is the Showstopper. But realistically, you have to feel like there's quite a lot they can do with this. In fact, it gives them a buy. The Blade Storm going to be utilized just to make sure that weaponry can actually go on to the remaining players of the team. Can't really count them out of this round, and of course with the way the money system works, once you lose a few in a row, you're pretty much getting buys at a minimum every other round. But with the spike plant, a couple of kills here and there, make sure the pressure stays on pretty much the whole time.
Taking sight.
Oh. Gonna have
I got the spike.
play coming into mid. A lot of pressure being putting around that angle, and in the meantime, the A site has almost been abandoned by the defense. Only the Omen available to try and hold on as they do look to try and push through the dark cover, maybe expecting this area to be abandoned. The alarm bot, though, gives away that there are players here. 𝗑𝗢 goes wide swinging, but it's actually Josh to find the kill. The Blade Storm missing completely, and they've still got 2 players to try and find on this site. Bear in mind as well, there is a breach rotating, but PBD, he didn't do anything with the Blade Storm, but he has found a kill elsewhere. The man at the back of the site starting to come under some real pressure here, but with the Jet so low, they leave it to Josh to try and clean things up. 15 seconds as we do see the paint chills put into the back, and it will be 𝗏 to close it. It is a 13-7 in favor of TMT. They put themselves, I believe, to the top of the group as well with their current round difference. And, well, now we get to see what will be basically the decider for first place in the group as, well, both the other teams are out.
Yeah, indeed. Only One Word and Super Domineering, who will be playing each other as the last game of the day, are both confirmed out. Now it's down to overtime versus TMT Esports. These two teams battling it out to see who's going to get the better seed going into playoffs, which is a big deal. You don't want to be playing AHQ. You don't want to be playing Attack All Round or Myth Attitude. Hell, SMG likely to make it through down in Group C as well. That's not going to be easy. Whoever faces off against Group C is in for a tough time. So getting this top spot is definitely going to be worth your while. And with TMT and Overtime both having close games the whole way along, it is anyone's game to claim. But here, it was TMT's game. And I have to say, overall, they deserved it. Like, that is the most one-sided game that we've seen so far, which doesn't say much. Before that, it was a 13-10. And for TMT, we're seeing them as a solid team. The only concern I have from them, Tom, they looked so good on Ascent, but on Haven, we know they're trash. So then that kind of puts some questions in my mind when it comes to BO3 time. It doesn't look too good. Let's take a look at the stats that we have from that game, though, and see just how badly they just got dominated.
Yeah, I think the stats pretty much say it all. The interesting thing is that Float actually still managed to top the board. I mentioned him having a fair amount of impact, but to finish as the top fragger in the entire server and lose 13-7, that's a pretty rough day at the office. Of course, 𝗏 had a few impact moments, but he was down there where the Sova Odin combination belongs. And, well, if anything, I was more impressed by some of the other players. I think PBD has continued to impress us throughout the tournament so far, but it was Nazmi with his retakes. I think he was very impressive with not only the way that he's hitting his shots, which is always good, but with how he utilizes his different utility, like the tripwires he had, also the cams that he would spam through the smoke to try and find players as they go on a retake. I think he played very, very well. And, well, even just looking at Josh, like, you consider the amount of opening picks that if you remove him would have been fairly even. He actually gets 6 on his own, which I think is as many as everyone else on his team combined. So definitely doing the damage. Of course, unfortunately for Float, we are going to see him up there as the MVP, even though they didn't manage to actually win the map, which, yeah, that's definitely not ideal. And of course, as mentioned, Josh doing very, very well with his openers.
And it's odd, right, to see a Killjoy even up towards the top, but you can see the damage this guy was able to do. Average combat score, not surprising to be that high, considering over towards that A site, it was just being locked out completely by the Killjoy utility when it came down to the defensive side. But in the end, even that couldn't stop them from completely rolling over on the TMT side with a 13-7 under their belts, including a pistol round loss. That is the game. The spot in the playoffs, as we said, and now they have very little to worry about. As we said, the worst case scenario is that they get some tougher seeding, which is still a pretty bad scenario, to be honest. Now, the reality is, for Group A, I think traditionally it'll be the Group D that they play, right? That's how a lot of these go, is Group A versus D, Group B versus C. But that means that, you know, if they are going up against D, it's attack all round, or a team that are, at least at an eye test, far worse. So this next game is really important for whichever team manages to win it, to secure themselves an easier road to make it through to the top 4 spot where they can get their prize money and, most importantly, their AOC monitor, so they can up their game and manage to find themselves a victory next time around.
That is also true. It's always nice to upgrade your setup. I know that I've done that quite recently with all the lights and cameras and stuff. But yeah, if we didn't have good monitors, I think we'd be kind of stuffed with the majority of stuff. Doesn't help me play particularly better, but I don't want to imagine how much worse I'd be if I didn't have a decent gaming monitor. So yeah, that's going to be something. But as said, like this next match, TMT versus Overtime, it's going to be pretty important to decide who actually comes out top of the group and has maybe a slightly easier road. Of course, being best of ones and random maps, there's a very small chance that there's like one of the teams slips up and you then end up playing them. It's definitely happened before in many other tournaments. So nothing's set in stone, but well, realistically, you want to be aiming for that #1 seed.
Yeah, you do indeed. You want to be shooting for the top so that you get an easier road in the playoff. Seeding is very important in a tournament like this. And so we will see that game coming up in a bit. High stakes on the line as Overtime take on TMT on your screens in just a little bit. But for now, we're going to go and take a quick break. When we come back, we will have that juicy best of 1 to offer you guys. Stay tuned.
30 seconds left. One player remaining. One player remaining. One player remaining. Satchel up. One player remaining. Spike planted. Left. Be faster. One player remaining. 30 seconds left. Spike planted. One player remaining. One player remaining. Blocking sight. Stay down.
No one escapes my sight.
Attackers win.
built a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are glad to have you here with us for the AOC Masters Valorant Tournament. It is time to get on into the most important game of the day. I said that last time, and it was because it allowed Overtime and TMT to be the teams that make it through to the playoffs. But now it's even more important because we find out which of these two teams is going to be taking that top spot in the group, guaranteeing themselves an easier matchup in the first round of the playoffs. My name is Mitch. With me is Tom, and we are ready to roll. I'm excited, Tom, to get this one underway because both of these teams are 2-0. Both of these teams have had a difficult road here, less so TMT in the previous game, and this is now where the big challenge is as the giants of the group headbutt.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. Of course, the way that this looks is kind of weird because you obviously have random maps, so you don't know, in theory, of like how things are actually going to work out for the two teams. Like if one team's getting their best map, if one team's getting their worst. Like we haven't seen enough from either of them really to decide in what direction this is going to be going. The unfortunate truth is our last game of the day is pretty much going to end up being to just tie things over, and almost for pride, I guess you could say. You don't want to go out in dead last. It will also make this a sort of wonderful little pattern being like 3-2-1-0, which I enjoy, but I'm sure the team that ends up with 0, or even the team that ends up with 1, probably won't do so much. But I do think that both of these teams have some players that are worth highlighting. Like from what we've seen so far from Overtime, I think we've seen 𝗠𝘀𝗧𝗖 now be probably the best player in both games they've played, and overall, just be very impressive on the Omen. Like, getting a lot of openers for his team and just being quite awkward to play against. And then on the other side of things, well, I know that you've been looking at Carl, but more realistically, we've been keeping an eye on PBD as the operator player, who, again...
Well, Tom, I believe you're absolutely murdering people's ears. That's weird. What the hell is going on with Tom's mic? Okay, so I'm gonna jump in and finish this one off while Tom fixes the blizzard that's going on in his house. What was that? So, look at these team lineups here, TMT and overtime, man. These guys are solid. PBD, we've seen this guy with an operator more times than I can count, just absolutely dominate these duels. In the previous game as well, okay, Carl didn't necessarily have the performance I was hoping for with the Sova Odin combination, but Nazmi, he was insane. And coming in on a Cypher, I'm really excited to see what else he has to offer. Hello, Tom. Has the blizzard subsided?
I don't know what that was. That's never happened before.
That was I thought it was production. I muted the VMix call and everything. That was so unusual. Look, we're just talking about TMT, and we move on over towards the overtime side. And obviously, Juju's a player we have to talk about when it comes down to that PBD versus Juju's battle. That's going to be really, really exciting to see. Now, it is on Bind. This map where we saw overtime previously play without their Brimstone. We might see it make an appearance this time around.
Yeah, who knows? I'm interested to see. Obviously, I think we're finally getting a match where somebody's not having to like just be banned, which is nice. I don't particularly enjoy that as a thing, but I guess I guess it's a punishment at least. Like I would be better than sort of just taking away a map from somebody in best of ones is not really a fair way to do it. So I guess punishing them with their picks and bans is definitely going to be interesting. But yeah, we head off to Bind. Definitely one of the maps I enjoy watching, especially with how defensive we actually saw it come up earlier. Like overtime only dropping 1 round when it came to their defensive side. The problem is they've started on the attack, and their attack, to say the least, was poor. They really relied on individual players to actually bring them through a lot of these rounds. In fact, we were focusing, it was on Scary, who managed to win a couple of clutches here and there, and also Zeus doing quite a lot of damage with his sort of afterplant positions, but never really winning them around. So I think that if TMT are looking to take this one, they've got to have a very good defensive side and then just prove themselves on the opposing side. And well, I'm a bit disappointed that Scary doesn't have his Omen anymore, but I'm hoping I'm going to be impressed with the Brimstone that comes out.
Oh, I'm still caught up on the...
I didn't hear it, so I don't know what you heard.
It was like, imagine Gale Force Winds being picked up by the most sensitive microphone on the planet.
I don't know how it got boosted, though. That's the weird thing, because I looked over at my sound software, and it was hitting, like, pure red.
We couldn't hear
it was just red
anything.
no matter what I did.
There were no words. There were no words. It was just the sound of, I think, electricity. I don't know what it was. It was like an alien language. If you imagine an alien race that are all like Beatles, not like the, you know, love you, yeah. No, they're not those kind of like big threatening dung beetles kind of thing with the little pincers on their mouth. That's what I'd expect them to speak like.
Agent.
Okay. So that probably means at some point my PC's about to explode then based off that. But
yeah,
we'll carry on. And if you hear a much louder noise, it's probably that. Has Nazmi actually... Oh, he highlighted the agent, so I think it still goes through. I hope it does.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank God. I don't want Nazmi's Cypher to get banned. That would be a completely different story, I feel.
It would. It definitely would. I think they'd still go for Jet, though, just to take PBD out of the game. This guy's absolutely insane. Now, here's where we get into the game. All right, the real meat of it. Bind. These two teams, we know they're capable on it. Overtime versus the wonderful boys over at TMT, the Teenage Mutant Turtles, as Tom called them, or as I call them, Dynamite. This is a position where I have to say, you know, if you're coming in as the attackers of overtime, I think they're at a little bit of a disadvantage. The ball is going to get rolling for PBD. And if he starts to dominate those hopping tools, there's no telling where this one can end up.
Right here. Right here.
We are going to be getting into things fairly shortly. It is interesting to me that Juju actually does just go straight for the frenzy and sort of Kevlar, because it's something that we saw earlier on in the game, but hasn't really necessarily caught on. But it allows him to sort of dash forward and have that almost like, I want to call it shaky aim, where you don't necessarily have to be the most accurate person in the world because you have those extra bullets to transition in such a fast sort of case. And I'm looking forward to seeing if he's going to try and make a play towards the lamps, because that seems to be the almost perfect place to utilize this gun.
Well, the one-way smoke goes down on mid. I mean, this is going to keep them back over towards the attacking side until those smokes come in, completely blocking off the angles you normally have to worry about as they push on through and clear it out completely. The TMT early 4-man stack on B has not paid off. They now have to go for a retake, and positions being held. So the problem with this is, right, you got that close play on Cypher. He needs the trade from Juju's, but then the support has to be there from Zeus. But he gets blocked out by a cage. This is so well handled by TMT. Every aspect of this retake thought about, and they are shredding them. There were, I wouldn't say there were crossfires, but there were potentially crossfires. The problem was, in order for the player Lamps to help the player close, they needed the player in Bath to swing out and hold heaven. But he couldn't do that once the cage went down, and so you end up in this position where they're staggered on the push through to help each other out. So it's basically like three versus one fights that just never go their way.
I think there are a few things, though, that when it comes to this offense of overtime, that even now that they've got their Brimstone in play, I really don't like. And that's the fact that, for example, let's take the Sova. I think this is the main problem. Zeus is playing super passively. Like, he basically sits back for afterplants. Fair enough. But why do the rest of the team then go aggressive? Like, that doesn't seem like a smart play to have one player basically just almost baiting for afterplants to try and play the time, and then the rest of the team are almost fighting as far forward as you could be. It just doesn't make much sense to me. I'd rather see you do the same thing as a team and not just basically rely on Zeus to clutch you out of afterplants. And that was the main problem in the last map. I was hoping that would be fixed now that they have their proper controller in play in the form of Brimstone. But it didn't seem to make much of a difference. They still just struggled in their afterplants and lost the retake.
1-0. In a position now where overtime are, look at their HP. Look at how low these guys are. I mean, with Spectres in hand, with Phantoms, this should be so easy to clean up. They're being kept back. The time is going to be their enemy. They go into the 3v3. The tap coming in from PBD. He's going to get it halfway. He's covered by his teammates. Everybody else is low now. All they have to do is win out these duels, and he full stuck it to get that win. Look, Carl was there to support either way, so that was never going to go to overtime. As 2-0 comes on the board, again, you know, they don't win the round, but you have to say the fact that they managed to take 3 kills, I think speaks to very positively for what they're capable of doing.
Yeah, for sure. I'd agree with that, especially as now there's not going to really be a bonus round scenario. So you're going to get investments on almost every single player on the defense. There's no operator coming in just yet from PBD as well. So, yeah, they got a real chance to put the pain on early, and that was one of the main things they struggled on. Bear in mind, they won last time they played Bind, and they only got 3 rounds on the attacking side. So anything too much more of that, and we could be seeing overtime doing very well. Of course, that was against Super Domineering, who just got battered. So it's kind of a case of looking at it and going, do we really consider this to be like a game where they're going to be doing as well on the defensive side?
Going through those cages, headbutting them one after another. So 4v4 to get that spike down. I think TMT are in this position so often so far. You know, they're constantly going in for the retakes. And with the reinvestment that they made Overtime have set themselves up nicely if they can hold on. They're so heavily focused over towards Lambs to try and contain this. The fault line went down. Here comes the boom bot. It's going to clear it out, at least give some info over that there's 2 players in position here. And so they're a little bit more cautious about pushing through. Not clear in the corner, though. Lava's able to find a frag. Carl up close, looking to deal some damage. It's already halfway stuck. They've got to swing through, but they don't get it done again. Focusing on the fights, but not the ones. And so the defuse is allowed to just be pulled off completely. That is a disaster yet again.
It's a running theme, isn't it? I think things are starting to continue. And I don't know. I've not been particularly impressed when it comes to these sort of afterplant situations where every single time there just seems to be not a lot of synergy between the overtime and, well, the rest of their players. Like, it just looks like they're trying to win this on an individual basis rather than having all the crossfires necessary. So we'll have to wait and see. Maybe there is going to be something a little bit more from this side. We're just yet to see it.
You're not wrong there. You're not wrong. Maybe there's some extra levels. I do like those shock darts. I think they're being fired a little bit too low. So they're not bouncing down properly for the back of the site, but good intention behind them to hit over towards the default. Or not the default position, but the default for Bath. They smoked out one. I presume Recon's going to be up in a second.
Spike planted.
TMT very comfortable with playing for these retakes, but not conscious of the fact that Scary could just push up the side and take that frag. In the volley, Josh. Okay, he's moved out. This is getting dangerous. Oh, they're all grouped up. Nice and easy. He didn't get that second tag. And so they're able to trade Josh out. It's a 3v4. Again, very winnable for overtime. This stick, yet again, by PBD. Surely he doesn't get away with it this time. He's still on it. He's still... Oh, there we go. Eventually taken down as he swung out wide. He didn't get that halfway this time, did he? Well, let's see if he did, because Johan's... Yeah, okay. The 1v1, the smoke down. Yeah, it's going to be a full defuse. No way he gets this! See, if it had been halfway, it was theirs, but instead, he just has to save the rifle.
Even still, they do make things very, very costly. So it's a round victory finally, and they're onto the board. But it's not like the defense are gonna. I was gonna say don't have too much trouble, but then again, you look at the amount of money they have, and it definitely isn't ideal. PBD at least can just go for a pistol and use his ultimate into the next round, and that's the other thing. Like, they've still got a showstopper available to them. From the Shadows, probably not going to be too viable, but then the Blade Storm as well could mean that this round is still possible. And realistically, I don't think the 3 rounds from overtime this time will actually be enough for them to close out the second half. So I want to see more from them almost instantly. Like, show a response. Yes, you lost a lot of players in the last round, but can you now break back and actually do some real damage here to the economy of the defense?
Well, at least starting out, the defense is not in too much trouble. The damage to their economy requires a lot of kills. As if yet, overtime aren't finding any. That swing out by Juju's a good attempt, but not quite landing the shots. He wasn't ready for 2 players to be waiting on the other side. And so we end up again in a position where, for overtime, this A side is where they default towards. It's where they're looking to take. They've had so much success here in the past, with the man disadvantages, and now the 3-man stack towards the site. No passive hold, so they're not playing for retake. This could be a very different scenario. Good shot by Nasmi. He's out for more, but not getting it done. PBD with the ult pop, though, back of the site. He's going to be spotted in a second. Has to maneuver around. He drops the spike, leaving it down to just Sova to pull this off. And what a headshot onto Zeus. A quick flick and a quick round. 4-1 for TMT.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see a few other players sort of step up to the plate now for TMT as well. Josh with a decent opener. He had Carl alongside him as well to get himself an extra pick. And realistically, on the other side of things, they're still struggling when it comes to their offensive side. Like, that was a round where, as mentioned, they had Nasmi with basically nothing. You had PBD, who only had his knives, which, of course, can still be pretty viable, but realistically, we needed to see more from them there. 4-1, TMT continue to grind out a further lead, and I'll be interested to see what sort of weaponry there actually is on the side of overtime at this point, because although they did just lose a round straight back, they might have had a little bit of extra cash, but you have to bear in mind they did lose every single player in the round that they actually managed to win.
Oh, my camera is disappointed.
This is where the damage can be done, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. You know, when you've got that ultimate up close, you expect that maybe you'll be able to at least get away with the kill and pick a rifle for the team, but instead, it is a 5th round quickly taken. Now, there were ultimates expended, at least one, the showstopper, but it's of little consequence, really. And I think you have to sit back and look at it from a very objective position. Overtime are being wrecked. They need to get on the board, and they need to do it soon. And now with the ultis in play, obviously they've already popped Juju's in the previous round, but 𝗧ary has almost got his. Now, we mentioned about him playing Brimstone, obviously. It was something that we'd seen banned out before. We've seen the return to it, but he's not looking comfortable, as we would have hoped. Then you look towards the rest of the team. Well, they've all got theirs online as well, with the exception of Juju. And really, if you can't get it done when you've got a full buy and when you've got ultis, Tom, there's not a lot of hope for you, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I think that's the real worry that I have, is that the amount of stuff that they should have to utilize when it comes to their offense, and what we've actually seen from them so far. Like, the last time they played, I don't remember a successful breach ultimate on the attacking side. Which, that's one of the main purposes of having the breach, is to help you open up rounds. Now, the flash this time is going to go down. The full smoke execute from the sky has helped them out. And this time, Juju has managed to get another opener. The problem is that hasn't been enough. And actually, the paint shells will deny them at least a little bit longer. However, we're already going to witness the spike being planted. A shock dart landing on the head of our man 𝗧ary. But ultimately, it doesn't matter too much. And there is the Rolling Thunder, holding them back. Johan will at least get one, a second for him as well, but thankfully Pinocchio's is there to put him down before anything gets too dangerous. 5-2, second on the board, but there will be plenty of cash available. And for the first time, Mitch, you know what? I'm excited. PBD has got his operator.
Yeah, this is where things kind of go from bad to worse, to be honest. Like, you've already got that position where you're coming up against a pretty tough buy. A pretty tough set of rounds, and now all of a sudden in comes PBD up in hand. You also have to consider your Rolling Thunder expended in the previous round is a very, very high impact ultimate that now won't be there for another 3 or 4 rounds at least. This is where TMT get that freedom to work around, and we need to see the rest of the team adapt to a more sustainable strategy.
We go. This is the aggression we've seen from him so far. More passive default coming in from overtime. Almost just waiting, maybe expecting him to get this aggressive. Of course, they have had the time to watch the matches of their opponent while they've been ongoing. That's how the best of ones work. You can't be playing at the same time, so giving them the chance to maybe get a little prep in. Now, there are still 3 ultimates available for the attacking side. Potentially going to use one of them here. The push coming in. PBD is so blind. He can't see anything. He's going to be overwhelmed. In fact, ends up walking into the crosshair of Pinocchio's. Great use of the flashes as they enter into the site. And it looks like A is there, or A is theirs once again.
You know, I think this round, and TMT have got the right read on it, is gone. It's done and dusted. When you've got that orbital strike in play to just come down and stop you from defusing, as well as having to deal with all of these other players, it's not going to work. I think you have to throw this one to the wind and accept where you're at. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if our observer can hear us, but if he can he pull up the scoreboard real quick just so we can take a look at where the money is at? Either way, we'll see it coming into the next round. But it shouldn't have too much impact with the rounds that TNT have been able to build up. Obviously, they only get 1,000 credits for saving, and you can see there, yeah, they're still perfectly capable of getting a decent investment into this round. PBD might have to go for no armor. Okay, he's actually going to go for the rifle instead. To be honest, I don't see too much of an issue with taking an operator glass cannon, as we would say, simply because it doesn't have the same impact as it does if you're coming from Counter-Strike. You know, you're going to think, oh well, if they shoot you, right, gun kick, you're going to be able to hit them. That's not the case when it comes to the operator in this game. It is very much just an extra 50 HP when you play with armor. Especially when you're a jet, you should be taking the shot, getting out of there with your dash. So it's much more feasible.
Once again, we're going to see who could control taken early. A lot of damage done from the paint shells, though. Again, we see how effective they can be. That must have gone through the teleporter, right? Because he's very, very far away. I assume he threw them through early and they managed to do that much damage. That's slightly ridiculous, actually. And in the meantime, with 3 players already over on this A side, looks like it's going to be a long play. Now, so far, it's only really been the A side that has been successful when it comes to these takes. Orbital Strike will clear out the back of the site, but the second is clear. You just see the push through. Josh is just like, all right, well, they're not going to expect anybody there. That tripwire as well is absolutely perfect. Left Pinocchio's without a chance in hell, and they are getting slaughtered as they walked into the site. Another ultimate expended with the Hunter's Fury, looking to put the nail in the coffin. With Lava now left, trying to win the 1 versus 5. He will fall after 2.
And so they pick up a round or two, and then it falls back into the hands of TMT. The momentum never really shifting sides all too convincingly. Or too permanently. Again, when you take a look at how Overtime are approaching this, I do feel like there's going to be a bit of a difference. Juju's defensive side operator can get in there a little bit more frequently, and in fact, PBD is not having nearly the impact that you would normally associate with it. Now, obviously, he's got the op in hand himself. And you can see that very aggressive play that we know a lot of operators like to take. That Brimstone in trouble, but the shot is going to be missed, and PBD bails back towards the A side. Now, they have a very aggressive stance towards toilets as well, actually keeping Sova trapped towards the right side. His chances to fall back are there, but pushing forward would be a little bit too dangerous. That's a good shock dart. Double bounce so that it lands over, and the second hits Johan as well. That's gotta hurt. And a perfect prediction of the movement pattern that was going to be in play after that smoke, that they would use it to try to cross back over towards that opposite side of Bath. Now, Overtime, you can see their focus. They've made noise in Bath. They've made noise on mid, and then they've rotated over towards the B site with just Sova left to sell the distraction and keep the 3-man stack towards the A site. Now they're in a position to push out and find a normal B defense, but a more passive one. And so with smokes and Molotovs, they find their way through to the site.
Utility keeping things
30 seconds left.
Relatively clear. In fact, the shock darts actually aren't going to reach the man planting the spike, so not as much damage done as they might have hoped for. The owl drone sneaking in will find a bit of information, but look at the cages just holding them back even further, making things fairly awkward now for the defense, trying to make their way through in towards the site. Already they lose the first man, but we know what PBD can do when it comes to these operator retakes. And 1 by 1, the offense starts to fall. Johan already picking off Lava, and now there's only 1 man standing, waiting back in the dark cover. Already the diffuser's coming in. In fact, Carl has to try and take the bullet for his teammate with Zeus again. It always seems to be the case, just lurking out towards those long halls. Unfortunately, he's not going to get anything done. And actually, the offense's money is not great.
Yeah, it's not fantastic, and I think with 3 rounds on the board, it's not enough. They need to push to 5. They've got to get it all the way. And the real issue, Tom, when you take a look at where the rounds are at, you take a look at where not just the economy as you speak of it, but the ult economy.
Get out of my way!
It is firmly towards the defensive side. They have got a lot to work with, and we hear the ult popped. I'm presuming that is Juju, the attacking side jet that has popped it. And Oh, okay. Smoke execute, but heavy bathroom control has been a feature. How does he get away with a second? There's the ult eventually thrown through by Josh as well. He gets the kill onto Scary, and we've got 1 versus 3 action on your screens. This is looking like it's going to be the end. Zeus at least able to pick up a kill. It sets him, I suppose, on his way towards his ultimate, but that's about all. There's one round left to play with. There is a lot to be done. And Tom, do you know what's most devastating about this? If everybody on the attacking side had 1 more kill, they would either have or be just about to have all of their ultimates. At least most of them. But instead, they're in this position where they're so close, but by the time that most of them get there, the half's going to be over.
Yeah, and on the other side, they're all but prepared. In fact, if Carl gets an extra couple of kills here, we could be seeing them with 4 ultimates going into the last round. And it's looking like another 9-3, so no real improvement from overtime when it comes to their offensive side, even with the addition of Brimstone, which I feel like that's where the majority of players are going to find the improvements. That's so sick from PVD, though. He's not going to get anything more, and in fact, the trades come in thick and fast. Do they expect Josh, though? Or does Josh even expect Josh? That's so risky. He had such a powerful position and just opts to try and run in and fight it. Wasn't really necessary, had the flank perfectly placed, and now, in fact, a real chance for them here. The Cypher has at least found a lot of information about where the remaining 2 players are going to be kept. Question is, can Nazmi do anything in this retake? Both players sat all the way back, just waiting passively, not looking to try and face too much into this one, and the shoulder peek gives away the information. The peek is risky from Lava, but he has his teammate close by betrayed. 8-4, 1 better than what we saw previously, and what we know from overtime. They've got a pretty good defense.
Sure, be that as it may, though, 4 rounds versus a team like TMT, it's going to be difficult to pull this one off. They've not made it easy for themselves. Not by a long shot. But it's not impossible. They're a team that's capable of doing it on the defensive side, and they've stacked up towards the A side. That is probably the most important factor. This pistol round will early see them in a great position to deal some bodily harm towards their opponents. With the Brimstone in play, and this is where you get a much better one-way smoke on middle if you are putting those down, because the smoke obviously is a little bit smaller, so it gives you more of the feet to see as they push on forward. Whereas the Omen smoke it's a little bit more obscuring.
Okay.
More room to maneuver on it.
Well, Josh gained quite a bit of information. PBD, in the meantime, has just gone running in towards the site, and the play through the bathrooms. Oh, okay. I'm surprised he actually manages to get away with that. And in the meantime, Nazmi has found a trade. The problem is Josh comes pushing back through, and it's left all onto 1. Again, we talk about a Cypher in a clutch. It's on the defense once again. Nice shot from Lava. That will gain him the first. And with 1 player so desperately low, the crossfires aren't going to be ideal here, but he's not going to connect it. Carl closes it 9-4. And it seems like we're going to see a similar scenario to last time. They're going to need a hefty comeback if there's going to be any chance. And I'll be honest, Mitch, like, I want to sit here and say that I think TMT are a much better team than what we saw from Super Domineering. So realistically, the comeback shouldn't really be possible.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you entirely. And I think that's something that has already been pretty much proven at this point. I mean, you consider that TMT versus Super Domineering was 13-7, and really even more convincing than that scoreline might suggest. So I think it's fair to say they're a better team, and so the comeback will be much more difficult to mount, especially with no pistol round under their belt, especially with these players being... Wow, that was a great nade. Josh still gets the kill. Yeah, fake nade. It's okay. They know there's another player up close as well, dealing the damage to him with those blast packs, but he is still alive in the right corner. They might not think this to be possible, although I think he's just shot and given away his position. So that is good night and sweet dreams to Zeus. A nice little turnaround by Johan to deal with Scary, and they've only got the Cypher and the smoke to deal with, which Nazmi cleans up quickly. 10-4. That's not a military command. I'm simply telling you the scoreline, which, as you can see, is only in favor of We've gone from military to Navy. I don't think I know any Air Force ones. Clear for takeoff.
Not even that. Ah, the ground!
Yeah, well, that's what overtime should be saying at this point, because they are crashing and burning. I think for TMT, or as they're known in-game, they're in a pretty good spot to just finish this one off if they manage to find the first buy round.
Yeah, obviously this one is a bonus, so take this one with a pinch of salt.
Yep.
Don't get the overtime bell ringing just yet. But at the same time, just look at the aggression that's already come through from the defensive side. They've gone pushing all the way through the flank. They know at this stage that this has to be a play towards the A side. The question is the flank going to come in time? Because there are trip wires available to try and hold them back. It seems like they might have actually updrafted over it, so that flank is still coming thick and fast. However, Johan has already managed to get a double kill into the side. They're going to need to have a hero play, and Scary might be the one to start things off. They don't expect Juju, but he whiffs! His flank has failed miserably, and Johan's found his third kill of the round. Now they know where this last man is coming from. They are waiting patiently. Johan falls, but PBD is waiting, and that might just be the nail in the coffin. 11-4. They had everything they needed, it seems. Unfortunately for them, Johan had other ideas.
Well, overtime, it looks like they've secured themselves the second seed at least.
Whoop, whoop.
But that might not be as good as it sounds. I mean, again, we mentioned that, let's say, for example, in Group D, if they come up against that group, Attack All Round are likely to top the group, meaning they would play versus the second in whatever group they're against, which in this case would be overtime. The other teams are Todak, Team 600, and Frostwolf. Now, I don't particularly know them. I'm not an expert on those teams, but I definitely would rather play them than Attack All Round. That's for damn sure. Same can be said for Group C. You'll either play Myth or Team SMG. Either way, that's a bad group. You don't want to be playing either of those two teams, to be honest, but I guess you'll take SMG over them. And then AHQ or Bren if it's Group B. More than likely, again, we're not speaking in certainties. No matter what, that means that your second seed is in trouble. And so, for overtime, this is a crucial map to win, but it's not looking too likely. You can see the setup is towards the B site, though. Maybe this gives them a chance. The bookie attempt, well, we've seen it a lot so far, Tom. It seems to be a much more prominent weapon within Asia, a very much more prominent weapon within Asia than what we've seen in Europe, but unfortunately not really landing anything. And as these pistols, they do skirmish for it. They're fighting tooth and nail, but not going to get a lot done in the end.
Cage triggered.
Oh, they are going to clear. Okay. Nasmi is aware. Johan's had a good couple of rounds as well, making sure that things don't get too out of control. But it is match point now, and hey, the TMT have looked really good. In fact, like we talk about some of the matches that we've already witnessed, the only ones we've really seen that have been dominant have come off the back of them. They managed to destroy the guys at Super Domineering in the last match, which they won 13-7. Obviously, the closest one, in fact, was actually versus Only One Word, which maybe says something about them, that they didn't have some of the better games versus the likes of Overtime Esports, but nonetheless, it's not going to matter too much. Nice work from Juju, though. An early aggressive peek will give them the man advantage, at least for now. The spike, in fact, dropped on the ground just behind that point, so they are going to have to go and retrieve that at least, but for the attacking side, they've got plenty of time to play with here, and of course, still 8 attempts to close out this map.
It's not bad. Not bad at all. And that's not to say they won't do it right now. Overtime, starting to rotate that third player towards the A site. They're getting cold feet towards B, and it's the right call. They still have lots of utility in play. Lava now spotted. They know that he's towards the close left as they swing around. He's boosted up, though. Good boost by Brimstone. We'll see if this stim pack is going to be able to help. A free kill on Josh and a spray down for Nasmi as well. A 2v5. A difficult situation for TMT to recover. They've been spotted as well as the ultimate comes through. And with that, I think we conclude the round. But the question is, do they even want to save the money that they have? They might want to just throw themselves at this one and deal as much damage as they can. Maybe even bait out the likes of a Brimstone ultimate. 20 seconds remaining as they shift backwards towards the spawn, and it is looking like they're going to just concede this and save over the weapons.
Yeah, keep the finances strong. Not really take too much of a risk in this case. You don't need to be like throwing weapons into the ground just for no reason at all. And well, if you look at the amount of utility, the ultimates they're going to be building up as well for the attacking side. In fact, they've got 4 out of 5 here, so realistically, just a cheese round could be enough for them to close out this match. And as you can see, plenty of money available. Interestingly, we do see PBD not buying the operator much when it comes to the attacking side, which is something I actually enjoy. I think there's always that stigma when you are a jet player that you should be playing the operator all the time, and I don't agree with that. I think on the attack it kind of sucks at this point. Zeus, though, is still a man after your heart, so clearly Mitch is praying for the comeback, or praying for overtime, I guess you could say, as he does have himself a cheeky Odin in play.
I'm never a man to deny the Odin gameplay. But 12-5, you know, the only way I see them winning this is if they take 5 Odins. Then they've got a good chance. I'm available for coaching.
I'm guessing at a very cheap price.
So, boys,
I'll pay
5
you.
Odins this round. Oh, look, 12-5 operator in play for Juju's. We said this was going to be a big impact factor. The fault line hasn't hit him. Still safe in the corner. With the ultis, though, there's so many to play with on that attacking side. They burned up a lot of their utility. I mean, oh, the shot missed. Juju's about to be spotted as well. He's in trouble. He's dead. No way he survives that. Where's the ult? They knew he was in the corner. He got 2. Oh, Josh, what is this? Running onto the side, ulting 2 with the showstopper, and he's looking to end the show indeed. Okay, orbital strike comes in. It delays the spike plant, but not for long enough. And they realize now there's going to be 2 players rotated. Time to TP as they make their way towards this A site. Overtime have been taken for fools. And this will be a plant that's about to come in. No denying
10
it.
seconds left.
With 10 seconds remaining, they have plenty of time to get that one down. Oh, no. What? He's wallbanged him. They won the round. They've won the round off of a cam that was placed early. A wallbang. He must have been low. That is insane from overtime. What?
That's a really nice shot to hit as well. They're coming off the back of lava. Like, not only utilizing, but that was from basically the spawn area as well. Like he was back towards just coming into the site and straight through the box. I didn't even know you could do that much damage through it, but that is unfortunate. That is really unfortunate, because if anything, TMT definitely played that round better, especially Josh. Double entry off the showstopper plus the 3rd off a nice headshot.
That was with a Phantom as well, and that's the confusing thing, is the Phantom has that lower pen versus the Vandal. I don't know how he did that. It must have been just clean headshots every bullet through. That's sick, dude.
It's given them a lifeline, that's for sure. Still 6 rounds in a row needed for overtime to bring this one back. Of course, both teams are through, but it's more for the seeding. Where do you place in the groups? Lava again, going to be holding back. He spotted the push, and already a rotation coming in for the rest of the teammates. Can he find anything through this dark cover? No, he's waiting patiently. In fact, it's scary to find the kill. Give them an advantage, which continues to grow as Juju already finding another. I think the remaining members of this squad have realized they need to take a battle, need to take a fight, and Josh is waiting on the angle, but it's 𝗠𝘀𝘁 again to find himself a couple of kills, leaving the spam through to be all they really have, and Johan has decided, you know what, I want to keep my gun. A flawless round for the defense, 5 now needed for them to turn the tide, and some extra money gained from the plant, but it's still going to be enough, actually. They've been keeping their money decent enough that it doesn't matter.
This is not good for my blood pressure. Oh god.
There.
It's the most amazing, really, considering the fact that, like, overtime mentally must have been close to being checked out of this game. And yet, they just pull back some of these rounds they should have never had a chance in. Ult's now in their favor. Obviously, the weaponry not so much, but at least PBD doesn't have an ult. He has got his ult, and we've seen what he can do with it. Juju's, though, able to pick that opening. That's the smokes removed, but there's the opcon as well. Josh with a nasty little shot. He's going to nade that corner, isn't he? Oh, he's going to die here. No, he made it around the corner. Okay. So obviously, you get boosted up in the air, so you're in a little bit of trouble then. We've seen Zeus do a lot from this position in the past. No recon dart to work off of, but he has got his ultimate. Player there to cover him, too. He could pop his ulti if he wanted to. Try to get some info now, especially that they've gone through that TP. Just hold on. Swings out, and there's a kill to Josh.
30
no
seconds
two players
left.
have TP'd, but it's a big fake. Zeus upgrading to the operator, sitting down on the site. He's going to be the lone defender, the lone ranger, like he's Johnny Depp. Sat down on the B site, holding long as the player is about to jump on out. Oh, he's in trouble. They know exactly where he is. They've spotted him completely. Swinging around the site. That was the spike. That could have been them in with a lifeline. But instead, it's now a 2v3. The same players as last time left to clutch this out. Lava! What is this guy? He has no walls. He's able to kill Carl straight away. But it comes down to a 1v2, and it's over. As soon as PBD spotted that barrel, you knew it. 13-7. What a game.
Yeah, the last rounds definitely started to hot up a little bit after what was a really dominant showing coming out from the Teenage Mutant Turtles, as so I've deemed them, which, you know, I don't know what TMT actually stands for, so if someone can inform me of that, then maybe I'll start calling them by their proper name. If I was correct the whole time, that would be beautiful, but I don't think I am. But, yeah, over time, unfortunately, again, just a really lackluster attacking side. Like, even the last round, they got to make it 4. I think was just off massive mistakes coming out from the defense, being a little bit over-aggressive. But that aggression really shined when it came through to the attacking side. Very impressed with what we saw from Josh. I think he was able to do so much on the Raze. And interestingly, this is a map where Raze is actually a little bit more apparent. Like, we see more teams, players picking it up on this map, and it shows. So maybe he needs to, like, get a slightly deeper agent pool for some of the other ones. I wouldn't mind seeing him on a Reyna, for example, when it comes to a map like Ascent. I think he could do some real damage, because I think in terms of individual talent, it's evident. And they're going to top the group now because of players like him and PBD just shining.
I'm impressed, Tom, by what we've seen here, and it looks like we're ready to show the post-game stats and see exactly how things went down when it came to the kill department. And no surprise when you look up towards the top that Josh is leading the charge. He had that insane play jumping through to the site. He wasn't greedy to get the first kill. He waited. He made his time, and in the end got a double and then a headshot right afterwards to open up and lead them through to the 12 rounds they got on the board and eventually the victory. I have to say, Tom, you know, this has been a real pleasure seeing some of these teams. As we said, coming into today, we knew only one word. We knew super domineering, and overtime and TMT were unknown factors. We gave the caveat that, you know, just because they're not known, to us at least, and we haven't seen them in previous tournaments, doesn't mean that they won't be able to deliver, because we've seen so many underdogs come through and put on a good show. And man, oh man, TMT, they are looking like one of the scariest teams in this tournament. I could even see them making top 4.
Yeah, the thing that's really weird actually about this map is, so to talk about the first half, only 4 rounds came through for the side of overtime. From counting just there, they got 8 plants, so that means they're only winning their after plants 50% of the time, which that's a really bad stat. The other thing as well is opening duels were dead even, 10 apiece. And you can even see it here, that the highest entry fragger was Juju, I think only ended on 13 kills. So the fact is they were getting openers and they were getting plants, but they weren't winning any of the rounds. So I think that's something we mentioned previously, that their after plant positions just weren't good enough. And in some of the rounds on their offense, they really struggled, especially on Bind. The thing that's interesting to me, though, is Bind going to be one of their better maps? Or maybe that could be one of the weaker ones. It's just they've got a strong defensive side. So going forward, I'm not too worried for them. But yeah, I agree. I'm definitely excited to see how TMT are going to be playing throughout the rest of the tournament. Of course, they end not only top of the group, highest round difference, and obviously the most points. But the unfortunate truth is, now the last game of the day, it's pretty much for pride. Like, it's both teams are out. There's no way that they can get through to the next stage. And although it leaves this group in a nice little bow, which is what we want to see, because otherwise there's overtime games, or extra games that we have to cast, tiebreakers, that's what they're called. What it means is that basically this last game of the day doesn't really mean much in terms of the actual tournament.
Yeah, exactly. There is no impact. There is no prize money. There's obviously no seeding because they're out. What there is, though, on the line, I was thinking about this, you know, from the team's perspective, are they going to be motivated, or are we going to see... I mean, back in the day, we used to do these tournaments in Counter-Strike, and there was seeding towards the end. And even the seeding games, we genuinely had a team play 4v5 Deagle only, because technically it wasn't against the rules to do that. Now, I was thinking, you know, are we really going to see these teams try because it's a game that doesn't matter? And I think we will, for the simple reason that on rankings alone, it's worthwhile. Like, you can jump up a lot in the rankings on these 𝗠𝘀𝗁𝗏, VLR, just by winning these games. And so you're not going to want to just throw this away because I want to go have dinner, I want to hang out and, you know, chill. No, it's not time to go get a few beers. It's time to play the game, get the win, and go further up the rankings, which will help you in organizations, in, you know, getting better players in the future, marketing yourself. So it is actually quite important. I think we'll probably still see these two going head-to-head, locking horns in a fairly motivated manner, not just having to play it for the sake of it.
Yeah, I also hope that maybe we get, like, a few spicy agent picks, but I guess that's something we can, like, discuss a little bit later on, as we are going to be heading off to a short break. There is one more match still to come to decide who finishes bottom of the barrel. Make sure you join us after a short break.
Nowhere to run!
One enemy remaining.
Prepare for hellfire!
Oh, my camera is destroyed.
One.
Off your feet!
Nowhere to run!
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Fire in the hole! What's this?
Enemy down.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Cage triggered. No one to interrogate.
Prepare for hellfire!
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
built a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are ready to roll and rock with the final game of the day. As we said before we went to a break, not the biggest or most important game of the day, as in fact, both of these teams are already
Probably
out
the least
of the game.
important.
It is the least important, that's for sure. But these guys are now fighting for the rankings, and it's something that's important to a lot of teams just to climb up the regional rankings and garner that extra respect. It's only one word versus super domineering. And I gotta say, you know, both of these teams, they've had a tough day. A lot of their games have been very close, so it's kind of heartbreaking to have to see both of them disappear. But in the end, what can you do? Someone has to go home, and unfortunately for them, it is them. Now, Tom, I think we're going to take a look over at the games that have happened so far today and how we've gotten here to the final games of the day. And in those, you'll notice, like, everything is within 2 or 3 rounds. That's pretty damn impressive.
Except
Almost
2 of the games.
Yeah, the first 3. The majority.
Yeah, so it's not like 40%. What, 60% of them were close. The 40% were not. But yeah, it's one of those things where realistically, I don't know. I don't think we were particularly impressed by some of the teams when it came down to their super domineering on the offensive bind was one of the worst showings I think we've ever seen on the offensive bind. So realistically, I expect quite a bit more from them. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case with them going into these tournaments. They went out 0-3 in the last one. I'm going to be honest, I think they're going to go out 0-3 in this one. I've not been particularly impressed. Obviously, with only one word, we saw Attention in the second game have to play a different agent because one of his teammates decided not to ready up. And considering in the first match that they played, Attention was probably the best player. That's irritating. Like, that's just a stupid thing that's happened that unfortunately has probably affected them quite drastically. And you have to consider that their second match, they only lost 13-11. Otherwise, they could be in contention for a spot. And I honestly think if they beat Overtime, they probably would have beaten Super Domineering as well. So, yeah, it's almost like they're the masters of their own fate because they made that mistake. They've been punished for it. TMT, though, I've been impressed. Obviously, the only team that went close to them was the side of Only One Word. So, potentially, that could have been the decider match if Only One Word hadn't made that mistake. We'll never know. Unfortunately, they're not going to be making it to the playoffs this time. And that definitely leaves the spot open because last time they finished third.
Well, there you go, right? So there's potential for some of these teams to actually walk out still with the crown on their head. And that's really what we want to see. We want to see these teams fighting it out and new players really emerging as the top of the region, because otherwise it gets a bit boring, doesn't it, Tom? I'm excited, to get this one underway and really see what they have in store for us. And we're going to take a look at the lineups here before we get into the game. And you see Super Domineering. We've obviously seen these teams throughout the day, but if you're just joining us, over on the Super Domineering side, I think there's been a couple of different players, but Float for me has been the one that I've enjoyed the most, purely because he's on that Killjoy and he's still making it work, still showing up in style.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's that's the problem, though. It's a gift in the sense that obviously having somebody who's playing a Killjoy and fragging out is good, but it's a curse in the sense that there should be other players that are stepping up to the plate. Like, if your duelist are being out-fragged by one of your more defensive agents, that's a problem. And that's what we consider a lot of the time. Like, I think it was Angel who was saying that Killjoy, when it comes to the attacking side, is somewhat useless. Well, in fact, he was their best player on the attack of Ascent. That's somewhat unacceptable. We're going to switch things up, though. We're going to be heading off to Split. And as mentioned previously, when it came to the side of Only One Word, they were not good at Haven. Both matches they played so far today have been on Haven. Now we head into Split. I honestly think them starting on the defense might be enough for them just to win out this whole series.
Big words, big words. All right, so you think that this is going to be a nice, easy game for Only One Word. Give me a scoreline. Let's go.
Let's go 13. I'm going to go 13-6. I think they're going to absolutely batter them.
13-6. Okay.
I might as well try and be a bit more spicy this one, right? It's not like it means anything.
True. But those are big words, big predictions from Tom Busy Biz, the technical whiz, and apparently
you disagree.
Whiz.
What was your prediction then?
I think it's going to be a much closer game, Tom. I think we're seeing 13-7. That's what I see. I'm being bold. To ooh.
To who? We got 2 Jets, which that would definitely make things interesting.
Let's go 5 Jets. Let's go.
Here we go.
There we go.
Surely this
Mal's already locked. So what are you doing, bro? No, it'll. I
know.
It'll level out. Don't worry. You can't quite do that, unfortunately. Hyde selecting the Jet there. So this guy is normally a Cypher.
What?
Are we actually doing this?
Ooh.
Attention coming off the Jet, but actually contemplating going in for a Phoenix. So we already saw Attention forced by Tin not joining the game earlier down into playing a Reyna. And maybe he just liked how it was played. Although he ended up not top fragging. It was Tin that was up the top.
Is this a real comp?
Select your agent.
What is going on?
So
Darkus?
they're not gonna play a Sentinel. Well, I suppose technically
Darkus is normally an Omen. Okay, they're locked in. They haven't selected in time, so they are locked into what is on their screen. That is a composition. Is it a good composition? No. What it would have me saying when I see it is, ooh, why would they do that? And they've had me saying that all day long when I looked at their Haven C defense, so I guess it's no surprise. Looking over towards the opposition, the attackers, well, I think this is more normal, more standardized across the board. Especially, what strikes me more so, not playing a Sentinel, and yeah, as you said, Tom, technically they are, yeah, no. Playing a Sage, considering they're starting on the defense, is unusual to me. Without a Killjoy and without a Cypher on a map like this, you're going to struggle. Holding down that B side specifically. And what's even more so 𝗓𝗍 is normally the Cypher, and he is still playing B, but he's playing B as a Jett. And Jett's normally going to be the supportive player between A and mid, to allow you to go up through ropes, take those aggressive fights when you do pull out an operator. It can be very useful for locking down control there. But this time, playing B, well, it's not conventional. Not at all. And who's it? The rotator is the Reyna. Okay, it makes sense. Can still duel in middle. You'll be much more close range. Oh, 𝗓𝗍's out of here.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how this is going to work out without one. But I do wonder if maybe they're just playing for fun, knowing as we do that this is an unlikely scenario. But to start on the defense and not choose a Sentinel, I am against it. So we will see how this one goes. Already an afterplant position brought up for Super Domineering. And yeah, it's going to be pretty rough to try and get back into this one. They do have the Reyna's Leer available to them. Yu is going to pick off one, but 𝗑𝗢 is there to trade. Well, he's trying to sit back a little bit more passive. He's got his teammate in the form of Float. He's going to take out attention, and eventually the trades come through with Darkest falling as well. 1-0 in favor of Super Domineering. Yeah, I'll be honest, like, if you're going onto the attacking side right now, you're going to be feeling very, very confident because they don't really have anything to stop you.
Exactly. Well, I mean, you said that with 𝗚 starting on the defensive side, that should be enough for them to win it. I mean, with this composition, do you want to?
Yeah, I didn't expect them to pick this. I'm not going to change my prediction. I think they picked this because they know they're better. But at the same time, like, I don't know. I just don't get why you wouldn't want to, especially on the B site in particular. Just having all those traps available to you are so valuable. In fact, both sides. You normally see like a Cypher or a Killjoy being very dynamic when it comes to the defensive side of Split. So to not run one at all when most teams, I would say, have it as almost a pivotal part of their team. Especially on this one.
You consider as well that 𝗓𝗍 didn't necessarily have the best of times earlier on. Now putting him onto a Jett, maybe he just felt out of his comfort zone in this tournament versus these teams and said, you know what, screw it. I'm not feeling Cypher today. I'm going to go for Jett. I'm going to play the big game. Not sure I think it's a great idea, but maybe that's a part of the thought process. I want to say anything but that they're just coming in to have a laugh, because I really hope that's not the case. As I said, rankings are important, even though at the moment they are very flawed. Being in the top 5 in your region is the top 5 in your region, regardless of
I'm going to go ahead and say them being top 5 in their region. It depends how many other regional tournaments there are, but it seems pretty slim considering they're finishing outside the top 8.
True. It depends how small your region is. I could be talking about the county.
Do they have... So let's see. If we go through Asia, AHQ is currently 11th. I think they're the top. Oh no, attack all round of 6.
It depends on what ranking you're using as well.
I'm looking at the spike.
There is one of the LR in which AHQ are 5th and attack all round of 4th.
Myth is 16th, Team SMG at 18th. Only One Word are actually 22nd. So yeah, they might be dropping quite a bit after this tournament. And don't even think
Get out of my way.
Super Domineering a top 50. They could get some decent points out of this if they do manage to win. But yeah, as you were saying.
Yeah, it is all about kind of picking up a couple of points here and there. Look, if you bomb out the tournament 0 for 3, it's going to hurt you a lot more than 1 for 2. Although both suck, but they got to make the best with what they've got. Super Domineering rotating into the A side. They've left B. And there's still a two-man stack here. They've still got a lot to deal with, especially as Paranoia is still online for the Omen. It's going to be thrown down right about now. There we go. Full blind. B's dead. Ultimate dispatched completely, but they have managed to trade out. There's the swing coming through, but the time taken to get that kill with the Spectre has allowed the trade to come through, and the rotates as are all over the site, or outside of it at least. And on range, well, winning those battles relatively easily. 12 seconds remaining. It's time to just rush in and get the plant. But as Mao falls, he's heard and swung on immediately. That is going to be a 2-1 scoreline as only one word get themselves on the board. They've got a little bit more to do, though. In defensive side, they really need to show up. At the same time, with their composition, I'm probably expecting about 6 rounds out of them. If they can get to there, I think they have it in them.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a weird one, but you know, I would be feeling fairly confident playing against Super Domineering as well. I haven't been impressed with them from what we saw earlier. Really bad attacking side when it came to bind, and we'll see if it's any better on split. They've already managed 2 rounds, which is more than they got on the whole of bind's attack. Attention though, gonna be trying to lure them into spot, but already going to be the early trades. You trying to spam through the dark cover, but in fact, every single member is going to be stuck towards the back of the site. The Killjoy ult, though, the lockdown is going to keep them away, at least for the moment. Not really a chance for them to get too aggressive here. Tin might actually get caught because of it, but no, he manages to escape just in time, and he, with a nice little peek, has given them a man advantage once again, though. However, the clock has been ticking quite a while. They need to start getting back into this site, and they need to do it now. Are they even going to check this cloak right angle? They do, and Yu has found one. He knows a second player is just around the corner, and it's left all onto the Omen, trying to lurk his way back through. The diffuser is going to be coming in, and it's a second round on the board for only one word.
The second round, tying it up. And making sure Super Domineering don't get off to too good of a start. Pistol under their belt, nothing else really found. And I think that's the important part. You know, you can still sit here with confidence if you are only one word at this point. But
Right there.
This is an interesting pie.
I was about to say that. Coming into round number 5, I normally expect an eco. Or a force. They've gone for some sort of a mid-tier interpretation of the two.
Thrifty.
I don't even know if this would count as thrifty because they've bought rifles. I think thrifty is you've got armor and
depends how well you do at the thrift
pistols.
shop. You never know. You might come out with some gems.
Get a banging deal. Yeah, you go there on Black Friday.
You know, I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket.
Nah, I'm gonna call it a day. After that one, I'm out. Starting to get out of hand.
I'll
here.
wear your granddad's clothes, you know.
Excuse me. Anyways, how's Hive alive, dude? He's just dashed out, went back in on 20 HP, and got himself a third. That's one way to show you're confident. Flawless.
Well, the thrifty buyer didn't work out too well, and they are going to take themselves the lead 3-2 with lots of ultimates ready. And that's the thing, because they've gone for this more duelist heavy combo, it leaves them with some pretty filthy ults available. You got the Blade Storm, you got the Empress, and the Rolling Thunder all available. And then obviously if things go wrong, eventually you'll have yourself the res as well. So I don't know. I don't like the comp. That's for sure, but if they can make it work, that's another thing altogether. He being a lot more aggressive than I'm sure he normally would be. I'm interested if we can find to see if they've actually played this comp before, because that would pretty much define whether or not they are just having a bit of fun.
We might be able to find that somewhere. We'll take a look around, but for now, we'll take a look at Ooh. As they are. As a friend. As I need... Excuse me. So...
They normally play a Cypher. Interestingly,
yeah,
instead of the Sage. So the Reyna Jet is the norm.
And it is Jet on Hive.
I will check.
Okay, while you're checking that out, we've got to push into upper and retake the control. The flash is being used. There's just so damn many, but he still has one left, but he doesn't use it. Swinging in dry, and unfortunately, it has not gone well. Super Domineering winning both of those duels.
30 seconds
Bit
left.
reckless, you know. You're going to flash the whole way up. Why not flash around that corner?
No charge.
4v3 situation, but they're actually going to pop the Empress here. They're going for this. Attention, already managing to pick off one. The aggressive push from Heeb as well. And it is going to be 3-3. Now, from my research, there's one comp that they did on this map which you are going to hate beyond belief. Which involves a very similar setup. But first things first, it is normally Heeb who plays the Jet. Of course, I think the previous roster was actually playing with someone else, so that's slightly different. But they also tried against Attack All Around, a similar strategy, except they had the Cypher in play, but they also replaced the Breach with a Phoenix.
Right.
So it was triple duelist, and yeah, a Cypher and an Omen.
And they got wrecked.
Yeah. It was 13-8.
That's not too bad.
Against the tackle round, that's not too bad.
I would really and truly expect them to just get dominated versus attack all around, so, I mean, fair play. Well, let's see if they can manage to dominate the Super Domineering. It is 3-3. Super Domineering given a couple of rounds here. The leash is being loosened. They've been given some length to it. This is a nasty little position, though. Look at Omen up in the corner as they come on through. They've got to check upper left, and they've seen the player backside, so they're not going to. He's blind, and he shoots randomly, giving away his position. What is you doing? Oh, that's a just scandalous play.
30 seconds left.
His teammate was there to bait for him, but he baited himself. And with that, we're going to end up in this retake with Darkus finding a kill. At least a chance remains. But it is slim. Attention, making it a little bit more doable as he swings out wide. His teammates coming in to support the smoke. The cloud burst in play to completely block off B main. Hyde gets one, turns on a dime for another, and somehow they walk out with that retake. That's disgusting. An economy res to close it out. And 4-3, Tom. What have I just watched?
Yeah, interestingly, in the game versus Attack All Round, they actually did get the majority of their rounds still on the defense, but when they played a similar comp to this versus Myth Attitude, they managed to get 7 rounds on the offense. So you never know, they might actually be able to still make this work. I would expect them to do well on the offense, especially if he's going to play like this with the Jet. It looks like clearly it's an agent that he can play quite well. I will say I've been impressed with how Attention has played it as well, especially on the attacking side, so I'll be interested to see how this works. Very aggressive stuff once again, though, as Attention now starting to style on them. You alongside him, leaving just 2 players remaining. Gonna try and set a crossfire with the turret, and it actually works out quite well. Surely we're not gonna do this, right? Okay. Bit aggressive, and by a bit, I mean very. Interesting decision there from, I think it was Float and whoever was behind him at the same time. But at least they've still got a 2 versus 1 scenario.
One enemy remaining.
A 1 versus 1 scenario. But Hybe is already here. He suspects the Omen to be coming in. Up in hand. He's ready. He's heard the drop. He's coming out, and that should be the kill. Yes, it is. I'm doing well on the Aminola to close out the 5th round for the only one-word side. Super Domineering. In a decent spot, all things considered. You know, it is split. They are versus a squad, though, that you don't expect to do that well when it comes down to this side. So, as I said, I really want it to be like a 6-6 half to feel like it's even. Whoever pushes past that middle mark, to me, has won out the half, and at the moment, it looks like that might be only one word by the time we get there.
Yeah, I'd said that I thought they'd win this dominantly. I think the comp's definitely interesting, but I guess this is definitely a game where you can test more stuff versus some better opposition. But it's not going too badly, in all honesty. It does involve them basically trying to challenge for a lot of map control, and you is just hitting every single shot. 3 quick headshots, a flawless defense round, 6 already on the board for only 1 word. And yeah, the thing is, they sort of remind me how people used to play like an old school cash, or at least how, like, you remember Envy used to play it, where they would, like, it's meant to be a map where you stay passive, but they would just aggress on angles that they never should be winning. And that seems to be the game plan here. It's just like, normally this map is just sit back, use your utility, whereas they're basically just getting up in the faces of their opponent and just beating them on individual battles, which I think is why we've not seen this comp work versus better teams, because they just react to it and just hold their ground and go for faster plays, take aggressive positions elsewhere. But versus a team like Super Domineering, it's probably going to work fine.
Yeah, that's fair enough. As you said, you can experiment a little bit versus a team like Super Domineering versus, attack all around. You probably don't want to be messing around in that one. I like this position. A sneaky one. He's been spotted now, though. It's time to fall back, flash through, bail back, and out of there we go. Hybe ready to peek, but the wall goes up. They had no info, so it's the safer play. The wall now fortified. They're happy to fall back. Of course, remember, you can see that wall on the map, so even if they broke it without you hearing it, you could see it when it got destroyed. Hybe has spotted the players out on mid, though, and seen that the wall is broken wide open. And with that, Super Domineering. 3v5. A tough play to get back into.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. And they're going to be getting back into anytime soon. Just the Sova remaining. And it will be Mao to fall. Tin with the triple. 7-3 now as they look to grind out more. And then normally we talk about this map being like fairly defensive sided, like an 8-4, 7-5 really wouldn't be too surprising when it comes to a map like Split. The problem is with such an offensive based strategy setup that we seem to have on only 1 word. Like, you've got Breach available to you, you've got 2 different duelists, you've got the ability to still wall off takes, which is something that we still see teams attempt at times. Obviously, the walls are a lot easier to break now in the early stages. But I actually worry now for Super Domineering. I don't see a way back into this one. I said a 13-6, and, well, sure, if they get a couple more rounds, that won't be happening. But if it continues in the way it's been going so far, that could very easily happen.
Yeah, Super Domineering.
Here.
They gotta get in here. They gotta get themselves into the game right here and now. And I know what's happening. No one's watching B main. What? Floats just walked out. He literally... No problem. Wall stout. There was a wall down on mid as well, Tom. What's happening? Darkus is known to be around here. He's been spotted up above. But maybe they've forgotten about him. They seem to be completely unaware that he could be here. Eventually he's dealt with. That is a brave play with the shotgun, but Float in for a third, and you see this just completely fall apart.
Any man could win it, though. It would be attention. He's so good in these clutch situations, be it the Reyna or Jet in his hands, and he's looking to try and close this one out. It's only going to be a pistol available on the other side of things. Needs an instant shot and isn't going to get it. It will be attention to close the round, give them an 8th, and I think that's another thing that we've seen from them just having this duo of duelists is just that they're able to win clutch rounds that they never really should. That's now 2 where we've seen both Heeb and Attention just clutch out ridiculous situations, and because of that, Super Domineering have never really got into this match.
Well, they've got time, Tom. You know, if you've been watching the previous games at home, you know full well that this is the kind of position where Super Domineering can come back into it, because we saw it in the very first game. It went from 9-3 to 11-13. This is interesting. That bunny looks a lot scarier from an angle.
You should run.
Give me an ooh, Tom.
Nope. Rather die.
I suspected as much. Now, this is going to be an attacker lockdown coming into play. We all hate lockdown, I know, but sometimes it's necessary. And it might be necessary for Super Domineering to get themselves into a position where they can win this round. Starting to push forward. Oh my god! You has just wrecked them. Up behind, quick little double tap, and now Super Domineering on the back foot, smoked down in main. It's danger city for the Omen on backside. His teammate makes it through to help out. You trying to roll the dice and go for a rookie spray. He's going to get flanked out, but he's found a third. They have no idea where this Killjoy is, but now they're going to start to realize. Down goes for this defuse. They've spotted him out, and it's just going to go halfway. You going to swing on through, but that player's realized something's up. But he's got it. It's on his side. He knows exactly where this player's coming from, and Yu's got 4. Float goes down, defuse in play, and 9-3. Only one word. Well, that one word is
Switching
victory,
sides.
at least in this first half.
Yeah, very impressive. This was a 3-3 scoreline, and they ended up winning 6 in a row, 9 of the last 10, only the pistol other than that, and the follow-up round going their way. So, realistically, we now need to see a complete turnaround, and out of the two, it was definitely the case that we see a more defensive comp coming up for the side of Super Domineering, and they showed it previously on Bind that they can have a decent defense. The problem is that was against weaker opposition, and although only one word are out of this tournament, I do think if the randomizer was maybe a little bit kinder, or if they didn't have one of their own agents banned by not readying up, we could have seen a slightly better showing from them and potentially even get into the playoffs once again. So definitely the better team here. Super Domineering haven't proven anything just yet, but they do go on to the favored side of the map. Paranoia gone through, though. Lots of ground taken. He just looking to try and run and gun and lead the charge, and the Paranoia on the other side hasn't caught him. Bia, however, has just gone running back through multiple smokes and finds himself 2 kills. So he's given them a huge advantage, but he gives that a really nice attempt. And with how clinical Yu has been over the last few rounds, it's possible, Mitch.
Definitely, as he hears the plot. What is that shot, man? He's so good. And he knows this Omen was down on the site. He didn't hear a shrouded step. And at this point, he realizes that he's probably towards the back of the site. This could be huge. Moving in towards it, looking for the frag, and he gets it. Yu is such a beast. 10-3, double digits. And that, if anything, must be the final nail in the coffin for Super Domineering.
They've just lost too many clutches. That's what we're looking at in this game. Like, we have seen now Omen, Jet, Brainer, all with clutches of their own, and realistically, I think that's the nail in the coffin. We're going to see a small investment into some pistols, and on the other side of things, do we get any rifles? Nope. Not one. We have 4 Spectres and a Frenzy. And they're just going to go barreling into the site. Heeb has not checked the angle properly, so that will be a freebie kill. And actually, nobody's there to trade it out. This is starting to become a little bit worrying, as the rotation's already coming in thick and fast. We also have Attention low on HP, although, of course, a free frag for him anywhere would be enough to get him back to full health. Yu has already picked off another. And although there's some aggressive pushes coming through, it's actually a pretty good escape, although he then picks the worst possible spot.
Out of the open where he can be shot. That's not exactly how you want to move. This 3 versus 3. Oh, Tim! That's a good angle that he had. And he managed to close it out nicely. Only one word. Well, you said 13-6, Tom. And we started to doubt them with the composition that they picked, but looks like we were wrong to disbelieve. Is this the new meta?
No.
But shooting people in the head is the new meta, and Yu is an expert on that.
Yeah, I think the problem is as well that I've seen now a few games where PP playing this breach, he has achieved nothing. And that's actually a running theme throughout. So I'm all for, like, a breach being within your agent comp. I think it's a very good agent to have, especially at the moment with the extension of the flash time. But realistically, he just doesn't suit that agent. You can just see it just doesn't work for the team. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 already going to be getting the opener on the Sage. Not normally something you say too regularly. Bear in mind, this is still their bonus round. There's a lot of SMGs in here, but with the rifles they've retrieved elsewhere, they are absolutely slaughtering their opponents. Maybe 6 was generous, as it's 12-3. They need one more round to close things out, and well, my prediction is not quite correct, but it's at least dominant.
Yes, dominant it is. I mean, for only one word, there's not much we can say that isn't blatantly obvious just from looking at that scoreboard. You've been insane. He's been clutching out an unreasonable number of rounds, and I think if you really just take a look at where they started, I guess that they were one of the favorite teams within this group, within this tournament as well. Super domineering, again, we thought were below only one word for sure. And the fact that you then see that still play out in the final game, this just tells me that Overtime and TMT are legit. There's no messing with those guys. I like that flash a lot, but it does not work versus the judge that was already backed off. Still up close, ready to fight, and that is not exactly how you want that one to go down.
You died to the aftershock. You just walked into it. You know what? This is just something more for the organizers than for anything else. Personally, randomizer's not ideal, but I understand it. I would like to see ban randomizer. Like that would be fine with me, because I just think the way that we're seeing, for example, only one word. They got what I can only say is their worst map twice in a row, just by bad luck, and now they go into a map of split and they've been fantastic individually. So I think just to, like, even if both teams just get a ban and then the last map is randomized, you at least get more of a middle ground, and you're probably going to get better teams getting through, I would say, considering it's best of ones.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. I don't know how many flashes I've just heard pop there. I feel like 100 at least. This is, oh no, Mao had the jump on them, but he missed the shot.
Oh, they're going back.
Connecting to the chest, now they're on their way to
no
B, and this is just wide open. All that utility thrown through on the A side, TP and everything, it convinced Super Domineering this was going to be a hit, and you can see they're playing scared, they're reactive, and they were so quick to react. That this is pretty much, yeah, it's cost them the game. As only one word, man advantage, holding down B now for the retake, and Super Domineering, they don't have anything to really help them get in. I think they might have burned up a lot of their flashes as well.
Aren't you wanting to be the hero once again? Oh, the timing. See, there is a res available, but I don't think it'll matter, because I think B is going to get a free kill. This is starting to fall apart. That's now 2 players that have been caught out with aggression and actually attention. Well, he has a lack of it. Still, though, the Rolling Thunder's going to help them out a little bit, but Ting can't do enough, and they make this retake work. Or should I say their opponents almost hand the retake away. That is some mistakes coming in now for only one word. And Super Domineering, starting the climb. One more round. One more round.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, believing in that kind of a comeback is always tough, but I'll always remember the grand finals of the first tournament I did, Valhalla, way back in beta, and it was in North America. Team Smoke Too Easy. These guys were down on split. I think it was like 11-5, 11-6. They came back and won the game, and it was unbelievable. They also played with a Viper, so you know.
Yeah, I think you also misunderstood me a little bit. Like, I mean one more round as in I literally want them to get one more round, because then my prediction's correct.
Ah, now I understand.
It does still work in that regard, though, as well. How has you managed to get this far forward? Like, this is slightly ridiculous. He's now all the way back in their spawn. They're not going to expect him to be this far. And while he may be one of the only players that actually has a rifle in play, but he's managing to deny them, at least for the moment, as Mao will catch them off. And now this full push into the site doesn't really work as well.
Look at the wall, at least crossed over. Flash in play, slows them, allows 𝗏𝗀𝗏 to get into position and line them up and knock them down. It was like bowling, a 4K, and a beautiful little play to put it on 12-6. One round away from what would be Tom's exact prediction for possibly the first time ever.
Nah, that's not true. I'm a genius.
Didn't you think earlier on that one of the teams was called No, one of the teams was, one of the players was called like
Chicken.
Genius and Concussion and Chicken.
Good name, to be fair.
Sure.
Yeah, you can't talk when you thought that 4 times 400 was 1200. Like that genuinely happened yesterday. So you're not allowed to judge my intelligence.
You're not wrong. I never said I was good at
maths.
maths. All right.
Yes, you did.
I never said I was good at it.
You will not
I said I
kill
studied
my
it.
ally.
Those are two different things.
Well, an early pick does come up for Super Domineering, but you wouldn't be able to tell. The bonus of the Sage is that resurrection. I like the attempt by Beer, peeking around the corner angle, knowing his spots, but unfortunately, by some magic, that didn't actually connect. Heber's already picked one off, and now they've got the man advantage once again. Now, this happened in a prior couple of rounds, but the problem is their decision-making afterwards was a bit more questionable. Losing 5v4 after plant position, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is already going to put another one down, leaving this B site with not much of a defense. In fact, it's 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and he's got boys running onto his position. Tin at least to trade one back. However, we do still have Float available, and he's been somewhat of a star when it comes to this Super Domineering roster.
No charges left.
Pain not going to really achieve anything as they managed to avoid it by just a millimeter. The rotation has, however, come in towards the heavens, and actually he's managed to sneak around the wall. Things are falling apart. My prediction looking unlikely,
10 seconds
as
left.
it's a 1v2 needed for Hebe. He is someone you can rely on in these situations, but he's trying to bait them in with a plant. He gets the first, but he has to almost stick it here, and Float is just about going to be able to get away in the dying embers of the round. No 13-6. I won't lie, I'm disappointed, and it will now be a 7th, unfortunately, on the board for Super Domineering.
I believe I predicted 13-7 in favor of 𝗏, so I'm a genius. What can I say? They're going to win this round on the mix buy, and it's going to be glorious. You believe, Tom?
In the comeback?
In 𝗏. No. No, it's
Oh.
13-7.
So you're asking me... Well, to be fair, you just added 1 to my prediction, but sure, why not?
Ah, mine was nothing to do with yours. It was a very advanced algorithm
Okay,
used to
well,
calculate.
tomorrow you can predict all the games first, and we'll see how that goes.
Oh, those could be some tags coming through, although nothing actually connects for the Hunter's Fury deployed and destroyed. Super Domineering. Oh, Yu's just giving Breach a kiss and then going back down. It's like, oh, I forgot to kiss you goodbye. Mwah. Goes back down. Leading the charge, moving on. Well, all right, so they didn't know they'd lost control of Rope Room, which had been gone for about 20 seconds. That's a big mistake by Super Domineering. A large oversight, wall down and spawn to get them to the A site. This is where Float has to do it all. The Killjoy on your screens. He's been huge before, but this time he sinks. When a 5v2 emerges, this may well be the final round of the game as Mao tries desperately to pull it back. He's moving to spawn, but there's 2 players here dancing around the smoke. They deal with him and leave B to do it all. He's got an up in hand, and a headshot from 𝗏𝗏𝗏 closes it out. 13-7, Tom. What can I say? I'm a prediction meister, a genius. My brain is swollen. We've actually had to use one of those miniature mirrors to close in my head to make it look normal. My head is actually this size to facilitate the large brain that predicted this.
Can you name all the
scoreline.
Teams in Group B right now?
Of course I can. You've got AHQ,
got 3,
you've got
2.
Bren, Legends, and Nongvan. What's up, Tom? Big brain.
What was the last one?
Brain. Nongvan. That's the one.
Are you sure that's how it's said?
I'm not 30% sure at least. At least. So I'm good with that. But look, that is the end of the game, Tom. The end of the day as well. It's been a lot of games. It's been a lot of fun, Tom, but it had to end this way. And so that will conclude Group A, meaning that TNT walk out on top with their 3-0 scoreline. And as you said, Tom, you know, it gets a nice little 3-2-1-0 flow down the left-hand side. It's what we like to see, you know.
Not for the team with 0. Unfortunately, it's,
No.
it's kind of what we expected. Super domineering. I think we can make bold predictions next time we get to cast them, going for a 0 and 3, because they just don't seem to be up to the standard of a lot of the other teams. I will say that I was impressed with Float throughout the day. Like, considering he was a Killjoy, he was still able to put off some pretty hefty numbers. And if there is an opportunity to maybe join another team, that might be the suggestion I make, because he's decent. The problem is, realistically, you're looking at AHQ as the only other Taiwanese team, and I don't think they're going to be making any changes anytime soon, because they have been the top within the region for a while.
Speaking of the top, let's look at the top of the scoreboard over in the post-game stats. We have them ready to roll. And as you can see, Float is up there on the top in terms of average combat score, dealing damage, even if he wasn't getting the kills. And okay, the assists are low, but I think that's down to his teammates not really getting too many kills for him to assist with. We did see you come in with an insane amount of clutches. I think, for only one word, that team has got a lot of skill. Hybe and you alone have been incredibly impressive. I think Tin, he was AFK somehow during the pick stage, which arguably could have cost him a game. But seeing him in a position where he was able to deal so much damage across all of these games, it really makes me wonder, how is it that we're leaving or only one word behind coming into the playoff stages? It's phenomenal that they didn't make it. And again, I want to just congratulate TMT in overtime, because it just says so much about how solid they are skill-wise. You hate to see that, don't you?
This is so misleading.
Yeah, you really hate to see
the MVP is on the losing team, and your entry fragger is on the losing team. This game actually don't make much sense at all. The spike was only planted 3 times for only 1 win. Obviously, they didn't play as many rounds, but I think there was 7 on the other side. In terms of opening duels, it was completely even, and yet one of the teams completely dominated. So if you are a man of stats, which I know Mitch Man is, it's quite confusing when you actually look at the overall things, other than the fact that I'm sure if we had a statistic for clutches, it would easily go the way of only 1 win.
Yes, definitely it would. And, you know, the thing is, it's something I spoke to Angel about before, where he was saying that in this game it's very easy to retake, and so that's why I think first bloods don't actually matter as much as they do in Counter-Strike. Man disadvantage that you have if you've got ultimates in play, if you've got abilities still online, and you've made your opponents expend enough on the push, it can still work out in your favor. And here's the Group A, regional Group A, or the results. As we come into the end of the group, TMT top it out 3-0, like we said. Overtime, interestingly, they actually end up with a -1 round difference. They have lost more rounds than they've won, but they've won more games than they've lost. Yeah, there's a little bit of a brain twister for you. Basically, the 2 games they won were very close, and they just got smacked on that final map. Then, only 1 word and super domineering down the bottom. As you see, 3-2-1-0. 3-2-1-0 down and up on either side. That's nice to see. A little bit of symmetry for you OCD boys out there rapping. But I have to say, I'm quite impressed with TMT in overtime, Tom. These guys delivered. I didn't know who they were, and now I'll never forget them.
Yeah, it's been an interesting day, in all honesty. Like, our first 3 games were incredibly close, like 13-10, 13-11, 13-11, and then all 3 last games were 13-7. So I'm a little bit disappointed. You mentioned symmetry, that if overtime had lost 1 more round, it would have been 3 13-11s and 3 13-7s, which would have been perfect. But, you know, you can't have it all, just like my prediction in the last game. But, yeah, a decent day overall. I think we've learned a little bit about TMT, which I think is going to be exciting. And going forward, we'll get to see how they match off in the playoffs. Of course, they now have a few weeks to prepare, to say the least. They're not going to be back until the 10th of December. So, in fact, they've got exactly 3 weeks to get ready for their next stage of the tournament. But we, in the meantime, are going to be back tomorrow, I believe, Mitch. So, because we've got our Group B, and as you mentioned, AHQ, the reigning champions, are going to be looking to try and reclaim their crown with a good start in the tournament.
Yes, indeed. Now, we've actually got names there. You've got Brand, who've been floating around the scene for a little bit. You've got Legends, who we'd seen before. I don't know if it's the same roster, actually. Let me just quickly
Brand have a pretty good mobile bang team, so I'm looking forward to see what they'll bring out here.
Riot are going to love it if you keep advertising that game now that we've realized what it is. But yeah, Legends will be there as well as Nongwan, who I'll learn how to pronounce properly by tomorrow. I promise. I'm sorry, I'm Irish, and it will never happen in the correct way. But yeah, so this is going to be an interesting group. I think everybody expects AHQ to top out the group. Yeah. I could see Bren or Legends take second spot. Nongwan, I don't know. So again, this is going to be another team that could surprise us like TMT and Overtime did today.
Yeah, for sure. I somewhat hope so, because I don't want to see any sort of like teams just getting stomped out. But you never really know. That's always going to be the case in the group stage. Of course, a lot of qualifier teams and some of the invites who've been playing against much better opposition are likely to be the ones that we see get through. The real surprise already, though, is we have had only one word. I said they were top 3 last time. So if we now this and say that, well, we could have anybody realistically upset. The big one would be, of course, if somehow AHQ end up going out, because they are one of the sort of like, well, they're the top team within Southeast Asia, and then we've obviously got the Japanese teams, the Korean teams, all battling it out. And I think you've got, well, I guess they're the top team alongside Attack All Around. Those are the two that we're really looking at to top this whole tournament.
Well, this is the thing, right? We've seen a bunch of high-skill players from teams that we didn't really know coming into today. There are so many more that could surprise us. I said to start this out, Group A was the one group in which we who would, and that definitely proved to be correct. It's a mixed bag. Team delivered when we didn't really expect them to all too much. I was more hinting at the fact that only one word and Super Domineering would be interesting as a matchup. Now we go on to Group B. We know who we expect to top it out. Group C, same thing, Myth.Attitude, and then Attack All Around in Group D. But there are so many unknown factors there. Alter Ego, Kingsman, Team 600, Frostwolf, Todak. These guys could come through. Wait, Nongwan as well. Let me not miss them out. These guys could come through with some big plays that we don't expect. And that's the beauty of these kind of tournaments. It's 16 teams through qualifiers. We get a lot of teams and players that wouldn't be on our radar normally, that if we were to do invites, they wouldn't get an invite because we don't know them. And see them, we're so thankful that we had open qualifiers so that they could get here and prove that they are teams that deserve to be in this position.
Well, either way, we are done for today, Mitch. We've been informed that we're ending the show here, so you will have to tune in tomorrow, same time, same place, as we'll be back with a little bit more Asian Valorant.
One enemy remaining.
Blocking sight. Clone killed. 3.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
One enemy Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One player remaining.
Prepare for hellfire!
One.
Off your feet!
Spike planted. One player remaining.
Cage trigger. No one to interrogate.
Built a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.